Date the 4th of April 2321 time 031 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters. Realizing that Mike may have not escaped but instead used the Bone Dragon's ability to hide, I was alerted and immediately used my soul pupils to search the surroundings for any clues about him. Knowing that if I did not find Mike quickly, he will use this opportunity to come after me during the chaos as the extermination team fought the clone Bone Dragon army to the point of exhaustion. My search for Mike continued. By now most of the skeleton fragments of the Bone Dragon had already grown into a clone Bone Dragon, but I had yet to find Mike's whereabouts. It was as if he was never here in the first place. Having exchanged blows with Mike, I knew he was here. Therefore I scanned the surrounding area numerous times, yet I still reached the same conclusion. Frustrated, I persisted to search for Mike while the extermination team stood against the clone army of the Bone Army. Fire! Diana fired another round of wind rule-powered guided cannonballs aiming at the skeleton fragments of the Bone Dragon that were growing to an individual Bone Dragon. But to her surprise, when in danger, a brilliance shone on the fragments of the Bone Dragon and protected them from her attacks. Soon others followed suit and tried attacking the skeleton fragments of the Bone Dragon only to get the same results. It became clear to the extermination team that at this stage it was impossible for them to attack or destroy the skeleton fragments of the Bone Dragon and could only watch as they grew into individual clone Bone Dragons and form a clone army. Having grown into individual Bone Dragons, these clones did not immediately attack us. Instead, they waited for the late bloomers of their kind to turn into a fully grown Bone Dragons. Each of the Bone Dragons had the same colossal size and skeleton frame as the original Bone Dragon. They looked like a perfect copy of the original Bone Dragon, and it was not apparent if they had the strength of the original Bone Dragon, but the domineering intent oozing out of them was nowhere near enough to the domineering intent of the original Bone Dragon, so it was doubtful that these clone dragons had the same strength as the original Bone Dragons. In face of the clone army of Bone Dragons, the extermination team had moved the battle array formation with me as the center, as they could only watch the skeleton fragments grow into clone Bone Dragons. This time the goal of their battle array formation was not to attack the target in the center but to protect the target from outside attack. Pretty soon all the Bone Dragons were born, and the ruins of the Circle Sun Blossom Branch complex became crowded again. Being born, the Bone Dragons did not cause chaos or participate in infighting, instead they all acted collectively and surrounded us. Seeing this, the extermination team grew more cautious of the Bone Dragon army and did not dare to underestimate these clones. While I continued to search for Mike's whereabouts with my soul pupils. Since the Bone Dragon's clone army was still active, it was obvious that Mike was hiding within the vicinity waiting for an opportunity for his next move. I was so adamant about finding him because defeating him would put a quick end to the Bone Dragon clone army. After surrounding us, the Bone Dragons at the front of the clone army simultaneously attacked the battle array formation. With a cautious heart, the extermination team fought them courageously. Thanks to the ego elemental summons, the Bone Dragons were not the match for the extermination team in their battle array formation. The strength of the clone Bone Dragon was a huge letdown. We seemed to have overestimated their strength. Soon the first wave of the Bone Dragons was laid to waste, then Bone Dragons behind them filled their position, maintaining a continuous wave of Bone Dragon clones for the extermination team to fight. If this continued, then the Bone Dragon's clone army would be annihilated within the next 20 minutes. Before the extermination team could rejoice, they found that the remains of the clone Bone Dragons that they had just destroyed floated into the air and began to grow into individual Bone Dragons, adding to the numbers of the pre-existing Bone Dragons. With this, the clone army's size kept increasing rather than decreasing. Seeing this, the extermination team grew frustrated. Though these clone army of the Bone Dragons was not strong, they were also not weak. It took a little effort to kill them, which over time can accumulate and led them to exhaustion. So knowing that the clone Bone Dragon also inherited the clone army ability of the original Bone Dragon, they knew that the Bone Dragon's clone army was endless and would only end with them dying out of exhaustion. Seeing the situation turn dire, I could only continue to find Mike. With newfound discoveries of the Bone Dragon's clone army, it had become clear that the only way to bring an end to this clone army was to defeat the clone army. Just when we were getting desperate, Cindy's, who was using a fire rule ego elemental, made a damning discovery. The clone Bone Dragons burned to ash by her fire rule ego elementals did not rise to form more clones and stayed dead. The same was true for the water rule ego elementals with freezing meaning. The frozen Bone Dragons that were shattered were still trapped in the freezing meaning of the water rule and were not able to raise another clone army. Seeing this, the extermination team decided that the earth, wind, and water rule ego elementals will trap the clone bone dragons, and fire rule ego elementals will burn them into ash. This method proved effective as finally, the number of the clone bone dragon began to decrease, and if this progress continued without any hindrance, then within the next 30 minutes the clone army would be exterminated for good. But just when we grew optimistic about our situation, we all heard Ji Feng cry for help, but he was nowhere to be found. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 981, Soul Pupils Useless. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 034 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters. While the battle array formation of the extermination squad focused on protecting me as I searched for Mike, Ji Feng was all by himself. Still, the presence of the battle array formation right next to him decreased a lot of press on him. But the fact remained that at the moment Ji Feng was the most vulnerable of us all, which Mike used to get to Ji Feng, no surprise there. The question was, how did Mike get to Ji Feng without getting noticed by my soul pupils? What happened to Ji Feng? Where are they? Did they move into another dimension or something similar to Anna's field cards? Answers to these questions were not known to me, but I knew that Mike did not make use of a field card similar to the one that Anna uses. Because with my soul pupils I can spot the soul pathways of the gate where the summon field connects with this world. And right now did not see any such phenomenon, so I knew that Mike was not using some kind of elusive field card. This also proved my hunch that Mike never left and was lying in wait for us to make a mistake. From this, I could gather that Mike had a very potent stealth card that he could use to move around, and that was how he got to Ji Feng. The problem was that Mike's stealth card was potent that even my soul pupils were not able to find him. This was the first time my soul pupils had failed me. I was accustomed to using the soul pupils to solve all my problems. So this time, being unable to use my soul pupils to help me, I felt like I had lost a limb or two. I guess this situation made a great lesson for me, that I was too dependent on my soul pupils. I don't blame myself for that, because the soul pupils were that overpowered, anybody would easily come to be dependent and addicted to them. Now that its power was of no use, I had to think of a way to deal with Mike's stealth card by myself. After a lot of thinking, I finally came up with a plan to catch an invisible enemy, and that was the bait and trap method. I had already put this plan in motion by throwing the perfect bait, Ji Feng. The reason I did not bring Ji Feng into the battle array formation was obviously that I wanted to let Mike get the impression that though Ji Feng and I were in a temporary partnership, we were just using each other and did not care if the other died. That was my obvious intention, but it had an underlying intention to it, which was to use Ji Feng as bait to lure Mike from his hiding. The plan worked perfectly, but I had underestimated Mike's means. Despite keeping an eye on Ji Feng, I was still unable to figure out how was it that Mike was able to kidnap him without leaving any trace. Yes, my soul pupils failed me this time too. Now, this was worrying, because if this continues before the extermination team finishes off the Bone Dragon's clone army, Mike will have got to each of us one by one. Conveniently for us, Ji Feng was a Calamity Daughter gem. Killing him without destroying the Calamity Daughter gem was difficult, and if he was not dead, then I could track him down. For a fact, I knew that Ji Feng was not dead because my Calamity Soul gem did not feel the Calamity Daughter gem in Ji Feng's body be destroyed. Without wasting any more time, I began to track the Calamity Daughter gem in Ji Feng's body. Having tracked Ji Feng, I encountered a weird situation. My Calamity Daughter gem placed Ji Feng in the very position where we thought he was kidnapped by Mike. I tried using my soul pupils to verify the Calamity Soul gem's findings, even though it has proven to be useless in this situation. And as thought, my soul pupils were not able to find anything of suspicion at that location. Since I already know that my soul pupils were useless against Mike's stealth card, I did not doubt my Calamity Soul gem's findings. Instead, I focused and tried tracking Ji Feng more accurately using the Calamity Soul gem's senses. It worked. The Calamity Soul gem was finally able to get a lock on Ji Feng. Then I scrutinized according to the Calamity Soul gem's senses, only to find that the entity that the Calamity Soul gem was the point as Ji Feng was actually a small pebble. Yes, a small pebble. For a minute I thought the Calamity Soul gem had gone haywire, but didn't, because I could feel Ji Feng's Calamity Daughter gem in the small pebble. What was Ji Feng's Calamity Daughter gem doing inside a pebble? As this question popped into my mind, I immediately panicked, thinking that Mike had found out about one of my darkest secrets, the Calamity Daughter gems. How could I not panic? If the world or just the circle learns what the Calamity Daughter gem was capable of, then I will be in deep trouble. Southern royal family backing me would no longer become enough reason for the circle to not come after me. Shit. The more I thought of the possible consequence of my darkest secret being known to the enemy, I cannot help but panic. But then I suddenly thought, if Ji Feng's Calamity Daughter gem was inside the pebble, why was my soul pupil not able to find it when I used it to scan and search the location pointed by my Calamity Soul gem? Now, this was suspicious, as if Ji Feng's Calamity Daughter gem was inside the pebble, then the soul pupil should have spotted it when I used it to inspect that area. Chapter 982. High-level Diskwise. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 039. Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters. Feeling that something was amiss here, the agitation that I felt thinking that Mike may have discovered my darkest secrets had subsided. With that, I used my soul pupils to scrutinize the pebble pointed out as Ji Feng by my Calamity Soul gem. Upon a thorough inspection, my soul pupil could not find the Calamity Soul gem in the pebble or anything odd about it. This was puzzling but also worrying, because whatever Mike did to Ji Feng was now able to mess with two of my most trusted abilities. Considering the infinite types of cards out there, it was not impossible for a card to exist with an ability that would counter two of my most unique abilities, but the probability of meeting a such card was very low. So, I had enough reasons to be worried. Calming myself down, I began to use my soul pupils and ears to scan the soul pathway arrangement, vibrations, and signatures of the pebble pointed out by my Calamity Soul gems and other pebbles in the surrounding. All this data was collected, organized, and stored by Hive AI. Why did this? The idea was simple. I wanted to use the data collected on the soul pathway arrangements, vibrations, and signatures of all the pebbles to find the difference between the pebble pointed out by my Calamity Soul gem and other pebbles in the surroundings, no matter how minute they were. It did not take long for Hive AI to complete its task. And after comparing the data gathered from the pebble in question and the pebbles in the surrounding, it had found that there was no difference in the soul pathway arrangements and the signature, but there was a minute difference in the soul pathway vibration of the pebble in question when compared to the other pebbles. Deducing that the pebble in question was different, or something about it was different from the other pebbles. Apart from this conclusion, Hive AI was also able to uncover another anomaly among the data of the other pebbles in the surrounding. It found another pebble that had the same soul pathway vibration as the pebble in the question, meaning that the pebble too was different, or something about it was different from the other pebbles. Following the conclusion of my Calamity Soul gem, let us just say that the pebble in question was Ji Feng, then what or who was the other pebble? Asking this question, a sudden thought popped into my mind, blowing the whole case wide open. The brilliant thought that I had was, what if the card used by Mike was not a high-level stealth type card but a high-level disguise card? What if Mike had used his high-level disguise card to disguise himself and Ji Feng as pebbles? That would explain why the Calamity Soul gem pointed out the pebble in question as Ji Feng. If Mike had turned Ji Feng into a pebble, then it would explain why my Calamity Soul gem felt Ji Feng's Calamity Daughter gem inside the pebble. But this did not explain why soul pupils were not able to see through their disguise. Unless Mike's high-level disguise card was not only capable of disguising the targets by changing their appearance but also changing their soul pathway arrangements and signature too. Even the soul pathway vibrations were almost spot on. If not for the Hive AI, I would have never noticed the minute differences in the soul pathway vibrations. Since soul pupils' forte was soul pathways, so it was still disappointing that soul pupils could not tell Mike's disguise apart. But I only blamed myself for not having a higher realm to bring out soul pupils' true potential. I know the conclusion I arrived at was weak without evidence, but it made much more sense than the other theories I could think of. The only way I can prove this conclusion was by forcing Mike to deactivate his disguise. So, I moved from the center of the battle array formation to pick the pebbles. I could not order anybody from the extermination squad to pick up the pebbles, but I did not, as they in their position were what made this battle formation array. If one of them moved, the others will feel the burden of it, or in extreme cases, the array formation will break down. Therefore, instead of ordering my subordinates, I went to pick up the pebbles. Just as I was moving to pick up the pebbles, I realized the potential dangers to it. What if Mike manages to turn me into a pebble similar to what he did to Ji Feng? Then it would be game over for me, being trapped as an inanimate object. I say this because ever since I had concluded that Ji Feng had been turned into a pebble, I have been trying to contact him through Hive AI, but I did not get any response, as if his soul too had been turned into a soul of a pebble. Whatever card Mike was using, its effect was scary and I did not want to be a victim of it, so I decided not to step out of the array formation to pick up the pebbles, leaving us with two options. 1. I could summon a summons and have it pick up the pebbles and bring them to me, but if Mike wanted to, he could turn the summons into a pebble or use it as a means of transportation to get to me and transform me into a pebble or something worse. 2nd, since Jifeng was unresponsive, I could use my authority to take control of his Calamity Daughter gem remotely through the Hive AI connection. Upon achieving remote control over Jifeng's Calamity Daughter gem through the Hive AI, I would order it to disintegrate its current body and restructure a new one. A reasonable plan, but it was not without flaws. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 042 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters. The reason why having Jifeng reconstruct his body to rid of the effect of Mike's card on him was not ideal was because Mike's card was too powerful. It not only turned Jifeng's body appearance into a pebble, but his soul pathway arrangements, vibrations, and signature were also morphed to match that of a pebble. Due to this, Jifeng's soul also thought it was a pebble and remained unresponsive. Even his Calamity Daughter gem had morphed as part of the pebble. Due to this reason, even my Calamity Soul gem had a hard time pinpointing its location, and my soul pupils failed to differentiate it from an ordinary pebble. Despite having most of him morphed into a pebble, Jifeng's abilities were still present in him. This was the reason for the minute difference noted by the Hive AI in the soul pathway vibrations of Jifeng morphed pebble when compared to soul pathway vibrations of other regular pebbles. What I am getting at was that even if I use my authority to trigger a restructure of pebble Jifeng's external body, the Calamity Daughter gem part will still remain the same. By using restructure, I am not undoing what Mike did but actually destroying what Mike did and regrowing a new body in its place. With the exterior body restructured, the interior part will still be the same. Meaning even if the exterior of the pebble was destroyed to form a new body of Jifeng, his Calamity Daughter gem will still be a pebble. Since the Calamity Daughter gem houses his soul, it too will think and be a pebble. Meaning even though I have managed to get the external shell back to normal using the restructure ability of the Calamity Daughter gem, the gem will still be under Mike's card's effect, as I cannot use the restructure ability on the Calamity Daughter gem itself because, once the gem gets destroyed, its ability does too, stopping the restructure process of the Calamity Daughter gem midway. Therefore, even though it was possible to use restructure ability on the gems themselves, I never used it to restructure them. Now that would be idiotic on my part. There was a story back on Earth which told the tale of an Asura who manages to please the god with his penance and was granted a boon. The Asura used the boon to gain the power to incinerate anybody by placing his hand on their head. Asura being an Asura, he doubted the authenticity of the power granted to him by the god as a boon. So he decided to use his new ability on the god to check the genuineness of the power granted to him. Enraged by the Asura's audacity, God tricked the Asura into placing his hand over his own head. As a result, the Asura got incarcerated into ash by his own power. Many lessons can be learned from this story, but one I was talking about was to never forget the possibility that the gun in your holster can not only be used to protect you but can also be used to kill you. The same applied to the restructure ability of the Calamity Soul Daughter gem. Using it on my mortal body was fine since unlike mortals, Card Apprentice had an active soul, but using it on our soul would kill us. Because for the restructure to work it would have to destroy the existing one to create a new one. So the problem with my second plan was even if I were able to get Jifeng's body back, his Calamity Daughter gem will still be a pebble and his soul in it will continue to be unresponsive, thinking that it was a pebble. This meant the Jifeng I will get after the use of restructuring ability will be in a vegetative state. Here was where it got interesting. I know this but Mike didn't. So I will remotely control Jifeng's vegetative body to pick up Pebble Mike and place him in a storage card. This would force Mike to take action because once he was in the storage card it was game over for him. The storage card does not store living beings for a reason, but right now Mike was not a living being, he was a pebble, so he could be stored in a storage card and it would also mark his end. If he did not want to die like this, then he would have to take action, which I will use as an opportunity to study his card and think of a way to counter. This was too much work for a battlefield, but without it, I and my team were sitting ducks. And once Mike knows that I had a hint about his card's ability, he will become more aggressive with his attacks, leaving me little time to come up with a way to counter his card's ability. Therefore, as per my plan, I gained access to Jifeng's Calamity Daughter gem through Hive AI and instructed it to destroy its exterior pebble body and reconstruct it into its original appearance. If it were normal time, this would have happened, process would have been completed in under a minute at tops, but right now Jifeng's Calamity Daughter gem was morphed into a pebble and it was proving difficult for me to remotely activate its ability. Despite the desperate circumstance, I could only take my time to proceed further because one mistake could mean the death of Pebble Jifeng. Trying to deduce Mike's card's ability, I had grown to be impressed by it. This ability of Mike's card reminds me of the old fairy tales back on Earth where the witches and fairies could morph a being according to their will. The possibilities of this ability were numerous, but the question was whether there was a price to pay for using such an ability. Was Mike's card without any drawback? If yes, then I cannot help but covet it for myself. Occasionally missing content, please report. Errors in time. Mike Brown. Though the rest of the city thought that he was destined for greater things, he knew better. His destiny was written before his birth, and he was just another pawn. Only the branch leaders of the circle knew what this meant. As the candidate for Circle's branch leader, Mike was given a lot of resources by the circle since he was chosen. Mike always wondered why he was chosen. There was nothing special about him. He got the answer to this question when he defeated the other candidates competing with him and became one of the circle's branch leaders. He has been given this opportunity all thanks to his father, the estranged father Mike never got to meet as his mysterious father had walked out on him and his mother after impregnating her with him. When Mike knew about the truth behind his birth, he was extremely nauseated. He felt sickened by his origin. That day he was so repulsed toward his life that he almost ended it but couldn't. He felt that he was better off as a bastard than whatever the truth was. Thinking of this, he could help but feel sorry for his birth mother. But the truth did not change depending on a person's comfort level, so he could only choose to ignore it and pretend that he did not know the truth. Yes, he closed his eyes to the truth so he could live with himself. Among all the resources that were available to Mike, the best were his two origin cards, the Bone Dragon and the Myriad Devil Body. If not for his origin cards, he would have lost to the other candidates in the fight for the circle's branch leader position that had just become available, the branch leader of the circle's new branch, the Sun Blossom branch. Becoming one of the branch leaders, Mike learned a lot about the operations of the circle and what happened to the branch leader whose shoes he was filling in. Learning this new information, Mike did not feel like a part of something bigger. Instead, he felt more disgusted towards his origin and the circle's part in it. After all, he learned that everything about him was a big lie, and the only comfort for him in all this was that his mother was his actual birth mother and not the part of circle schemes. So she became his anchor for him to live with himself. Despite finding himself in a position of respect and power that could allow him to fulfill all his ambition, Mike continued to live with his mother as she was the only part of his life that was true. When it came to this, other circle's branch leaders thought that Mike was lucky and could not be envious of him. The life of the circle's branch leaders was bizarre. Trying to make sense of it using common sense would get one nowhere. Therefore, Mike had long since stopped trying to make sense of his origin and decided to link it to the only thing keeping him sane, his mother. His anchor. His mother was not just the reason that kept him sane from this vulgarity that was his, but she also allowed him to use his incredibly powerful card, Myriad Devil Body, without losing himself to the card's ability. Despite having figured out the way to control the power of his origin card, Mike did not use it frequently. Yet he had to use it today due to the unexpected turn of events. If only the Yin-Yang Harmony sect had not betrayed them, it would not have come to this. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 028 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle headquarters. Having planned to not face the boy and his subordinates head, Mike thought of a way where he could complete all three of his objectives without much effort. Though this plan would require him to use his origin card Myriad Devil Body, wasn't the situation like this why he spent all that time mastering the abilities of this card? So without hesitation, Mike decided to execute this plan. Bone Dragon, soar. Mike commanded the Bone Dragon to immediately took to the air. Just as the Bone Dragon was gaining elevation, its path was blocked by the sudden appearance of the Phantom Fleet. This was within Mike's calculation. He had already seen them in action and knew that this fleet of ghost ships would take action to stop his Bone Dragon if they were to try to retreat by soaring to the sky, and this was exactly what he wanted. Being trapped between the battle array formation and the Phantom Fleet, he wanted the enemy to be confident about their strength and underestimate him so that what he was going to do would go unnoticed. Skill combo, Fire. With Diana's command, the Phantom, powered by her two wind ego elementals, destroyed the Bone Dragon to pieces, creating a movement of distraction which Mike made use of by whispering, Origin card Myriad Devil Body, Pebble. By the time all the disturbance was settled, Mike had used his card to morph into a pebble and fell to the ground along with the skeleton fragments of the Bone Dragon. This way he was successfully able to escape the eyes of the boy and his subordinates. And now while his Bone Dragon's clone army engaged the enemy, he planned to use the chaos to his advantage and get to his two targets, Ji Feng and the boy. Just when Pebble Mike was considering a plan to kill the boy and kidnap Ji Feng, he watched the boy's subordinates control and move the battle array formation to place their boss at the center of the battle array formation to protect him from his Bone Dragon clone army. This move of the boy put a dent in Pebble Mike's plans. Therefore he improvised and decided to kidnap Ji Feng, whose temporary partner ditched him during tough times. But that was easier said than done, as he was a pebble right now. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 985 Super Pebble Mike. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 032. Location Sun Blossom City. Circle Headquarters. Card name Myriad Devil. Body card type Origin card. Card rank Unique grade. Card rate Card durability Card effect Myriad Devil body card was created using the corpse of the Myriad Devil, giving the user the physique and abilities of the Myriad Devil. Additional effect Myriad Devil transformation Myriad Devil's hex Myriad Devil physique. Caution: the user can lose true self to the Myriad Devil transformation. Myriad Devil transformation. This ability allows the user to completely transform into any of the myriads of things and beings in existence at their will using a medium. Note: the medium is the tiny part of any of the myriads of things and beings in existence the user wants to transform into. Caution: the user can lose himself in absolute transformation and forget their true self. Myriad Devil's hex. This ability allows the user to transform any being into any of the myriads of things and beings in existence at their will using a medium. Note: the medium can be anything from the target's hair, sweat, blood, spit, nails and flesh. Myriad Devil physique. This physique enhances the user's body with the growth of the user to withstand the power of the Myriad Devil and allows the user to adapt to their surrounding instantly. Note: Myriad Devil physique's adaptability depends on the data available. Why did being a pebble stop Pebble Mike from kidnapping Ji Feng? Myriad Devil transformation was absolute. This was possible because, when Myriad Devil transformation was used, the user doesn't just transform the physical appearance but also the soul pathway arrangements, vibrations, and signature. This made Myriad Devil transformation so effective that if Mike were to transform into any being or being, then the world's will would take a while to reach a correct conclusion. The problem was that with the transformation of the soul pathways arrangements, vibrations, and signature, the soul pathways of the user don't just transform to resemble the soul pathway of the said target, but they also start to display the same function as the soul pathways of the target were intended to. That was to say that the soul pathways of the user will not only resemble the target's soul pathway but also start displaying the same properties. This was the drawback with the soul pathways arrangements, vibrations, and signature transforming along with the physical appearance. This side effect of the Myriad Devil transformation made it hard for one to categorize it as a disguise skill. If the soul pathways of the user started to display the function of the target's soul pathway, what happened to their previous functions? Were they all erased? Did the user lose the ability to transform back to the original form again? No, the original functions get backed up as a tiny but redundant part of the morphed soul pathways. The user can access them anytime they want, but except for the Myriad Devil body skills, most of them will not work at the same efficiency as they would with the original body. But to access them, the user's soul should not lose its true self to the power of the Myriad Devil transformation and keep the spirituality it had before the transformation. Right now Mike was not just disguising as a pebble, but he was a pebble. Thanks to his previous training, his soul was able to retain its spirituality with effort, unlike Ji Feng's soul, which has lost its true self and believed that it was a pebble. After transforming into a pebble, it took Mike's soul a while to retain its spirituality. After gaining spirituality, Mike's soul could resist the confusion, memorize its past self, and recall the circumstances. From then on it would struggle to retain whatever it can of its original strength and abilities while maintaining its current form. All of Mike's original abilities were stored in a benign part of the soul pathway, so accessing them without affecting his current form was a tough feat. Having trained for this, Mike could access a part of his original strength along with the abilities of the Myriad Devil body in record time. With that pebble, Mike was no longer Pebble Mike but Super Pebble Mike. Soon Super Pebble Mike used its spirituality to navigate its surroundings and find its targets. Discovering that one of the targets was being tightly guarded, Super Pebble Mike decided to act on kidnapping the second target, who appeared to be struggling by himself against his Bone Dragon clone army. Then using its spirituality it started to roll its pebble body towards the target. Reaching the target super pebble, Mike decided to access one of its myriad devil body abilities, the myriad devil's hex, to transform the target into a pebble. But to do that, it would require a medium, which could be anywhere from the target's blood, sweat, hair, nail, flesh, or skin. As a super pebble, it will not be hard for Mike to draw Ji Feng's blood, but this method had the rise of exposing himself, so he ordered his bone dragon clones to increase their attack on Ji Feng so that he wounded, and this way Mike could gain access to Ji Feng's blood to use it as a medium to use Myriad Devil's Hex on Ji Feng. Having acquired a medium to use Myriad Devil's Hex on Ji Feng, Mike suddenly had a brilliant plan to get to his next target. Despite being transformed into a pebble, it was difficult for Mike to reach his next target because the measly spirituality he was using to move his pebble body around was undetected because of the chaos of the fight. During the fight, Mike purposefully ordered his clone army to kick the dust so that he could move his pebble body around unnoticed. But this would not be possible if he were to enter the battle array formation in which his next target was located. If he wanted to get to his next target, then he would require something more than a distraction to get past the battle array formation protecting his next target. Chapter 986 Adventures of Super Pebble Mike. Date the 4th of April 2321 Time 036 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters. When the Bone Dragon's clone army kicked up the dust, Mike would use it to stealth travel to Ji Feng. Even though his pebble body would come off as odd, with so much dust and mud flying around, it would be difficult to notice the tiny pebble's oddness. But the same shit would not work if he wanted to get through the battle array and reach his next target. The reason why Mike could not use the same tricks and distractions to get to his next target unnoticed was that the battle array formation heightens and connects the sense of the card apprentices that have come together to set it up. All the senses of the card apprentice that had set up the formation were near omnipotent in the formation. Therefore Mike's tricks and distractions would not be able to get him past the battle array formation to his next target. Amidst a battle, card apprentices would definitely find a pebble that moves on its own very suspicious. Therefore Mike would have to get creative to get to his next target, and the idea that came to his mind earlier was just that. That was simple but brilliant. It was for him to switch places with Ji Feng. That was to say that he would transform Ji Feng into a pebble using the Myriad Devil's Hex, and he would transform himself into Ji Feng using the Myriad Devil transformation at the same time. This way he would be replacing Ji Feng. And using his new identity, Mike would not only have a chance to get close to his next target but also gain the strength to kill him. But to achieve this, small distractions like using dust were not enough. He would have to think of something that would fill the gap of time that would take him to successfully switch places with Ji Feng. Though this time gap for Mike to transform Ji Feng into a pebble and himself to transform into Ji Feng was less than a second, for a seasoned card apprentice it was enough to be noticed. After thinking of it a while, Mike could only come up with an idea that was not surefire but seemed enough. That was to have his clone army suddenly surround Ji Feng, completely blocking the view of Ji Feng's temporary partners, giving Mike the opportunity to switch places with Ji Feng without getting noticed. Having come up with a will-do idea to switch places with Ji Feng, Mike first used the blood of Ji Feng that he had gathered to use them as the medium for his abilities Myriad Devil Transformation and Myriad Devil's Hex. Having made the preparations, Mike hurriedly ordered his Bone Dragon clone army to surround Ji Feng from all sides. The Bone Dragon's clones acted upon his instructions and immediately closed in on Ji Feng from all sides, making it impossible for others to check up on Ji Feng's situation. Once the Bone Dragon's clones had played their part, Mike simultaneously used Myriad Devil Transformation and Myriad Devil's Hex to turn Ji Feng into a pebble and himself into Ji Feng, but just then a complication occurred. Mike was able to use Ji Feng's blood as a medium to turn him into a pebble using the Myriad Devil's Hex, but he could not seem to use the same blood as a medium to turn himself into Ji Feng. Though Mike did not know what went wrong, it did mark a tragic failure of Mike's well-thought and executed plan. Mike had trained the abilities of Myriad Devil's Hex and Myriad Devil's Transformation countless times, and each time he had used the same blood of the practice subject as a medium to train both the abilities. And all the time he was successfully able to use both abilities despite having to use the same medium for activation of the two abilities. So Mike knew that the problem did not lie with the medium he used to activate the Myriad Devil Transformation. And also because if the medium was at fault here, then the Myriad Devil's Hex should not have been successfully able to transform Ji Feng into a pebble. At this point, forgetting the chaos and confusion outside, Mike got to thinking about why his Myriad Devil Transformation ability failed. The only time his Myriad Devil Transformation ability failed was when used it to transform into beings of a higher realm than his realm. But that was not the case here because Ji Feng was not of a higher realm than him. And if it were really the case here, then the Myriad Devil's Hex 2, like the Myriad Devil transformation ability, should have failed. Instead it had successfully transformed Ji Feng into a pebble, as he will it too. Was Ji Feng equipping a high-level curse resistance card? Mike immediately discarded this thought because if Ji Feng did equip a high-level curse resistance card, then it would have been impossible for Myriad Devil's Hex to successfully transform Ji Feng into a pebble too. Instead, only the Myriad Devil transformation ability failed. Unable to find the reason why his Myriad Devil transformation ability failed while the Myriad Devil's Hex was successful, Mike became obsessed, not even bothering with the confusion he had descended on his enemies by having their temporary partners suddenly vanish as if he was never here, to begin with. The Myriad Devil Body Origin card was Mike's biggest trump card, therefore when he saw it fail for the first time he could not help but stop everything else and obsess over it. But no matter how much he obsessed with it, he was not able to uncover the reason why he was not able to transform into Ji Feng using the Myriad Devil transformation ability of his origin card. Unfortunately for Mike, no matter how much he obsessed over it, he will never be able to find the answer within him, or Ji Feng, as the problem lied elsewhere. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 987. Susan's vacation date: the 4th of April 2321, time 0:30, location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234, a song's dream space. It was past midnight, but at a beach, the sun was at its peak and 5 beauties were sunbathing under it leisurely. These beauties were none other than a song, Abba, Anna, Anne, and Susan. Susan, who originally came to attend to the guests, was now resting on a beach alongside them. Being surrounded by important figures, Susan, despite her years of experience as a sales executive, could not help but feel nervous around them. They were very welcoming, so she could loosen up fast and relax to enjoy the bliss. Susan lay on her chest under the shade of the parasol, listening to the sound of the waves, and could not help but wonder how long has it been since she went on a vacation. Big sis, a song, your origin card is so much fun. I want a card like this one, Abba said, looking at the sunny beach in front of her. Can I be in here until you leave for the capital? If not for a song's multi-purpose dream space, Abba would never chummily refer to a song as big sis. She was bored and hated being cooped up in the warehouse. Compared to the warehouse, preferred the dream space where she could spend time bathing under the sun at the beach, even though all this was just an illusion. Sure, a song answered without giving it much thought as she was busy exploring the possibilities of her new and only origin card, Life Core. After sending 2 of her guards to protect the boy, a song did not leave under the guise of waiting for the boy's safe return. She planned to stay at the warehouse to learn about her origin card. As back home there were too many eyes watching, and she did not want to reveal too much about her origin card to the praying eyes. A song was being this cautious because the circumstances surrounding her have changed. Her illness was cured, and she would no longer die early because of it. This news must have already spread in the capital like wildfire. This meant the various powers in the office who left her alone thinking that she would be leaving the office soon now know that she would be in the office for a long time. A song who has been neutral for a long time now would have to choose a side among the various powers in the office, or will be forced to give up her position in the office. So right now a song was preparing to fight, and the best way to prepare for a fight was to know oneself. You can always ask Wyatt to create a similar card. He may be able to make one for you if you provide the rare ingredients, Susan advised Abba. Even on vacation she did not forget about networking with customers for her exclusive client. Wyatt and Cole did plan to start a business based on similar cards, but will the card he make as good as this one? Abba questioned. It seems she was also considering the same. When it comes to card creation, I guarantee you that Wyatt will not only meet your expectation but go beyond that. Susan got up and turned to face Abba. Looking into her eyes, she resolutely spoke with firm eyes. You have to say that. After all, you work for him. But do hope that he can. Seeing the belief in Susan's eyes for the boy's capability, Abba shook her head. It was not that she did not want to believe Susan's words or she underestimated the boy's capability. Normal cards can never be as good as origin cards, that was the universal truth. He will. Susan was not bothered by Abba's words because she knew her crush would prove her right. Quote. Seeing Susan's faith in the boy's capability as a card creationist, Abba was not surprised as she knew that boy's unique charm was capable of doing that. She too had experienced it. Susan's words were heard loud and clear by Anna, who was resting on the beach lounger. In her years of experience, she was never the one to worry about someone stealing her crush, it was always the other way around. But nowadays she had started to worry about it. Was it because she found an unfathomable enemy in Susan? No, Anna thought otherwise. According to her, her feelings were so venerable when it came to the boy because she never felt that way about any other person in her life. The only word she could think of to describe her feeling for the boy was true. Just the thought of him made her long more time with him. As someone who has broken the mortal lifespan by miles never felt this way. She felt that even if she were to spend eternity with him it would not enough to satisfy her. While Anna was contemplating her feelings for the boy and how much he meant to her, she heard her Anne in her mind. How do you plan to take care of that problem? Anna turned to look at Anne. She knew whom she referred to by the word problem. And replied to Anne, he cares for her. If you can find a friend in her, befriend her. If not, stay away from her unless she plans to harm him. I know he cares for her, that is the way I called her a problem. Are we going to just sit by and watch her steal him from us? Anne did not seem to like Anna's reply one bit. First, I don't plan on doing or being part of anything that could hurt him or his feelings. Second, what do you mean by we and us? Know your place. Anna glared at Anne. She did not like how Anne just assumed that she will be sharing her love with her. SSSSH, don't fight it, you know it is bound to happen one or the other day, why not let it happen sooner and enjoy it while we are at it? Chapter 988. Psycho Twins. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 036. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234, A Song's Dream Space. SSSSH, don't fight it, you know it is bound to happen one or the other day, why not let it happen sooner and enjoy it while we are at it? Anne said with great confidence. She believed that if the boy could fall in love with Anna then he could develop feelings for her too. Unfortunately for Anne, love did not work that way. Watch it, Anne. Believe it or not, I will stuff you back in the origin card for the rest of my life, Anna said, warning Anne not to test her boundaries. I believe you. What if Wyatt asks for me? Anne said, knowing Anna could hardly say no to the boy. As someone who shared an origin card with Anna, Anne was confident about Anna's feelings. Ha ha ha, and why would he ask for you? Anna found Anne's words hilarious. She did not understand what gave Anne the idea that the boy would ask for her. Anna was throwing herself at the boy, but he rejected her time and time again, so why did Anne feel that he would ask for her? You will see, Anne said mysteriously. Seeing how you are being so helpful, I was planning to let you stay out longer and see how it works out, but you had to be you and ruin it. 3 months, then you are going back in the card. Anna found Anne's thoughts crazy. There was a popular stereotype about twins with regard to threesomes out there, and now Anna knew why. It was because of crazy bitches like Anne, but Anna never planned to share the love with Anne no matter what. 3 months are enough for me to get what I want, Anne replied confidently. You are crazy. Mom was right. I should not have locked you in the card for so long. You have lost your damn mind. Anna was starting to feel more worried about Anne than Susan because, if Anne were to force herself on her crush, then he could not defend himself. Thinking of this, Anna could not help but feel an impulse to lock Anne back in her card. While the twins were having a mental conversation, Anna suddenly got a notification. Using it as a reason, Anna chose to ignore Anne and read the notification. You were attacked by a curse and dummy ring has resisted the curse in your place. Feeling the sudden rise in Anna's thoughts, Anne accessed them and soon added, you sure, we do not have to be on standby. Don't worry, I have given Agatha that card. Even if she is not able to defeat them, she will bring him back in one piece. Anna said so, but her dynamic emotions said otherwise. Out of all the time you had to choose now to follow Mom's orders, Anne complained, knowing that Anna was only in the dream space while the boy risked his life for vengeance because their mother had ordered them not to be a part of the fight. I am not doing this because Mother ordered it. I am doing this because if we are seen helping local forces subdue one foreign embassy, the other forces will start doubting Heatsen family and its word. So I have no choice but to do this, Anna explained. She was not saying to help Anne understand why she was doing this, but to help herself remember what was at stake and to stop herself from doing something impulsive. For Abbas and their sake, I hope Agatha and the other 2 semi-demigods can ensure that no harm befalls Wyatt, Anne said, knowing that if anything were to happen to the boy, Anna would go crazy and go on a rampage. She will not only kill Abba but also everybody involved in it. Therefore, she hoped that the boy would be brought back alive. She could stop rampaging Anna, but she did not know if she would want to do that if the boy were to be harmed, or worse, killed. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 039 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters Calamity Gem cannot be considered an individual entity. It has always been a part of the Calamity Soul Gem. Therefore as its host Ji Feng on a technicality cannot be considered an individual, he was part of a hive. Myriad Devil's transformation ability prides itself as the ability for complete transformation. Using Ji Feng's blood as the medium, the Myriad Devil transformation could have transformed Pebble Mike into Ji Feng as an individual but not as a part of the hive, which would not be considered a complete transformation as the current Ji Feng was a part of the hive and not an individual. Since it could not achieve complete transformation, it kept trying to achieve it, leading to its ultimate failure. Why was the Myriad Devil transformation ability not able to transform Pebble Mike into Ji Feng as part of the hive when it was able to turn Ji Feng, who was a part of the hive, into a pebble using the Myriad Devil's hex with Ji Feng's blood as a medium? When Mike used Myriad Devil's hex on Ji Feng using Ji Feng's blood as a medium, the ability did aim at Ji Feng and the hive he was part of. But after transforming Ji Feng into a pebble, when the hex made its way to the Calamity Soul Gem through the Calamity Gem, it was redirected toward the dummy ring worn by the host of the Calamity Soul Gem. The dummy ring resisted the curse in place of the host, and in a way the hex was completed. The hex did not spread to other Calamity Gems because the Calamity Gems were connected through the Calamity Soul Gem. This meant if the hex were to try and spread to the other Calamity Gems, it would have to first go through the Calamity Soul Gem. This was not possible because the dummy ring had replaced the host of the Calamity Soul Gem to face the hex. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 044 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters. While Mike kept repeatedly using Myriad Devil transformation with Ji Feng's blood as a medium only to fail and obsess over the reason why only one of his origin card's abilities failed when it came to Ji Feng and not both of them, he suddenly felt a disturbance in the surrounding through his spirituality. Reluctantly stopping his thought process for a second, Mike used his spirituality to check on the source of the disturbance. When his spirituality spread, Mike was dumbfounded by what he discovered. He saw a naked Ji Feng standing in his original body. He had transformed Ji Feng into a pebble using his Myriad Devil's hex ability, but now Ji Feng was using his original body to reach out and grab his pebble body. Seeing this, Mike was spooked. He was not sure if Ji Feng was trying to grab his pebble body, so he was a little hesitant to take the necessary actions at first, but soon, thinking about the series of events that did not work in his favor, Mike decisively made a split-second decision to burrow his pebble into the mud. This way, if Ji Feng was not reaching to grab his pebble body but something else, then Mike can escape into the mud without Ji Feng noticing his actions, as a pebble sinking into the mud can be considered natural and was too insignificant to take notice of. But if Ji Feng's hand were to still try and reach for his burrowing pebble body, then Mike can prepare to tackle it. Mike made use of his limited spirituality to monitor Ji Feng's actions, only to find out that Ji Feng was indeed reaching out for his pebble body. Having figured out that Ji Feng was indeed aiming for him, many thoughts ran through Mike's head, but now was not the time for him to spare thoughts to contemplate this matter, so he put these thoughts at the back of his mind and immediately increased the speed of burrowing in the mud. But feeling that the speed of his pebble body burrowing was not enough, Mike immediately decided to use the Myriad Devil transformation to morph into an E-ranked steelback worm. And soon his tiny pebble body morphed into a 1.4 centimeters long worm body that burrowed into the world's crust like a fish diving in the water, closely escaping Ji Feng's grasp. After escaping from Ji Feng's reach, Mike did not stop. Instead, he continued to burrow deep into the Earth's crust until he felt safe. The reasons why Mike chose to escape instead of confronting Ji Feng were obvious. Reaching a safe place, Mike began to contemplate what just happened. He had never seen a card lord break his ability as Ji Feng did. Until now, he was under the impression that it was impossible for the card apprentices in the lower or the same realm as him to resist or undo his Myriad Devil's hex. He was not wrong to think so, because it was indeed impossible for the regular card apprentices in the lower or same realm as him to be able to negate his ability. After all, even if its level was reduced, Myriad Devil was an existence that even the demigods tremble in front of, so an origin card created using its body as an ingredient was not something to be judged by the regular rules. First, the Myriad Devil transformation failed, and now the Myriad Devil hex too. Mike was shocked. He used to believe his origin card was invincible in the same rank, but he was proved wrong in the worst possible situation. Now, the first order of matter for Mike was his survival. Now that his survival was achieved temporarily, he planned to contemplate why his origin card betrayed him. Was it because the enemy had figured out about his origin card? That was highly unlikely because except for the supreme leader who helped him create his origin card, nobody that he knew of knew about it, not even the other branch leaders. As much as Mike would want to put all these questions aside and focus on the other two of his priorities, that was to kidnap Ji-Feng and kill the boy, he could not run at them blindly, not knowing what the enemy knew about him and how they planned to deal with him. The enemy has performed beyond his expectations time and again. This time he barely escaped being captured, next time he may not, or worse, he may be not alive to regret it. So even if it meant him doing nothing but hiding and contemplating his losses while licking his wounds, he preferred it because this battle was not something he could win with the strongest fist. He had to be smart about this. This was not just about him anymore. He had to capture Ji-Feng to figure out the real culprit that was backing Ji-Feng's betrayal and kill the boy who showed promise enough to become big trouble for the circle. Therefore, even if it meant waiting while his Bone Dragon's clone army was getting annihilated by his enemies, Mike's thoughts ran wondering if the enemy had really figured out his origin card, and if they did, then how did they figure it out? Mike felt the answer to this question will help him more than understanding how was the enemy defending against his origin card. The latter was also important for the fight, but the former played a greater significance not just to him but to the entire circle. As the information on his origin card's ability was highly confidential even in the core of the main branch of the circle, if the enemy were able to get their hands on such information, the enemy's means may become a problem to the entire circle. But after a while Mike did not find any concrete evidence pointing that the enemy knew the ability of his origin card. Everything felt like a series of coincidences. This scared Mike even more. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 046 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters. Mike considered himself a realistic and practical guy but also understood that sometimes coincidences were possible but not enough to believe in a series of coincidences that looked like the entire universe was coming together to work against him. One or two coincidences in a day were still believable, but a series of them under an hour, if he were to believe that, then there wouldn't be a bigger fool than him. At this point Mike had decided that he would only rest if he had a clear understanding of how much the enemy was prepared against him. Was it just Ji-Feng or all of them that were able to resist his myriad devil body origin card? And the only way he could think of to find out that was to use his origin card on others. Therefore he ordered his Bone Dragon clone army to collect a blood sample from one of the enemies for him to test his origin card on. Surfacing above ground worm, Mike waited for the clone of his summons to return with a blood sample. Soon a clone Bone Dragon returned with a bloodied skeleton tail. Then the E-rank steel back worm body. Mike scraped a few samples of the blood on the skeleton tail and used it as a medium to test if his ability will work on this unlucky enemy of his. This time too Mike used the blood medium to simultaneously cast the two abilities of his origin card, Myriad Devil Transformation, and Myriad Devil's Hex, onto the unlucky victim who was unlucky for being the one to be chosen out of their peers. Without much suspense, Mike's abilities worked. After the activation of the Myriad Devil Transformation, his body had transformed from a worm body to a humanoid body. Then he immediately used his newly found ample spirituality to check on the enemy side. Mike found that the battle array formation set up by the boy's subordinates had broken as one of the pillars of the battle array formation suddenly went berserk as they had suddenly morphed into a D-rank twin-tailed desert cat monster. Seeing the results, Mike was very much satisfied, but he felt pain in his ankles. When he checked, he found himself wearing high heels. Learning this, Mike's face became hideous as if he had swallowed a fly. He had transformed into one of the female subordinates of the boy. Between the shame of having transformed into a woman, Mike could not help but wonder how was that lady able to fight while wearing these when he found it difficult to stand in them. Earlier Mike's thoughts were occupied by the doubt of whether his ability would work on the boy and his subordinates or not. Were they too prepared to counter his origin card like Ji-Feng? He did not have the leisure to spare thoughts to minor details. So he forgot to consider the fact about the blood sample brought by his summon could belong to an opposite gender, and now that he knew his worries were unwarranted, Mike could not help but spare thoughts to the details. Adapting to the high heels, Mike came to the bold conclusion that the boy's subordinates were not equipped to negate his origin card like Ji-Feng. Mike would never come to such a conclusion with minor evidence, but a series of minor evidence were pointing at the same, so he decided to be bold and came to a conclusion. The boy, like his subordinates unlike Ji-Feng, was not equipped to negate his origin card. This was only a part of his conclusion. Mike had begun to believe that the boy was not the real mastermind here. The boy was here only out of sheer thirst for vengeance. The boy had a good lineup of subordinates equipped with Powerful cards, but other than that he would never have been able to be a threat to the Circle's Sun Blossom branch until Ji Feng's betrayal came into the picture. Apparently it was Ji Feng who sought out the boy for cooperation. It was Ji Feng who helped the boy make use of the Desolate Punisher array to slaughter all the members of the Circle's Sun Blossom branch, and it was Ji Feng who was prepared to negate his origin card. From the looks of it, the boy had no idea about his origin, Mike thought as he looked at the boy and his subordinates at a loss when they saw one of them transform into a cat monster amidst an enemy siege. From start to end, if not for Ji Feng, the boy would never have been able to get past the Desolate Array formation without paying a hefty price. No matter how Mike saw it, all the evidence pointed at Ji Feng as the mastermind who made use of the boy and his thirst for vengeance to destroy the Circle's Sun Blossom branch. Mike had already concluded that Ji Feng was just a puppet of some unfathomable force or the Yin-Yang Harmony sect itself. Now he was sure that it was force backing Ji Feng. They were the real mastermind behind this. Speaking of unfathomable, Mike was reminded of the organization that gave Circle the intel about the boy attacking the Circle's Sun Blossom City branch. If it was that organization, then Mike can understand how every unfortunate event that led to his loss looked like a series of coincidences. Only that organization had the power to get away after committing the biggest crimes without even leaving a clue behind. If it was them, then Ji Feng's betrayal was understandable. If it was them, Ji Feng being prepared to counter Mike's origin card was understandable. If it was them, then they were the only ones to profit the most if the Circle were to fight either the Yin-Yang Harmony sect or the Southern Royal Family. Mike suddenly felt like he was enlightened. Until now his main suspects were the Yin-Yang Harmony sect and the Southern Royal Family. But these two forces had a lot of bad blood between them. They wouldn't join forces, even if it was against the Circle. In the end, it turns out that the Circle too was a pawn in that organization's game. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 044 Location Sun Blossom City. Circle headquarters taking control over Pebble. Ji Feng through Hive AI. I used the Calamity Daughter Gem's restructure skill to restore his outer appearance to his original body. Then I controlled him to pick up the suspicious pebble I believed to be Mike in disguise. When Ji Feng's hand reached out to pick up the fishy pebble, it suddenly began to sink into the mud. To an unattentive eye, it would look like the pebble was indeed sinking into the mud, but if you were to pay attention to the pebble and its surroundings, you would realize that the pebble was not sinking. Instead, it was burrowing into the mud like a living creature. Seeing this, I was certain that this pebble was Mike in disguise. So, I controlled Ji Feng to move at the fastest speed possible to catch the pebble before it escapes into this world's crust. And just as I was about to grab hold of the pebble, it suddenly morphed into a tiny worm monster. Then burrowed and escaped into the mud at an incredible speed before I could even process what I just saw. Seeing Mike escape deeper into the world's crust, I had no choice but to give up on capturing him. Then I let my Sav consciousness, also known as Clone 1, take control of Ji Feng's body and resume fighting the Bone Dragon clone army. And I returned to searching for Mike, knowing that he could completely transform into anything with a thought. I say this based on what I have gathered about Mike's ability while his escape. When disguised as pebbles, the soul pathway arrangements, vibrations, and signatures of Mike and Ji Feng had completely transformed into that of a pebble. A similar case was witnessed when Mike transformed into E-rank steel back worm in under a second as he escaped into the world's crust. If not for me having seen that the pebble had transformed into a worm monster, I would still have doubts about my approach to this, but now I was certain that Mike had a card that allowed anyone he wishes or him to completely transform into anything or any being at his will. If this were true, then Mike had one dreadfully overpowered card in his possession. But I believe that this card, like other cards too, has limitations to what it can do. I say this because if Mike could really transform anyone he wishes into anything he desires, then we would not be having this fight right now. Instead, we all would have been turned into pebbles by Mike as he did to Ji Feng. Since we weren't, then it was safe for us to assume that Mike's card had limitations to using it. This was good news. As time passed, the new method to incinerate the skeleton remains of the Bone Dragon to not leave any remains for the creation of new Bone Dragon clones, the extermination team slowly managed to bring down the number of Bone Dragon clones to half of its original size. Though the new method was effective in stopping the Bone Dragon's remains for creating more clones to add to the clone army, the number of fire rule ego elements at the disposal of the extermination team was too little. Therefore, during the fight, sometimes the extermination team got overwhelmed by the number of attacks focused on each of them, which resulted in them killing the Bone Dragon clones instead of trapping them for the fire rule ego elements to incinerate them. This led to the formation of new clones that added to the existing clone army. For the exterminating team, it was like taking 2 steps forward and then taking 1 step back. Hence it was taking them longer than expected to annihilate the entire Bone Dragon clone army. Unable to find Mike, I partially activated the Gigamite physique to summon 2 floating heads. I could summon a total of 3 floating heads, but Clone 1's consciousness was busy controlling Ji Feng's body to keep up the act. I could only summon 2 floating heads of the Gigamite physique at the movement. The reason I summoned these 2 floating heads was that I planned to use them similar to the network tower back on Earth to extend the coverage range of the search for Mike. I instructed both the floating heads to fan out to the ends of the area my spirituality could cover at a 60-degree angle. This way I and the floating heads were positioned to form an equilateral triangle. Then I used the Hive AI to connect my spirituality to the spirituality of the 2 floating heads. This way I increased my range of search by half of the original range. Then I instructed the 2 floating heads to move around me at the same speed, maintaining the same distance between each of us. This way I could cover an extra search range of half of my original search range in every direction for a regular interval of time. In order to make sure that I did not miss anything, I ordered the floating heads to increase the speed of them revolving around me. Thanks to the presence of the Hive AI, which helped the floating heads do the math and kept recording the surrounding data collected, I did not have to worry about missing anything. Having increased my search range by half or the original range, I began to go through the data processed by Hive AI, and so I found an E-ranked steelback worm with the same variation in its soul pathway vibration that I record in the pebble form Mike and Ji Feng. Then I instructed the floating heads to stop revolving around me and just focus on the direction where the anomaly was noted. Pretty soon I was able to confirm that the steelback worm monster that Hive AI recorded was indeed Mike in disguise by double-checking the variation in its soul pathway vibration, and wanted to act immediately but stopped seeing one of the Bone Dragon clones separate from the Bone Dragon clone army and head towards the worm monster. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 046, location Sun Blossom City, Circle headquarters. The reason I stopped taking immediate action after seeing a single Bone Dragon clone leave the clone army and head towards the small worm monster was because of the blood dyed on its skeleton tail. The Bone Dragon clones on the edge of the clone army encircling us have not even been given the chance to attack either of us, so it was impossible for the Bone Dragon clones at the edge of the clone army to have blood on their tail. This meant that the Bone Dragon clone that left the clone army to head towards the small monster worm was a Bone Dragon clone which had fought in the front lines against the battle formation set up by the extermination team. This told me that Mike was up to something. If Mike wanted a Bone Dragon clone, he could have summoned one from the edge of the clone army, but why did he call back this particular Bone Dragon clone? This seemed impractical without a reason. Therefore Mike must have had a reason as to why he called this particular Bone Dragon clone from the front lines instead of the one at the edge, and I had a feeling that the blood on this Bone Dragon clone's skeleton tail was the reason. I say this because the blood on its tail was the only thing that differentiated it from other Bone Dragon clones. I reached this assumption after having checked its soul pathway arrangements, vibration, and signature. Nothing was out of place. By every means it was the same as the other Bone Dragon clone in the clone army, so the blood covering its skeleton tail was the only thing that set it apart from other clones. Hence my conclusion was that Mike was after the blood covering the Bone Dragon clone's skeleton tail. That sounded like a valid reason for him to call a Bone Dragon clone from the front lines instead of the edge of the clone army that was closer to him. I continued to monitor the worm monster and the Bone Dragon clone that left the clone army. Pretty soon the Bone Dragon clone made its way to the worm monster and then presented its tail to it. The worm monster was not afraid of the appearance of the Bone Dragon clone and instead began to scrape some blood samples from the Bone Dragon clone's skeleton tail, proving my conclusion earlier that Mike was after the blood covering the Bone Dragon's skeleton tail. At this point it was already too late for me to stop Mike from doing whatever he was planning. I could only continue to watch what he was up to. After a few breaths, I noticed the monster worm's body suddenly grow and started to mold into a humanoid shape. Next movement the humanoid shape gained more details of a feminine figure. These details become more defined, and then the end result resembled Diana. From head to toe and to the clothes she wore, she looked exactly like Diana. Seeing this I could not help but marvel at what I just saw. I have seen a fruit turn into a fairy, so this should be nothing new to me, but still, it was marvelous to know that Mike was comfortable with it. I wanted to continue monitoring Mike but had to leave that to my floating heads and check on the disturbance I felt next to me. When I withdrew my vision from the floating head's vision back to my own, I saw that the battle array formation had broken in the Extermination team was having a hard time trapping and incinerating the Bone Dragon clone army, so they could only resort to killing Bone Dragon clone even if it meant adding more clones to the Bone Dragon clone army. All this happened because Diana, one of the pillars of the battle array formation, had suddenly morphed into a cat monster. Being unfamiliar with the new body, Diana, who was scared by the sudden changes, was having a hard time controlling and moving her body around. If not for her spirituality being strong, she would have lost her soul's individuality like Ji-Feng and acted like a cat monster, believing that she was a cat monster. Thankfully Diana had a firm will, but still, she was barely holding on to her individuality. To make things worse, the two wind rule ego elementals that Dana summoned and her phantom fleet had been recalled to their cards after she morphed into a cat monster. With the battle array formation broken and a powerful card lord such as Diana gone, the pressure on the extermination team increases considerably. Though the Bone Dragon clones were not strong, they had large numbers and their number kept increasing with time. They were starting to overwhelm the extermination team if this continued. Extermination team could no longer hold down the fort. Thinking of this, I decided to bring the battle to Mike. Only by killing him could I put a quick end to this Bone Dragon clone army. Before that, I summoned my 5 stone Viltronian monsters and sent them to protect Diana and help the extermination team. I was saving them for the summon armament card, but it seems circumstances will not allow it. Even without them, I could make do with the 8-handle energy saber card to make up for their absence. With the addition of the stone Viltronians and the stone troll minions, the extermination then finally had room for a breather. And once again they resumed trapping and incinerating the Bone Dragon clones. But all the progress so far was lost, as within seconds, the Bone Dragon clones multiplied back to their original numbers. Then I instructed the Stone Viltronian to access the second form of the Calamity Daughter gem. This way they could buy more than enough time for the extermination team to create a new battle formation without Diana. Summon Beelzebub's wings, chanting that I immediately head towards Mike, who had transformed back to his original appearance. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 051 Location Sun Blossom City, Circle Headquarters, Summon, 6-handle energy sabers. I chanted since 6 energy sabers were enough for my 6 arms. Boy, aren't you gutsy. I thought you will hide behind your minions until each of them died, Mike said, looking at the boy who looked more like a demon than a card apprentice with his monster ears, feline fur covering his body, a pair of identical floating heads adjacent to his head, a couple of pair of floating hands each holding an energy sword behind him, feline tail, and a pair of demon wings. Say the old man hiding behind an army of clones, I retorted. I did plan on hiding behind my subordinates until Mike was drawing his last breath, but in life, not everything goes according to one's plan. Boy, I am really impressed by your bravery. I didn't think that you would choose to fight me when I displayed my platinum grimoire. It seems I had underestimated your stupidity, Mike mocked. I am here knowing that I am more than enough to deal with the likes of you. I was planning to launch a sneak attack on Mike using the hop additional skill of the Beelzebub's wings, but something told me that Mike wanted me to do just that. So I held back and continued to watch his actions. I would be impressed or even deterred by your confidence if I had not known about the semi-demigod hiding in your shadow. What is she? Your nanny? If you are to lose, then she will help you kill me. Is that where your confidence comes from? When I see you, all I see is a rich spoiled kid trying to act like an avenger with help of the powerful force backing you. People like you sicken me, Mike said, pointing at my shadow. Think what you want, but the semi-demigod is here for my protection. She will not interfere unless people from your side provoke her, I said to Mike, searching for an opening to sneak attack him. Oh, really? But I don't hear you saying that she will not act when you are desperate, Mike scoffed. Stop the stalling, Mike. Seeing Mike argue instead of attacking me despite him feeling that he was stronger than I made me believe that he was stalling. If you are that eager for a fight, then feel free to come at me. I am standing right here, Mike no longer pretended. His words made it clear that there was a trap waiting for me. Good. I glared at Mike and then chanted, Blood Rule Powered Saber, active. The neon blue sword blades of the 6 saber handles in my had vanished and were soon replaced by neon red sword blades that let out a daunting aura. Rule item, Mike blurted in surprise, seeing me use a rule item, but his expression continued to remain playful. As if rule energy did not raise alarms in his mind, he seemed confident in his defense or whatever he had prepared. Hexa Blood Rule Slash. I used the used energy slash additional skill of the 8-handle energy saber to send 6 consecutive blood rule slashes at Mike. In face of the 6 blood rule slashes, Mike's expression remained unchanged. He looked eager to be attacked by them, and just as he was about to be hit by the blood rule slashes, I heard him chant, "Myriad Devil Transformation, Echo Slime." Mike suddenly morphed into a transparent slime creature which was soon bombarded with 6 consecutive blood rule slashes. I was expecting to see the slime creature blow up into a small rain shower of slime, but contrary to my expectation, the slime creature did not explode. Instead, when the 6 consecutive blood rule slashes came in contact with the transparent slime creature, they were absorbed into its body. After absorbing the 6 consecutive blood rule slashes, the slime creature was no longer transparent. Instead, its body had turned red and glowed with a neon red hue. Seeing this, I was shocked because I do not know of any slime monster that was able to absorb rule energy. But reconsidering it for the second time, Bloodette came to my mind. Though I knew she was a supreme being, the form I had seen her closely resembled that of a slime taking a humanoid shape. I had Hive AI bring up the information on Echo Slime I heard Mike chant before morphing. Yep, the information on Echo Slime on the Grimoire network also agreed with me that Echo Slime, or any other slime known to the Card Apprentices, was able to absorb rule power. So I believe this change must be the doing of one of Mike's cards. "Is that all you got?" Seeing me not continue to attack the slime monster morphed, Mike suddenly spoke up, showing confidence that he could handle whatever I had to throw at him. "So you can take a good beating that proves nothing," I said, looking down at Mike. "Could you repeat that?" While yelling, the slime creature suddenly changed its shape to that of a cannon and then fired a red beam of blood rule power aiming at me. To my surprise, the blood rule power contained in the red beam shot at me was exactly twice the amount of blood rule I poured in the 6 consecutive blood rule slashes I attacked Mike with. Hop. Using the hop additional skill of the Beelzebub's wing card, I immediately dodged the incoming blood rule beam by hopping behind the slime creature. Having already located the core of the slime creature using my soul pupils, I used my blood rule sabers to sneak attack and destroy its core. Just as my blood rule sabers were to come in contact with the slime creature, I suddenly heard Mike chant, "Minor Duo Array Mirror Activate." With that, the figure of the slime creature vanished and was replaced by my reflection. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 055. Location Sun Blossom City. Circle Headquarters. Echo Slime monsters were popular for absorbing physical and soul energy attacks and using the energy gathered from them to attack their predators with twice the power. This ability of theirs made them one of the strongest slime monsters known to Card Apprentices. But like any other slime monster out there, Echo Slime also had one common weakness: its core. Though its slimy body was difficult to deal with, once its monster core was located, killing it would become a simple feat. Therefore, having located Mike morphed Echo Slime's core, I did not hesitate to target it, but it seems Mike's transformation to Echo Slime was not the trap that Mike prepared for me. It was a field card Minor Duo Mirror Array. The smaller version of the Duo Mirror Array. Since the field card was not activated before, my soul pupils did not pick it up. I guess Mike too was being cautious, knowing that I had Mama Wyatt's origin card, or a sight, which could discern any trap or field with a single glance. So he waited till I choose to attack him to deploy the Minor Duo Mirror Array. After attacking me with the blood rule that it had absorbed from my attack, the Echo Slime returned to its original transparent color. One would think with Echo Slime's transparent body it would be easier to locate its core, but that was not the case, as its monster core too was transparent, blending with its transparent body, making it very hard to locate it even in broad daylight. So I focused my attack on the transparent monster core, but soon I noticed that the figure of the slime creature vanished and was replaced by my reflection. Then my blood rule saber clashed with the blood rule saber and I was forced to take a step back, because it seems the attack of my reflection, even though the copy of my attack seemed to have more power to it. Using this opportunity, I decided to get a distance between myself and the Mike morphed Echo Slime, but it was too late. As I was pushed back by my reflection's attack, Mike immediately rushed out of his field card, having transformed into a flame wyvern, and aiming at me he launched a flame breath. I did not panic seeing Mike morphed flame wyvern attack me with flame breath, as I believed the defense of the elusive spirit would gather the wind and negate the flame breath. But I had underestimated Mike. The flame breath was made using the fire rule. As shocked as I was to see a flame wyvern use the fire rule, I immediately covered myself with the blood rule and made full use of the elusive spirit's evasion ability and Beelzebub's wings to escape the flame breath. Thanks to the blood rule power covering me, I could escape unscathed despite coming in contact with the flame breath for a few seconds. But I was not out of the bind yet. Flame wyvern continued to follow me no matter how much I tried to get rid of it. If not for the exceptional evasion ability of the elusive spirit possessing me, I could not have been able to escape the fire rule fireballs it kept shooting at me from behind. Hast X2, I chanted twice, activating the haste additional ability of the elusive spirit and the Beelzebub's wings. With the 2 haste stacked enhancements to my agility, I easily threw the flame wyvern off my back and then used hop additional ability to get behind it, and they once again attacked it with Hexa blood rule slash. Seeing the target in front of it vanish, the flame wyvern was at loss, but it suddenly felt immense danger from behind it. Feeling the imminent danger behind him, Mike did not hesitate and decisively morphed into a flame harrier and used its flicker skill to appear 100 meters away, successfully evading whatever managed to ring his danger sense. Mike finally managed to see what was it made him feel immense danger. It was the boy who had suddenly vanished from his field of vision. The boy seemed to have a card that allowed him consecutively disappeared and sneak behind their target. Mike knew this was not possible with a teleportation card, but whatever it was proving to be troublesome to get rid of the boy, so yelled, "Your Majesty, please do not interfere, this between us juniors." "Hey, watch what you say," I said. "Boy, be honest, this is the second time your semi-demigod bodyguard helped you escape my attacks. I know you are shameless, but don't force a respected semi-demigod into doing your shameless bidding." Mike was not worried that his words would anger the semi-demigod protecting boy, because if they openly took action against him, then this would no longer be considered as a fight for vengeance but a pre-planned act of terrorism toward one of the Circle's embassies in the southern region. "Mike, aren't you the shameless one here? You just want to know the card info. The card I am using to evade your attacks, right? Deducing the ability of the opponent's card played an important part in any card fight to not fall for the same trick again and again. Now you are pointing your fingers at me to cover your shameful and immoral practice in a war." Mike did not show even an iota of shame, with his real intentions being uncovered by the boy. "You," just as I was about retort to Mike, he interrupted me saying, "This fight is being recorded by my Grimoires, so even if I were to die here today, the main branch of the Circle will know what transpired here. So I advise you, if what you claim about you being able to evade my attacks because of the abilities of your card is true, then just name that card to avoid any misunderstanding." Telling the name of your card to the enemy was no different than telling them the info of the card. If one were to know the name of the card, it would not be difficult for them to get the card info unless it was a custom card. Therefore, many card apprentices practice haste chanting or whisper chanting to activate their card without revealing their card name to the enemy. But haste chanting or whisper chanting was not easy to master. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:02, location Sun Blossom City, Circle headquarters. Haste chanting or whisper chanting. These two have proved to be effective and unique ways for the card apprentice to activate their cards without revealing their next move to their enemy, but not many chose to master them because of the difficulty in mastering them, and also because of the presence of a better alternative, the wordless chant. The wordless chant was a method where the card apprentice activates their cards by commanding their grimoire with their thoughts. Though it was a better alternative than haste chanting and whisper chanting, the difficulty in mastering this method was twice as much as required to master the other two chanting methods. Still, it was worth the effort, and it has been noticed that the wordless chant was easily grasped by the card creationist and array master community, since they have strong spirituality compared to the card apprentices in the same realm. "Kid, don't waste my time. Either reveal the name the card claimed to use or just have your semi-demigod bodyguard kill me right now and save us all a little trouble," Mike yelled fearlessly, as blaming the boy and his semi-demigod of malpractice bought him enough time while avoiding the actual battle. Knowing that the boy seemed to have deduced his transformation ability, Mike no longer planned to kill the boy, knowing he will be interrupted by the boy's semi-demigod bodyguard. The only reason Mike was so confident about taking Ji Feng into his custody and killing the boy was that he believed in the abilities of his Myriad Devil Body Origin card. With its absolute transformation ability, he wanted to use the element of surprise to his advantage and achieve his priorities before the semi-demigods watching over the body could react. But now circumstances had changed. If the boy can deduce his card ability, so can his semi-demigod bodyguard. Losing the element of surprise, Mike believes he no longer had the opportunity to kill the body without his semi-demigod bodyguard rescuing the boy at the last second. Knowing that this battle held no meaning with the semi-demigods protecting the boy, Mike was no longer so keen on fighting. The only reason he chooses to face the boy head-on instead of escaping using his origin card was that he was working on another safer and faster plan for his escape. As the presence of Ji Feng made his origin card's advantage in fleeing moot. Ji-Feng somehow seemed to be able to find him despite his complete transformation. This became apparent when earlier Ji-Feng reached out to grab his pebble body out of all the other pebbles in the surroundings. This meant if he tried to escape he would become prey to Ji-Feng and the organization backing him. The high probability of involvement of that organization had put a damper on Mike's plans, as it make his only priority of survival bleak. And he did not like the idea that he and the semi-demigods from the main branch of Circle would be pawns in that organization's game, helping it achieve its motives at the expense of them becoming enemies with both the Southern Royal Family and the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. "Fine, I will leave," a voice sounded throughout the sky. Feeling the voice familiar, I immediately checked my shadow only to find that Agatha had left my shadow. "Well, this is unexpected," Mike blurted, hearing the voice. He never expected that his baseless accusation would result in the semi-demigod leaving the boy's shadow. This put an end to his reason behind stalling, so he thought, "Nothing ever goes my way. There, you got your answer. Now, let's resume the fight," yelling that I strengthened the blood rule energy covering my body and chanted, "Hop." Soon my body vanished and appeared right in front of Mike's and attacked him with Hexa blood rule slash. At point-blank range, even the evasive spirit would have a hard time dodging all 6 blood rule slashes. But Mike instantly transformed into an Echo Slime by chanting, "Myriad Devil Transformation, Echo Slime." Absorbing the Hexa blood rule slash, the transparent body of the slime turned blood red with a red hue as it continued to free fall, and soon the red hue intensified as Mike chanted, "Detonate." "Fuck," I cussed, curling into a fetal position and encasing myself within a cocoon made of blood rule. Despite the distance between, the explosion was just too strong for me to defend against it using my mortal body. Under the impact of the Echo Slime's self-detonation, the blood rule cocoon was sent flying into the sky. Inside the cocoon, my head buzzed. It felt as if it was being hammered by hundreds of hammers simultaneously. Even with help of Hive AI, it took me a while to return to normal. When I retracted the cocoon, Mike used the time as an opportunity to hide. Echo Slime's detonation ability allows it to detonate its body with help of the energy it absorbed from its enemies' attacks. It was a strong AoE attack, as it exploded with nearly 3 times the power of the energy it gathered by absorbing the enemy's attacks in its body. But the detonation of its body came at a price. After detonation, it takes considerable time for the Echo Slime to regrow its body. But considering that Mike morphed Echo Slime was able to absorb rule power attacks, I don't know what all other feats it was capable of, which could involve an ability to regrow its body instantly. To understand this, I had a theory that the reason the monsters that Mike was transforming into were able to use rule power unlike the original monsters was because of his ego gem. This was similar to how my stone Viltronians were able to comprehend rule power thanks to the Calamity Daughter gem. Knowing that the Mike morphed Echo Slime was able to absorb rule-powered attacks because of his ego gem, it became apparent to me that there were pretty much no more changes to what the Mike morphed Echo Slime could. Meaning after self-detonation, Mike morphed Echo Slime must have spent a considerable amount of time regrowing its body, which meant Mike must have hidden somewhere around here. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:12, location Sun Blossom City, Circle headquarters. Realizing that Mike did not have time to hide further from here, I immediately tried to scan the surroundings using my soul pupils, but suddenly felt a scorching heat and a massive blow strike me on my back. Since it was an ambush at point-blank range, instinctive evasion of elusive spirits possessing me was of little use here. Fearing my aura sight, with not many places to hide in the sky, Mike chose to morph into something proficient in flight and stealth, planning to sneak attack me once I come out of the blood rule cocoon protecting me. Thanks to the blood rule covering me, I did not take a lot of damage, but I lost my stance, which Mike used as a perfect opportunity to attack me relentlessly with flame breath while remaining in stealth, without even giving me the room to gain a footing to strike back. I could only defend helplessly while running evasive spirits abilities to their maximum, hoping that I will get an opportunity to use the Beelzebub card's additional ability Hop. Being forced to defend, I don't know how much longer the blood rule covering my body could hold up against the fire rule flame breath, so I made use of soul pupils to see through Mike's stealth and uncover what creature he had transformed into. Rainbow-winged flame butterfly monster, that was what Mike had morphed into. This monster was popular for its potent stealth ability and flame breath ability, which was commonly only seen in the dragon family. Apart from these two skills, the part about the rainbow-winged flame butterfly monster that was making things difficult for me were its eyes. It had a dynamic vision. which not only aids it in escaping its predators but also to hunt its prey. And right now I was its prey. With all my moves within the range of the mic-morphed rainbow-winged flame butterfly monster's dynamic sight, evasion was proving to be difficult. Especially because the flame breath was a wide-range attack, so there was very little room for me to maneuver. So I could only wait for an opportunity, hoping my blood rule cover will last long enough. #2, the opportunity I was waiting for came as both the haste skills of my elusive spirit and Beelzebub's wings were out of cooldown time. With the aid of gravity and stacked haste effect, I plunged down at full speed, and eventually, the mic-morphed rainbow-winged flame butterfly monster was unable to match my speed and could only watch as I escaped. Reaching a safe distance, I once again wanted to use Hop to launch a sneak attack on Mike, but learning from my previous failed attempts, I decided to save it for when I required it the most. Even though the cooldown period of the Hop skill was small, I could not use it when under attack, so I could only save it to escape to a safe distance under enemy attack. When I circled back to engage Mike, I found that Mike had morphed into a demon. It had buffalo horns, dragon wings, and horned lizard tail appendages attached to its gray-colored humanoid body. It stood 7 feet tall with a robust muscular body. Fire rule power covered its entire body, oozing an intimidating aura in its surrounding. The mic-morphed demon looked at me with a sneer and said, "Kid, this time I will come at you for real." Oh, yeah, same here pal. My body grew 7 feet tall as I unlocked the complete potential of the Gigamite physique, achievable for 2 additional souls, as I still needed Clone 1 to continue acting as Jifeng. Without wasting any further time, the demon body Mike attacked me head-on with its fist. Seeing this, I used 2 of my left floating hands to block its attack and formed 2 fists, using the 2 right floating hands to attack him as a bluff, while I used my hands to punch Mike, aiming his face and throat. When my fist came into contact with Mike's body, I felt the blood rule and kinetic energy behind them were being absorbed by this body. At the same time, Mike's left hand was blocked by my 2 left floating arms and his right arm blocked my 2 right floating arms' attack. Both suddenly seemed to have become soft like a sponge and were absorbing any and all energies applied to them. This feeling was the same as the one I got while fighting against the mic-morphed Echo Slime. Understanding what was happening here, my expression changed. Meanwhile, Mike's horns shot 2 beams of blood energy aimed at me. Thanks to the elusive ability, I escaped sideways, but only to take a heavy punch to my face. With that, a continuous barrage of punches followed. I felt each of the punches despite the blood rule power covering me and my Gigamite physique. This time Mike's fist felt harder, a lot harder compared to our previous exchange. Clearly, he had instantly switched the ability of his body from that of an Echo Slime to something with hardening skill as he attacked me. Despite the pain I felt, I could not help but feel excited about my current circumstance. The more promise Mike showed, the more excited I got. The reason I immediately attacked Mike as soon as Agatha left was that I no longer had to worry about how to plunder Mike's card ability while escaping Agatha's eyes. I was not worried about the other 2 semi-demigods monitoring me because they were not right next to me like Agatha. As long as they were not near me, I could think of hundreds of ways that I could use to do my deed without raising suspicion in the eyes monitoring me. 6-handle energy saber. Retreating to a certain distance, I once again summoned my sabers as it was proving disadvantageous to fight Mike with fists. His ability to instantly switch between various monster physiques, traits, and skills was proving to be very troublesome to deal with. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:18, location Sun Blossom City, Circle headquarters. Summoning 6 energy saber handles. Tightening my grip on them, I powered them with blood rule power. Seeing this, Mike chanted, "6-armed ape monster, 9 appendages." Soon Mike morphed myriad devil body and grew 2 extra pairs of hands. Now he had a total of 3 pairs of hands. And the number of appendages on his body grew to a total of 9 appendages without counting in its horns, wings, and tail. Mike was not done there. He chanted, "Hellfire Imp, Flame Forge." With his chant, Mike used Hellfire Imp's Flame Forge to forge 6 swords using fire rule power. Showing that Mike had a wide range of monster and demon abilities stored to choose from. But I was not discouraged, because the only way Mike could create a demon transformation card was by using a demon's body parts as a card ingredient. Which meant someone had killed a demon with this ability, so it was not impossible for me to do the same. I need to be patient and deduce the limitation of Mike's card's ability and use it to my advantage. And so far all I have gathered was Mike cannot use the same type of ability simultaneously. This I inferred by witnessing Mike switch between the physique of the Echo Slime to defend against my attack and the hardening physique to attack me. Later, to gain the 6-armed ape monster's 9 appendages physique, he let go of the hardening physique instead of stacking both of the physiques. This showed that he could only mimic one monster's physique at a time. I don't know if the same was true for skills and traits, but I would like to think it had to be. So in his demon form, Mike could copy the monster's physique, skills, and traits from different monsters, simultaneously too, but he could not stack them. Having deduced a rough idea of Mike's ability, I decided to see if it were true in my fight against Mike without proper evidence proving that Mike cannot copy and stack skills and traits of different monsters similar to their physique. I needed to be careful, because this could be something that Mike was leading me to believe, and when I go after him believing the misleading information that he had fed me, he could suddenly burst out with unexpectedly high levels of power, catching me off guard and finish me when I am least expecting it. Well, least expecting sounded far-fetched, but if I went after him then it would be that I was expecting a different result, something like me killing him, certainly not expecting any surprises, especially not me dying by Mike's hands. While I contemplated the shortcomings and limitations of Mike's card, he came at me while swinging his words. I used my sabers to clash with his swords enthusiastically. Honestly, I was kind of looking forward to something like this happening, and Mike did not disappoint me. After clashing swords for a while, Mike and I separated. Honestly, fighting with 6 cards was taxing, even though I had 2 slave consciousness and Hive AI assisting me. I did not know how Mike was fair, but considering that he has gained the physique of a 6-armed ape, it should have come with perks that allowed the 6-armed ape monster to maneuver its 6 arms. Still, in the clash earlier, I held a clear advantage, as unlike Mike's extra arms that are fixed to his back, my extra pair of arms had more leeway when it came to mobility and freedom. Despite holding the advantage in the exchange, Mike was able to remain unscathed as he held the advantage in fighting experience. No matter how my floating arms ambushed him, he fended them off as if he was used to fighting multiple enemies. His fighting style gave me the feeling that even if I were to have another extra pair of arms, Mike would still manage to fend off, but it would have taken a greater toll on him. When I planned to engage again, I saw he was vibrant and filled with energy, as if he just got up from a peaceful and refreshing nap. Clearly, he had made use of some unknown monster's trait to being his stamina and mental health levels back to their peak. Seeing this, I started to get a feeling that Mike planned to prolong this fight. But this was more disadvantageous to him than to me. Yes, he could instantly recover health, stamina, and mental health, which allowed him to fight long battles, but even though his abilities favored prolonged battles, but his current circumstance did not. The extermination team and the Stone Viltronians had already annihilated 2/3 of his Bone Dragon clone army, and it will not be long before they laid waste to the rest, allowing join in this fight, making prolonged battle unfavorable for Mike. Not knowing what was going on in his, I shook my head, deciding to take initiative and engage him to deduce more about his card's ability. But Mike suddenly spoke. "Kid, ever since I learned about you, I always wondered why the Southern royal family was willing to accommodate you in your revenge despite the political shitstorm it would brew. But after fighting you, and personally experiencing you being able to stand toe-to-toe with me while I am in my demon form despite the vast realm gap between us, you have proved that you are every bit what I read about you, maybe even more. For that, you have my respect." Mike became chatty for someone who said he would come at me for real. I thought when Agatha left, Mike was going to go all out to try and kill me. But that wasn't the case. I could feel that he was not keen on fighting me and was a little distracted. The question was, why was he continuing to stall for reinforcements from Circle? If the Circle was planning on sending reinforcements, shouldn't they be here by now? Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:12, location Sun Blossom City, outskirts, unknown location, Gray Fur. What's the holdup? Why aren't the semi-demigods from the Circle not acting? What are they waiting for? Don't tell me they are not here. Flower Thief complained. In this team of 5, besides him, the other 3 did not dare to question Gray Fur as such, not even the hothead sniper. Compared to the codename Flower Thief's attitude weeks ago, this was different. Knowing his origin card's worth to the organization and matron herself, the Flower Thief had gotten used to a unique special threat that was not available to anyone in the organization. Codename Flower Thief was a degenerate, so it did not take him long to get comfortable with his second identity as a codename Flower Thief of the Pa clan. This was the main reason behind Matron's unique recruitment process. They have already arrived and are hiding from the array formation covering the southern region, in case the Southern Emperor is watching, Grey Fur answered. Aren't they here to fight? What's the point of hiding? Flower Thief asked. They are in hiding because they need a legitimate reason to explain their arrival in the southern region without prior permission from authorities, Grey Fur replied patiently. The idea that a new recruit was being given more privilege than him did sicken Mike, but he did this babysitting job without any complaints because it paid him extra merits. I know that. Wasn't a semi-demigod hiding in the boy's shadow reason enough? What the Flower Thief said was true. The semi-demigods from the circle were supposed to use the fact that Agatha was hiding in the boy's shadow while he wreaked havoc in their branch as a reason to justify their arrival at the southern region without prior reason, but the circle seems to not be following the script for some reason. Yes, they were supposed to do that, but I too don't know what they are planning. Grey Fur did not know what the circle was up to. The plan was the semi-demigods from the circle would keep the 3 semi-demigods guarding the boy, and Mike would use this opportunity to kill the boy. This plan had been agreed upon by both the circle and their organization, but just in case Mike failed or hesitated considering the consequence of killing the boy, then they planned to make use of the Flower Thief's origin card to lend a hand. But the semi-demigods from the circle did not show any sign of acting as agreed so far. Then are we going to continue and wait for them to act, or will you contact them to learn what's the holdup? Though it seemed like the Flower Thief seemed to be asking Grey Fur, but the other 3 teammates begged to differ. Seeing that even the cunning Grey Fur was tolerating the newbie, they did not dare to voice their thoughts. Not that they were afraid of offending codename Flower Thief, they were afraid of losing the extra merits they got for babysitting the newbie. The circle doesn't know we are here. Though Matron did offer to help while giving them information, the circle rejected it. So we have no choice but to continue to wait and watch how this plays out, Grey Fur said without revealing much about what he had discussed with the matron before returning to the south to finish their unfinished job. Fuck, codename Flower Thief cussed, knowing that this mission might more time than they believed it would. And then added, can't the matron talk to them? To ask them for an update or something? Hearing the Flower Thief's words, the rest of his team looked at him with grim expressions. For them, what the Flower Thief just spoke was equal to taboo. Had it been somebody else, they would have beaten the shit out of him for spouting such blasphemy. They were here to do matron's bidding for her, not the other way around. Thankfully the newbie spoke these words to them and did not act on them. Flower Thief, don't let the special treatment get to your head. Remember, we are here to serve matron, not work but serve. I think you know what the difference is and don't need me to explain it to you, Grey Fur said, reminding Flower Thief that despite their freedom, they were matron's slaves, not employees who held the privilege to quit if they wanted to, unlike them whose memories would be whipped clean and replaced with new ones at any sign of rebellion. I know that already and have accepted it. That is the reason why I think that matron would not mind helping us serve her better, the Flower Thief argued. Grey Fur gave the Flower Thief a hard look, wondering if the newbie was being serious, and then ordered, we continue to wait and observe. Hearing Grey Fur's decision, the other 3 sighed in relief, seeing that Grey Fur did not follow the Flower Thief's bullshit. There was a reason why matron created this organization, and that was to have them do her bidding without getting her involved in it. To keep her hands clean by having totally unrelated strangers do the crime that results in her benefit. This way, even if she were to be investigated with nothing to connect her with the crime or the criminal, it would appear as if she was just lucky. A series of coincidences just happened to work in her favor. And right now, what Flower Thief was asking them to do was totally against the very idea this organization was built on. If you guys are going to be such pussy about it, I will call her. Since matron took the risk to contact the circle to give them the information, I don't think she would mind asking them for an update. But it will be a different story if the boy were to live to see another sunrise. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:14, location Sun Blossom City, outskirts, unknown location. The Flower Thief spoke his mind and felt he said nothing wrong. By now it was obvious to his team and him how obsessed matron was with the boy. He felt that matron would not mind breaking a few of her rules to see the boy die. But seeing the expression on his teammates' faces, he knew they did not agree with him. So the Flower Thief can only shake his head, thinking, except for following orders, these expendables know nothing. Flower Thief, I am in charge of this team and I say we wait, codename Grey Fur said sternly. He knew this day was bound to come while receiving extra merits from the organization just to make the codename Flower Thief welcome in the organization and develop no hard feelings about the recruitment process. Grey Fur was proud to be the team leader, but he never let himself forget that in the organization's eyes he was just another expendable, maybe that was why he has been able to remain a team leader for a long time and contact Matron directly. Despite his pride, Grey Fur did not have a problem with giving it up to the flower thief or someone else. But right now he stood against the flower thief because he did not agree with his actions and believed that if he continued to entertain the flower thief's willful actions, the whole team will be punished severely except for the flower thief himself. Remembering Matron's dreadful ability, the Grey Fur unconsciously trembled in fear and then wondered why she treated the flower thief and others with handy abilities differently unlike them. With her ability, she did not need to do this. But he can only halt his thoughts from going further. Hearing Grey Fur put his foot down on this matter, the flower thief gave him a look. Oh, really? Just watch me. Except for the mind-numbing recruitment process, the flower thief's time in the organization has been nothing but rewarding. The VIP perks available to him were not something the likes of his teammates could imagine. He was an asset, unlike his Expendables teammates. So it wasn't a surprise that the flower thief would look down on his fellow teammates and feel that he was better than them, especially Grey Fur. Ignoring Grey Fur's orders, the flower thief summoned his grimoire and began to call Matron. Seeing this, the other three teammates looked at Grey Fur with great interest. Even though they were all a team, it was not like they did not have some grievances against each other. Especially for Grey Fur and the flower thief, who acted like they were better than them despite being stuck in the same quagmire as them. So what if you were a team leader? So what if you were given extra privileges? One was a diligent slave while the other was a spoiled slave. In the end, they all were slaves struggling to behave. Begging the question, where did they get off acting all high and mighty? So when the two of the most hated envied people on the team were metamorphically grabbing each other's collars, the other three reached for popcorn. You have her personal contact info. When did that happen? Grey Fur asked the flower thief in surprise, as he had to contribute a lot to finally get the privilege to directly contact Matron, yet the flower thief got it just because of his special origin card. Duh, doesn't everyone have access to it? The flower thief answered without much thought. Hearing this, Grey Fur's face became hideously unsightly. Something he took pride in was not even worth being considered a privilege by others. At this point, Grey Fur knew he had lost. Trying hard to not have thoughts that could be considered rebellious by the organization's standards, and decided to let the flower thief do as he pleased. Matron, this is the flower thief. The grimoire call soon connected, and the flower thief introduced himself respectfully. Norman, state the purpose of your call. Matron did not waste time exchanging greetings and directly asked the purpose of the call. Even though she knew exactly why the codename flower thief was calling her. Since the moment her husband had brought up adopting the mutt that her late best friend gave birth to, Xianxia had cleared her schedule for the day and hatched her nefarious plans to bury the mutt 7 feet under before her husband brings it home and makes her carry it on her head. Having implemented her plans, Xianxia has been monitoring the memories of her cronies, monitoring the live update on the ongoing mission. There has been little action with the progression of the mission, still she patiently monitored her cronies' memories without blinking. So the dispute between Grey Fur and the flower thief was known to her. Seeing Grey Fur being aggrieved as the organization rewarded his diligence with shame and embarrassment, Xianxia felt satisfied. And a sadistic grin formed on her face as she watched Grey Fur time and again forced himself from thinking badly about the organization or Matron. The heated altercation between Grey Fur and the flower thief, and the reactions of the other three in their team, were very entertaining for Matron. It helped improve her mood a little. Especially the part where Grey Fur breaks down, learning that what he took pride in was worth too little to others. Why was Matron handling the likes of the flower thief and others with handy origin cards with care when she did not have to? This question of Grey Fur caught Matron's interest. If somebody interviewed her and asked this question, she would say, "Because I can." But the truth was far from it. Even though we can never get our childhood back, it stays with us till the end and defines our every action. This saying was best used to explain Xianxia's sadistic preferences. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 11th of October 22XX, time 1909, location Central Region, Capital City, Prestige Hanging Garden. Honey, is this not your like? Do you want to eat something or somewhere else? A middle-aged man brimming with soul energy asked 5-year-old Xianxia, who was too quiet for someone who begged him to bring to the Prestige Hanging Gardens. Now daddy, it's fine, little Xianxia answered half-heartedly. How could a father not see that his little princess was mentally not present with him? So he picked her up in her embrace and said, "Tell daddy what is bothering my little princess." "Nothing. Suddenly lifted by her father, Sansa was surprised and did not reveal to him what was bothering her. Oh no, Sansa, the tickle monster is trying to break free. Quick, tell me what is bothering you, otherwise come out to tickle you. Sansa's father spoke exaggeratedly as he comically moved his free, which seemed to badly want to tickle little Sansa but was being held back by her father. Hearing her father call her hand the tickle monster, little Sansa laughed and said, "Daddy, don't be silly, that is your hand. My little princess, do not be fooled by its appearance. It has been possessed by the tickle monster and it is threatening to tickle you unless you tell your daddy what is bothering you," Sansa's father said as he continued to act comically using his free hand. "But I don't want to," Sansa said in a low voice. "Why does my princess not want to tell me? I thought we shared every little thing with each other," Sansa's father said, continuing his act. Because you will get mad, then sad and start drinking that smelly stuff again," little Sansa replied truthfully. Why did she not want to share what was troubling her with her father? Hearing his daughter say that, Sansa's father immediately knew what was going on and in annoyance, he said, "Is it the Baylor's boy again? What did he do this time? I swear to God I am going to give that boy a good ass whooping one of these days." "Bad daddy, you can't say that word," little Sansa said with puffed cheeks, referring to the word ass. "My bad honey, daddy got carried away. I promise I will not happen again." Hearing his cute daughter, Sansa's father felt his annoyance wash away. Then for some reason, his daughter acted shy and added, and he is a friend, you can't scold him like that." Hearing his daughter call him a bad dad for a boy, Sansa's father's bravado broke into pieces like shattering glass. Suddenly Sansa's father for a moment as Card Emperor felt deep jealousy and hatred toward a 5-year-old boy. He felt like destroying the Hanging Garden, but he controlled himself from doing so. As he knew even if he was head of his family, the family members will abandon him if he were to destroy a property prestige in its name. As Sansa's father was trying to control his spiraling feelings, he felt a stare at him. It belonged to his daughter. She stared at him with a worried gaze. Seeing the worry in his daughter's eyes, Sansa's father's grievance suddenly vanished. He would rather eat his jealousy, hatred, and other feelings than see the worry in his little darling's eyes. So suppressing his feelings, Sansa's dad decided to be the ear he promised his daughter he would be. And immediately a forced smile formed on his face and he said, "Daddy is sorry for his behavior. I promise this won't happen again. But remember, you can talk to me about anything that bothers you. I will always be there for you and no judgment." Sansa's father's words were genuine. As he realized that his feelings about his daughter's love life were his burden, it did not have to be her problem. But he was indirectly making it her burden. This would only lead to one end: his daughter closing herself to him and never really being open about anything to him ever again. Besides, his daughter was just 5 years old, and this was her first crush. The whole thing will blow over soon anyway. There will be others, but none will be the same as him. He was worried over nothing. He should stop overreacting when it came to his daughter. How can a puppy love compare to her father? He will be the most important person in her daughter's life, that was given. Hee, I forgive you, daddy, and you can also always tell me everything." Little Sansa did not understand what her father said at that moment, but it would when it mattered. "Good, I will do that. My little princess knows just the right words to make daddy happy." Sansa's dad rubbed his nose on his daughter's, causing her to laugh, feeling ticklish. Hearing her laughter, Sansa's dad felt that his life had a meaning and he was embracing it right now. "Daddy, it's ticklish," little Sansa said, but continued to laugh carefreely. The visitors to the Prestige Hanging Garden looked at this lovely scene and suddenly felt that the Prestige Hanging Garden fell short compared to the father and daughter pair. "Now that we have gotten that out of our system, no, tell daddy what happened." Having uplifted his daughter's spirit, Sansa's father did not forget about the boy who made his daughter sad. "He promised me that he will visit the garden with his father today, but he changed his plans because went to see Ellen's house to see the pet monster her parents bought her." Little Sansa got depressed with every word she spoke. How could he? Sansa's father impulsively wanted to curse at the Baylor family kid but held back and then added, "It doesn't. Let's go to the Guild Association Mall, we are going to buy you a pet. So that tomorrow he will come to our house to see your pet." "Really?" little Sansa asked cutely. "Yes, we are. Have I ever lied to you?" Date the 12th of October 22XX, time 17:05, location Central Region, Capital City, Brownstone Castle. "Father, let's return the pet monster," little Sansa said dejectedly. "Why, what happened? You don't like your cub lion?" Sansa's father asked. When the rest of the world was busy fighting monsters, he had spent a fortune to get a high breed. well-trained pet monster for his lovely daughter, and now she says she didn't want it. He needed an explanation as to what changed her mind. He is not coming. He said he doesn't like cats, little Xianxia answered. That punk, how dare he? Despite feeling happy that the boy rejected his daughter's invitation, Xianxia's father hid his true feelings and acted enraged to console his little angel. Soon Xianxia's father's mindset changed, seeing that his little angel was heartbroken over this boy's rejection, and could not help but ask, what monster pet did Ellen's parents buy her? A wolf monster pup, little Xianxia replied half-heartedly. Don't tell me, after rejecting you that boy went to the Duskborn family mansion to play with that girl's monster pup. Xianxia's father was enraged just at the thought of a snort-nosed boy rejecting his daughter for some other little doll. Agreed that the little doll from the Duskborn family was cute, but his daughter was unrivaled in cuteness. Xianxia's father, though knowing stuff like this was a common occurrence, did not want this to lose his daughter's self-confidence in herself. He did not want this boy's rejection to define her entire life. Yes, he and the others all went to see Ellen's pet monster pup again, little Xianxia answered emotionally. Were you not invited? Xianxia's father couldn't help but ask this, hearing his daughter say that all the other kids had gotten together in the Duskborn family girl's house after kindergarten. He could not help but worry that his daughter was having trouble making friends in school. No, Ellen did invite me, but I rejected them because I promised Sir Cloudtail to play with him after school and I did not want him to feel lonely, little Xianxia spoke, looking at the lion monster cub that ran around the hall energetically. But don't you want to play with your friends? Xianxia's father sighed in relief, hearing that his daughter had been invited by her friends but she rejected them to be with her monster pet. How responsible of her. Xianxia's father could not help but feel proud of his little angel. I want to, but I don't want Sir Cloudtail to feel lonely while I am out playing with my friends, little Xianxia answered truthfully. Is that the reason you want to send him back, so that he can play with his friends while you play with your friends? Xianxia's father finally guessed why his daughter wanted him to return the monster pet to the shop. Her reason made his heart warm, and he could not help but feel that her smile was the purest and incorruptible force in the world. Yes, little Xianxia nodded. Well, honey, why don't you take Sir Cloudtail with you to play with your friends? This way you get to be with your friends and Sir Cloudtail will not be lonely. And maybe by getting to know Sir Cloudtail, that boy may change his opinion and take a liking to Sir Cloudtail. Xianxia's dad helped his little angel solve the little dilemma troubling her. More than feeling jealous of the Baylor boy, Xianxia's father wanted his daughter have lots of friends and not to grow into a socially awkward person. Really, I can bring Sir Cloudtail out of the house? Little Xianxia asked her father enthusiastically, because if she can bring Sir Cloudtail out with her, then she would no longer have to worry about him feeling lonely. Yes, but only if you promise me that you will keep an eye on Sir Cloudtail. He is very young, not so smart, and easily gets curious. You have to always keep an eye on him and make sure that he will not get lost, Xianxia's dad said, as he had to spend a little fortune to get this monster pet and he did not want it to be lost or stolen on its first outing. He knows that his daughter was more responsible than the kids of her age, but she was still a kid. For kids, when playing with other kids, it was even possible for them to forget their fathers, let alone a pet monster. I promise, I will take good care of him and always keep an eye on him, little Xianxia immediately promised. Good then, come, I will take you to the Duskborn family mansion. Xianxia's father decided to personally drop off his daughter at her friend's house and check in on the Baylor family kid who has been making his lovely angel sad lately. Okay, let me get changed, little Xianxia agreed immediately and headed to her wardrobe to change into something nice for her crush to take notice of her. Why, what you are wearing is already beautiful. Xianxia's dad could not help but think if it was an inborn trait of every woman to dress up for every occasion. No, I wore the same thing to kindergarten, I need to change, little Xianxia answered as she went through her wardrobe and wore her favorite attire. Ah, my little angel, you look so cute. Xianxia's father could not help but be lost in his daughter's cuteness. According to him, her smile was more effective than an SSS rank purifying skill when it came to washing away his fatigue. Stop it, Daddy, we don't have time for this. Little Xianxia's cheek turned red hearing her father's praise and in embarrassment asked him to stop. Oh, my daughter looks so cute when shy. Xianxia's father couldn't help but tease his little daughter, who would act more mature than her age, which he found very cute. It also made him feel sad. If he had been around more, maybe his lovely daughter would not have needed to be more mature and could just be her age. Date the 12th of October 22XX, time 1725, location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. Kids, look who we have here. It's Xianxia and her monster pet, Ellen's mother said, trying to gather the attention of the bunch of kids that were playing with the young wolf monster pup. Xianxia, you are here, Ellen immediately greeted Xianxia, and soon the other kids followed suit. I thought you did not want to come, one of the kids said. Not that the kid was deliberately making trouble for Xianxia, but that was what Xianxia had said. Yes, but father said that I could bring Sir Cloudtail out with me, so I am here, little Xianxia explained. Is this your monster pet? It's so cool. As soon as the kids greeted Xianxia, their attention was immediately caught by the lion monster cub that walked beside Xianxia, and feeling the stare of unknown kids, it immediately hid behind her legs but curiously peeked at them. Yes, this is Sir Cloudtail and he is a lion monster cub. Sir Cloudtail, come, say hello to my friends. Xianxia moved aside so that her friends can view Sir Cloudtail, but it quickly hid behind her once again, and this time it did not dare to peek, fearing that its owner would once again reveal it to the stares of the unknown kids. Your pet is shy, Ellen said as she walked next to Xianxia and bent down to pet Sir Cloudtail. Seeing little Ellen reach out her little hand to pet it, Sir Cloudtail circled little Xianxia's leg to escape Ellen's hand. As for Xianxia, she looked at the boy at the other end of the hall who continued to play with the wolf pup and did not bother to greet her like the rest. Ellen finally managed to catch hold of Sir Cloudtail, which kept circling Xianxia's leg to escape her hand. The lion monster cub struggled, but Ellen skillfully laid it on its back and began to rub its belly. Under the pleasure of its belly being scratched, the lion monster cub could not help but purr and stopped struggling. Whoa, Ellen, you are so good at handling monster pets, one of the kids praised Ellen for skillfully subduing shy Sir Cloudtail. Hearing the kids praise Ellen could not help but lift her nose, feeling proud, and say, I got a full score in the test at the store that sold me my wolf monster pup conducted before agreeing to sell me the wolf monster pup. Woof. The wolf pup, who was being petted by the Baylor family boy, barked in jealousy, seeing its master rub the belly of some other monster, and escaping from the boy's clutches it ran toward its master, worrying that its master will replace it with that monster. Was there such a test? I did not have to give one when they sold me Sir Cloudtail. Date the 12th of October 22XX, time 1734, location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. Was there such a test? I did not have to give one when they sold me Sir Cloudtail, little Xianxia said, wondering why she was not asked to take a test while she adopted Sir Cloudtail. Hearing Xianxia, the surrounding kids looked at Ellen for an answer. She looked troubled, not knowing what to say, but she did give a test to adopt her monster pet and doesn't know why Xianxia was not asked before Xianxia adopted her pet. Meanwhile, the wolf monster pup rushed over and laid on its back next to the lion monster cub, hoping to gain its master's attention. Unfortunately, its master was troubled with other matters to spare any of her thoughts for it. As for the lion monster cub, reluctantly looking back at the hands that almost made it forget its master, it rushed back to its master's side, not sparing a glance at the wolf monster pup, and began to rub its head against its master's leg, trying to tell its master that it never forgot about her even for a second. Xianxia, are you calling Ellen a liar? The Baylor kid who followed the wolf monster pup spoke up for Ellen, insinuating that Xianxia was bullying Ellen. No, I am not. I was just asking since I did not have to take one, little Xianxia said, defending herself. If you want to know why, then I will tell you why. The Baylor kid paused to give little Xianxia a stare and then continued to say, yesterday, after my butler picked me up, on my way home we visited the monster pet store to adopt a pet, but was told that if I wanted to adopt a pet I need to undergo a test, and only if I were able to get the minimum marks in the test will I be able to adopt a monster pet, but there is a way around it. That is, if I am willing to pay extra for a trained monster pup, then I do not have to undergo the test. Xianxia, you must have paid extra, seeing how your little cat is shy and tamed. It has lost all its wild instincts being trained by professionals. That is why you were not asked to take a test. Whoa, the other kids looked at the Baylor kid in awe. They were really impressed by Baylor kid's knowledge about adopting process involved in adopting a monster pet, while those that had already adopted the monster pet didn't seem to have any idea regarding it. Does that mean I can adopt a monster pet without taking the test if I pay extra? One of the kids asked enthusiastically. Yes, the Baylor family's kid nodded calmly. Gazes filled with admiration by his fellows did not seem to affect his mood. Great, then I am buying an eagle monster today and riding it to the kindergarten tomorrow, the kid from earlier reported excitedly. It seems he wanted to adopt a monster pet just like Ellen, but held back his urge knowing that he had to clear a test to adopt a monster pet. But now if what the Baylor family's kid said was true, then he will adopt a monster pet of his choice right away if he could. Seeing the boy declare, the others followed suit. After seeing how cute Ellen's wolf monster pup was, they all wanted to buy one but lost interest when they heard that they would require to take a test to adopt a monster pet. But now learning that they could adopt a monster pet without taking tests by paying extra, the surrounding kids' interest to adopt a monster pet rekindled. Ellen, why did you take a test to adopt your monster wolf pup, when you could get one by paying? One of Ellen's closest friends asked. She was not making use of this opportunity to target Ellen. She asked so because she knows how hard Ellen worked to clear the test to adopt a pet. For a 5-year-old to learn how to handle and take care of a few months-old monster pups was not an easy feat, considering that most kids at this age did not know how to tie their shoelaces and need their parents to do it for them. In these group of kids it was their butler or maid that tied their shoelace. Hearing the little girl, other kids too could not help but wonder why. Feeling their gazes, Ellen once again went silent, not knowing how to answer, but thankful a person came to her defense. Surprisingly it was none other than little Xianxia. She did so because she can. Hearing this, the face of the surrounding kids turned awkward, but they nodded in understanding, thinking that they too would take the test rather than pay extra. And use the extra money they saved to buy lots of candies and pastries. Ellen looked at little Xianxia with a grateful gaze. Ellen turned speechless. The real reason why she had to take a test to adopt her monster pet was that her parents did not have the money to get a well-trained one. As a matter of fact, her parents cannot afford to buy a monster pet, yet her mother insisted on buying her one to help her get close to the heirs of the other prominent families studying in her school. Ellen's parents belonged to the Duskborn family, but her father did not hold any power in the family as he was a mere captain at the way beyond. With the money he earns, they cannot afford to rent a home in the capital of the central region. If not for them staying at the Duskborn family mansion along with their big joint family, they would have to move to a second-rate city. Ellen's parents, without the name of the Duskborn family, were no different than poor card apprentices. But Ellen's mother had big ambitions, and she wanted to fulfill them by marrying into a big family, but she lucked out marrying Ellen's father, a simple and honest man with no ambition but loyalty to his family and country. Chapter 1003. Packed date the 12th of October 22XX time 1745 location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. Since her husband was not fit to carry out her ambition, Ellen's mother burdened her only daughter with her dreams by forcing a 4-year-old to train to pass the entrance test of a prestigious kindergarten with marks more than enough to be awarded a full scholarship. Why do this? Because this particular kindergarten was where the big families of the capital of the Central Region would send their heirs to study and mostly make connections with the other family heirs. With her husband's salary, Ellen's mother couldn't afford admission fees to the prestigious kindergarten, so she could only put her hopes on her daughter getting a full scholarship. Fortunately, her daughter, unlike her husband, did not let her down. Since then, Ellen's mother has tried various methods to get invited to the houses or parties of the other kindergarten moms, but was not successful as the rich moms were snobbish, no surprise there, and saw Ellen's mother as the poor mother of only scholarship student in the whole kindergarten. Finally, Ellen's mom could only choose to stop trying to get close to the rich moms from the prestigious kindergarten, feeling that she would come off as desperate and trying too hard. But she did not give up, thinking, so what if you guys don't invite me to your fancy parties, your children will. And the only way that would happen was if they were best friends with her daughter. Being that kid, that every kid's parent compares their kid with, Ellen had difficulty making friends at the kindergarten except for this creepy kid from the Baylor family that kept following her around. But thanks to this creepy kid, Ellen did not have to eat her lunch by herself. Ellen's mother did not blame her daughter for her lack of friends because she knew how hard her daughter was trying to keep her full scholarship. So she took it upon herself to help her daughter make many friends who will invite her to their mother's fancy parties. Soon she thought of various ideas that would help her daughter become popular among other kids in the kindergarten. Some worked, some failed, but none got her the invitation to one of those fancy parties held by the kindergarten's rich moms. Until she got the brilliant idea to get her daughter a cute monster pet, whose attraction the kids cannot escape. Though this idea put a big hole in their savings, it worked. Just yesterday, one of the kids invited her daughter to the pool party their parents were hosting this weekend. Since her daughter was invited, she too was naturally invited. While the kids were playing, Sansa's father and Ellen's father were having a heated discussion in another hall. "Are you sure about this?" Sansa's father asked as he gave Ellen's father a hard stare. "I am, Commander," Ellen's father replied firmly. "You know it doesn't have to be like this, I can lend you the money." In return when possible, Sansa's father persuaded Ellen's father. Commander, I know you mean well but I already owe you a lot. So, I can only beg you to let me do this. Ellen's father didn't waver from his decision and instead begged Sansa's father to stop persuading him. I told you that woman was trouble when we first saw her at the tavern, Sansa's father said in dissatisfaction. After letting out a sigh he added, and couldn't you just learn to say no to her already? What were you thinking when you spent such huge chunk of your savings on that monster pet? She said that it would help Ellen make friends and form connections that would help her further in her life, Ellen's father answered without bothering to defend his wife. Connections? Are you hearing yourself? Ellen is just 5 years old, god damn it, Sansa's father said in frustration. Commander, please understand, I am not doing this for my wife, I am doing this for Ellen, this is the happiest I have seen her in a while. You should have seen her when went to adopt the monster pet, she was so happy and excited. Buying that monster pet for her, I felt like a real father after quite some time. So please let me do this for her, Ellen's father said hoping that Sansa's father would support his idea after hearing his reason. No, I will not. That day beyond that land we made a pact that we will survive, be there for our families, and never return to that goddamned place. If I let you do this I will be letting down our brothers that gave their lives so that at least those of us that survived would uphold the pact. Don't bring this up ever again. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to turn you into creep if that is what is required of me to stop you, Sansa's father said resolutely, his firm eyes yelled out his resolve. It seems he really would not hesitate to turn Ellen's father into a cripple if he continued to pester him to follow through with this decision resulting in breaking the pact with their martyred comrades. Sansa's father made it clear to Ellen's father that he planned to uphold his pact with their dead comrades and would not hesitate to use force to have Ellen's father do the same. Quote. Ellen's father shook his head dejectedly. It appeared he had already expected this outcome, so decided to use what he wished he wouldn't have to use but was interpreted by Sansa's father. Though I can't give you my permission to go back to that hell, I will dig up some old favors and try to make other arrangements. So give me some time and meanwhile don't do anything to make things worse. Commander, please don't, you have already done a lot for us, Ellen's father said hurriedly. If you really believe and mean that then come work with me, I would be lucky to have a man with your skill set working with me. And this will also solve your money problems. This was the 100th time Sansa's father had asked Ellen's father to come work with him, and each time Ellen's father rejected him saying, Commander, you know Duskborn family rules don't tolerate it. Chapter 1004. Ellen's mother date the 12th of October 22XX time 1751 location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion having Ellen's father rejects his proposal 109th time Sansa's father shook his head and sighs saying, You are a good man you know that. The Duskborns and that woman don't deserve you. Your loyalty is what I like the most and hate the most about you. This loyalty of yours is going to hurt you badly one day, I just hope Ellen doesn't become the collateral. Commander, it is not loyalty. This what I have to do as a son and a husband, Ellen's father replied. What about your part as a father? Can't you see because of your stubbornness that child, sigh, for the child's sake I will ask you one last time to come work with me. As far as the Duskborns are concerned let me handle them. Sansa's father's words were genuine, for his men he was willing to shoulder the storm let alone the Duskborn family. Quote. This time Ellen's father did not immediately reject Sansa's father. As his commander's words stuck with him, he was a good son to the Duskborn family and a good husband to his wife, but was he a good father to his daughter? Being bound by the Duskborn family, Ellen's father had to make a lot of compromises that indirectly made it difficult to be a good husband and a good father. But he owned his life, his parents' life to the Duskborn family, he could not bring himself to turn his back on them over a few disagreements. Remembering his dying father's words, Ellen's father chooses to suppress the side of him that screamed that he was not being a good father. Then blurted out, I am sorry Commander, I cannot. While speaking these words Ellen's father kept his head down while speaking these words as he could not look into his commander's eyes and say that he chose his family over his daughter. Sansa's father shook his head and walked away saying, I will contact you with something soon, until then don't do anything stupid. Before leaving Sansa's father decided to check on his little angel and following the laughter of the children he walked to the adjacent hall. As he was preparing to peek into the hall through the door, he saw Ellen's mother bring refreshments for the children and immediately moved to make way for her. While passing by him Ellen's mother halted and glimpsing at him she said, I don't know why he needs your permission for him to get his old job back, but what happened? So, it was your idea. Woman, do you know you are sending him to his death?" Learning that it was Ellen's mother who put the idea of going back to the hell hole in his comrade's mind, Sansa's father snapped. "Don't overreact. All jobs have their risks, but none pay as well as this one. Besides, he is doing the same work for the Duskborns for pennies." Ellen's mother spoke realistically, but that was her husband's life she was speaking of, so Sansa's father could not help but wonder, how can this woman be so heartless to the man she loved or used to love, or the father of her only child? "Wipe that disgust off your face, or I will forget that there are children in the next room. Even though you don't agree with what I am doing everything in my power to give my child a better future. Unlike your comrade who time and again chose the Duskborns over this actual family, us. Do you know how frustrating it is to know that the man you trusted your entire being to doesn't consider you as his priority? Forget me, I am an outsider. What about his daughter? She is his flesh and blood, yet he would rather see her suffer than go against the Duskborn family. You don't know half of what I have to deal with here. So, don't you dare judge me." Ellen's mother tried her best not to raise her voice, fearing the children on the other side of the door. Listening to Ellen's mother's side of the story, Sansa's father could not help but hate the undying loyalty of his comrade and feel that as a weak woman facing a big family like the Duskborn family all by herself, Ellen's mother did not have many options to choose from. It was either this or letting the Duskborn family use her daughter as a tool in some potential or business arranged marriage. "I am sorry that I looked down on your struggle. But this doesn't mean that I approve of your ways," Sansa's father apologized but stuck to his opinion. "As long as it doesn't happen again." Ellen's mother forgave Sansa's father and continued to say, "You know, I too don't like using my daughter as a tool, but if I don't make her strong now, like her father, she will never be able to escape the clutches of the Duskborn family. I understand. You are trying to help your daughter in the means available to you. I can respect that," Sansa's father said, so seeing that even though this woman was rotten, she still showed a little love for her daughter. So he decided to recruit her help. "Thank you." Ellen's mother knew the arrogant and prideful Sansa's father would never speak. "Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos." "Thank you." Such words. He wanted something from, so she added, "What is that you want?" "I forgot who I was dealing with here," Sansa's father said, trying to hide his embarrassment, and then confessed, "I want your help with your husband. I can't get my husband to choose me over the Duskborn family. What makes you think that I can be of any help to you with regard to him?" Ellen's mother said, recalling that she was not even in the top 3 of her priority list. "You expect me to believe that? From the day you met him you have him wrapped around your fingers. Yes, he is stubborn when it comes to the Duskborn family, but if it is you, I think we can do something about it." Chapter 1005. Platinum contract. Date the 12th of October 22XX, time 1757. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. "I am sorry, no matter how you put it, I don't think I can help you when it comes to him." Ellen's mother once again rejected Sansa's father. Getting rejected by Ellen's mother, Sansa's father was not surprised, as he had never known this woman to lift a figure unless she had something to gain from it. If not for her misfortune of marrying his comrade, this woman in her shrewd mind would not be stuck passive-aggressively fighting the Duskborn family. Till today Sansa's father never understood why she did not leave his comrade after learning about his circumstances. Sometimes he can't help but feel that she may really love her husband, but he was far too wise to believe that. "Your husband may have never told you this, and neither did I want to involve you in this, but circumstances have changed and I would be a fool not to make use of it. For a decade now I have been trying to get your husband to come work with me. But he always rejects my offer without hesitation," Sansa's father said, to which Ellen's mother commented, "I would expect nothing better from him. But you should know better. That man will die as Duskborn family ghost than go against them." "That was what I thought too, but your husband and his skills are too valuable, so I cannot help it hoping that he will bite one of the 100 baits I throw at him." Sansa's father valued Ellen's dad as his comrade, but he valued his specialist-level skill set honed in the depths of the hell more. "So did he?" Ellen's mother asked, even though she should have known better than to expect anything different from usual when it comes to her husband. "No, he did not. But he did linger," Sansa's father said, as if it was a huge development. Knowing Ellen's dad better than anyone on the planet, Ellen's mother knew how big of a deal it was that her husband even considered the thought to go against the Duskborn family. So she asked, "Well, what is it?" I don't know what exactly it was, but I think it has something to do with him not being a good father and Ellen suffering for his stubbornness. So what do you think? Can you work with it? Sansa's father asked with expectations. I don't know, but when you say, work with you, do you mean like partners or just as a better way to put the, work for you? Ellen's mother asked, trying to figure out if Sansa's father really planned to have her husband work with him as an equal or if it was just another sugar-coated word to make it easy for others to hear. I knew I came to the right person. Sansa's father was not offended hearing Ellen's mother's question but rather excited because her husband was an asset. I can't make any promises, since I am not clear on certain key points. Ellen's mother knew better than to promise without being clear on what she stood to gain. When I said that your husband can come work with me, I meant it. But you have to understand. I have spent a decade and a fortune building the business. I can't just give half it to someone, even if that person is my comrade. Here's the deal, he can use the company's assets and name to get clients for 30% of whatever he makes. And once he has gathered enough money he can buy his way in as a partner. What do you say? Sansa's father offered the platinum contract for Ellen's dad as he valued Ellen's dad's skill set that much. That seems fair, but how much is the buy-in for my husband to become a partner? Ellen's mother understood that the conditions proposed by Sansa's father were better than what her husband can get in the market, considering that there was no free lunch in the world. Therefore she did not bother to negotiate with him and rather unveiled the crux of this contract. Right now Sansa's father's firm was doing well in the market, but it struggled to stand above its competitors, but that would change if her husband joined him. This meant that the value of Sansa's father's firm would skyrocket after her husband joins them. This also meant that the buy-in amount for her husband to become a partner would drastically increase from now. Therefore, rather than negotiating the percentage by a small margin, she directly went after the buy-in amount required to become a partner. About that, how about I decrease the firm's cut on every husband's earnings to 25% and shake on it? Sansa's father was willing to help his comrades out of goodwill, but he was not a saint to take a loss for them. No, how about we agree on the buy-in amount to be the same as what it is now in the future too? Ellen's mother spoke her mind, seeing that Sansa's father was trying to act dumb. Now you are asking too much, Sansa's father said directly. Yes, the addition of Ellen's father to his firm would increase their value, but the thought that he would give a part of it to Ellen's father for chump change did not sit right with him. I know, but you and your other partners also know that my husband is worth it. There was a reason why Ellen's family was allowed to live in the Duskborn Manor despite their low status in the family, and it was that they were hostages to keep Ellen's father in check in case he ever thought that he was better off on his own than laboring for the Duskborn family. As for why Sansa's father and Ellen's mother vigorously negotiated when it came to the buy-in amount to become a partner rather than the firm's cut in Ellen's father's overall earnings, was because as more time Ellen's father spent as part of the firm, the buy-in amount required to become a partner will keep growing exponentially. Meaning there were chances that despite the attractive terms offered in his contract, it was possible that Ellen's father may never be able to gather the buy-in amount. The Easter egg about how Sansa's past and Mick's life are intermingled is taking more WC than I was hoping it would, but I hope you guys are patient as it will be satisfying to watch when this knot is tied beautifully. Chapter 1006. Human Emotions. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 1803. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. How about this? The buy-in amount for your husband to become a partner will be the same as when he starts working with us, but that will only be valid for the next 2 years. If he is not able to come up with the agreed upon buy-in amount within the next 2 years, then the buy-in amount he will have to pay be increased to the market value. This 2 years grace period is all I can give him, but this is the last time you can use this comrade card. Even though Sansa's father proposed this, he did not know how he will explain this to the other partners and persuade them. Increase it to 3 years and we have a deal. Ellen's mother bargained to make the most of Sansa's father's comrade sentiment. She did not care about how he will get the others to agree with these terms, as it was not her problem. 3 years is too much, the other partners will never agree to it. Sansa's father spoke the truth. He and his partners built the firm with their blood and sweat, and they would not just hand a part of it to anybody, no matter how much value their presence added to the firm. It was no longer about thinking realistically. Most of the current partners have earned their way in. The sheer envy that would surface because of such favorable terms offered to Ellen's father alone was enough to engulf what they had built. When it comes to money, one has to be realistic, but you would be making a big mistake if you were to take out human emotions entirely out of the equation. For good or worse, human emotion can create miracles and disasters alike. so a person needs to know which emotions are to be celebrated and which to be guarded against. Sansa's father knows that Elend's father's skill set and reputation in this field would work wonders for their market value, but the firm no longer belonged just him alone. Though he had the bigger voice, it was not the same as a decade ago when he had founded the firm. Fine, but you have to give me your word that you will keep fair so that my husband does stand a chance to gather such a huge amount of money in the limited time. Elend's mother was not born yesterday, she knew money makes people do unthinkable things. Yes, her husband was skilled, but if the people who were to stand behind him and support him were to work against him, then no matter how skilled he was, it would be impossible for him to gather the agreed buy-in amount in the given time limit despite the favorable contract offered to him. Isn't that given? Sansa's father answered with great confidence. Even though he might have left the army, but as a commander, he has and will continue to look out for and help his men with everything in his power. No, that is not enough. You have to promise me with the world as a witness. Elend's mother knew Sansa's father was a good man, but the same could not be said for other partners who would rather prefer her husband working for them than working with them. Sansa's father did not immediately answer because he knew the gravity of making a promise in presence of the world. Yes, he valued Elend's father as a comrade and for his skill set, but this was more than what he bargained for. Then, framing his will, he looked into his comrade's wife's eyes and said, I can't make that promise, but you have my word that I will make sure that your husband has a fair chance at becoming a partner within the next 2 years and will not be targeted by other partners. Hearing Sansa's father not make the promise, Elend's mother was disappointed, but she knew without the risk involved the offer made by Sansa's father would be too good to be true, so after contemplating it for a while she nodded and confidently said, We have a deal, give me a week, he will contact you for the contract. Your daughter's sake, I hope you can pull this off. Sansa's father did not have total confidence in Elend's mother that she would be able to convince her husband to go against the Duskborn family rules. After all, he knew his comrade's stubbornness better. Don't worry, leave it to me, Elend's mother assured Sansa's gather and then handed the cart of refreshments to him. She said, Could you help me distribute the refreshments to the kids? Sure. Sansa's father did not expect this but soon got on board, as this way he could check on his little angel and the little demon bothering her without coming off as eavesdropping pedophilia. Thank you, I will leave it in your care, Elend's mother said politely as she turned to leave. Wait, aren't you coming in? Who is going to look after the kids, if you leave? Wait, who is watching the kids right now? Sansa's father asked, feeling Elend's mother was irresponsible. They are kids, the creativity takes shape in absence of adults, Elend's mother replied as she turned down the lobby without a care for what Sansa's father thought of her and her parenting style. So nobody, Sansa's father mumbled before preparing to walk into a hall filled with kids. To be frank, Sansa's father, except for his little angel, hated every other kid on the planet. He thought he would understand what appeal others find in kids to like them once he had one of his own, but for some weird reason, his dislike for others' kids increased after the birth of his little angel. Taking in a deep breath, Sansa's father opened the door of the hall, and pushed in the refreshment cart, yelling, Who wants candies? Seeing an unknown man enter the hall, yelling, Who wants candies? The kids went silent, recalling their parents' warning. Chapter 1007 For Freedom. All's fair. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 1811. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. I was surprised to hear when my servant said that you were waiting to meet me, a wrinkly old man with a Viking beard surrounded by a baleful aura said, looking at the slender-waist nymph with an annoyed expression and displaying not the least bit fear for an intimidating man such as himself. Fifth Elder, please, let us not bother with small talks. I am here with a proposal that will benefit you. If you are not interested, I will not waste your precious time and leave right away. Elend's mother did not like the gaze of the old man. She felt like the deer being eyed by a jackal. She thought being a part of the Duskborn family for a decade now she could hold a little standing in this old geezer's eyes, but she was wrong. This purist motherfucker still saw her as a pest, similar to the first day she stepped foot in this mansion. If it's a proposal that you have brought, then it must be worth my time. Knowing what Elend's mother was capable of, Fifth Elder did not make the mistake of underestimating her. Fifth Elder, thank you for your trust in me, Elend's mother sighed as the first obstacle of her plan had been completed. No, you are worth my trust. If not for you, I would have killed that rascal nephew of mine when he dared to bring you home and missed out on such a great slave. Fifth Elder did not bother to filter his words because he knew there was nothing his nephew or his wife could do about it. And this junior thanks you for the grace you have shown us that day. hearing the fifth elder call her husband a slave to her face, Ellen's mother could only thank him for the mercy he had shown to their family. Enough with that, tell me what is that you have come to offer me this time. Fifth elder liked a good bargain, especially one where he held an absolute advantage. Fifth elder, I know even with my husband leading the operation, your firm is struggling in the market, but I have a solution for it. Ellen's mother went to explain her proposal to the fifth elder. So you think that is possible? The fifth elder's expression was grim. What his nephew's wife was offering him was too good to be true. That's how much it would benefit him if everything were to go in accordance with what his nephew's wife had planned. Yes, with your blessing, I can make it possible, Ellen's mother replied with great confidence. What about my nephew? Does he know what you are planning? The fifth elder asked, despite knowing that his nephew would never agree to something like this and his wife would not be here if she had informed him of her plans. No, he doesn't know a thing and doesn't need to know until the time is ripe to reap what we sow. Ellen's mother did not bother to hide the fact that she was doing this behind her husband's back. Because it would be unbelievable otherwise, as her husband's stubborn loyalty was known to the entire capital. Now, that's a problem. What makes you think that he will be able to pull the trigger when the time is right? After all, in the end, everything we invested rests on his decision. Fifth elder had to control his laughter as he spoke these words out loud. Fifth elder, you and I both know, when the time comes, he will choose the family over anything. Aren't I and my daughter the living and walking example? Ellen's mother's expression did not fluctuate as she spoke these words. It was heartbreaking to know that the man she trusted her daughter and her life with would not hesitate to sacrifice them for his family's interest. I almost broke into laughter as I spoke those words, fifth elder said, and then added, even though my brother was a waste, he did manage to do one thing right, and that is his son. Quote. Fifth elder's unscrupulous words did not seem to daunt Ellen's mother's indifferent exterior. It was as if the fifth elder was not talking about her husband and father-in-law but strangers. One would wonder if Ellen's mother was that heartless, or had her disappointment in her husband turned her so heartless. You know, I pity that foolish commander of my nephew, but he should have stuck to his business and not tried to eye what belonged to me. Now I have left no choice but to show him what happens if one were to eye the Duskborn's property. I bet his look would be priceless when he learns how you plan to repay his grace. Fifth elder could not help but grin thinking about the potential gains from Ellen's mother's proposal. Fifth elder, about my condition. Seeing the fifth elder, who was having an orgasm just thinking about what he stood to gain from her plan, Ellen's mother could not help but remind him of the condition she put forward, fearing that he had forgotten all about it but was interrupted by him. Yes, I know, if you get me this, I will give you and your daughter the freedom you want, fifth elder grumbled when it came to paying a price. Fifth elder, be work harder to get what you desire if you were to say the same in the presence of the world's will. Ellen's mother knew better than to trust the word of a greedy pig such as the fifth elder, who did not have qualms about using his nephew as a slave and keeping his daughter-in-law and niece's assurance. As Ellen's mother said that an intimidating pressure filled the hall, her weak body could not withstand the pressure and had no choice but to kneel helplessly. Then a loud voice reverted in the hall, are you doubting this elder's word? Yes. Chapter 1008 Idiotic Nephew. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 1823. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. Fifth elder, you called for me. Ellen's father greeted the fifth elder entering the hall but paused, seeing that the person sitting across him was his wife. After the incident years ago, his wife hardly approached Duskborn's family members, so Ellen's father was surprised to see his wife meeting the fifth elder. You seem surprised. Imagine my surprise when your wife approached me, fifth elder said with a polite smile. His actions were no longer unscrupulous in the presence of his nephew. He seemed to be putting up a gentle and approachable family elder front. Tisk. Seeing the sudden change in fifth elder's demeanor, Ellen's mother clicked her tongue in disapproval. Witnessing this, her husband could not help but frown. Ellen's mother had long since given up on her husband, so she did not even try to put up an act. Haha, fifth elder, please forgive my wife's offense. Letting out a helpless laugh, Ellen's father apologized to the fifth elder on behalf of his wife. Quote. Hearing her husband apologize to the fifth elder, Ellen's mother masked her annoyance with an indifferent expression, not letting her true thoughts appear on her face. Little nephew, I don't blame her. After what happened that day, her little dissatisfaction towards this old man is justified. But now that we all are a single family, I hope we can keep our resentment aside and work together. Fifth elder spoke, taking all the blame a wise elder should. Fifth elder, your words are wise as always. Please be rest assured, My family and I are willing to do everything in our power for the prosperity Duskborn family, Ellen's father said with a firm resolve. Well said, my little nephew, fifth elder praised his nephew, and with a sigh, he added, if only your cousins had half of your motivation and decisiveness, the days of prosperity for the Duskborn family would not be far. Fifth elder, you're being humble, my cousins and other family members are willing to sacrifice for the family. Rest assured the prosperity of the Duskborn family is not far, Ellen's father believed what he said. And it was true, as each family members were a mere tool in the hands of the family's elders and leader to lead the Duskborn family to prosperity. Haha, you are right, little nephew. Now your cousins have grown and become responsible enough to shoulder the burden of the family. The prosperity of the family is not far, so you no longer need to suffer for the family. After feeding his nephew's ego to the brim, fifth elder finally moved the conversation to his real motive. Fifth elder, what do you mean? Hearing the fifth elder, Ellen's father asked in confusion. The uncle who always preached about self-sacrifice for the family and the bigger picture suddenly asked him to take a break and be selfish, and Ellen's father's confusion was given. You heard me, little nephew. How long are you going to sacrifice for the family? You are married and have a daughter now. You need to start thinking for yourself. For quite a while now I have been thinking about this, but I did not know how to bring this up until your wife came up with a perfect proposal. Fifth elder slowly built toward his objective such that his little nephew would drown in the gratitude toward him and the family. This way, when he asks his nephew to betray his friend for his family's interest, he would not hesitate. Ellen's father threw a cold stare at his wife before explaining to the fifth elder, Fifth elder, I don't know what that woman said, but the family's business still is at the infancy stage, it needs my presence more than ever. If I leave now, decades of work will be in vain. Nephew, are calling your cousins incapable? The fifth elder's voice grew colder. No, fifth elder, but your choice of words enunciated that, the fifth elder spoke, interpreting his nephew's explanation. I am sorry, fifth elder, Ellen's father apologized. It was this idiotic loyalty of his nephew that was the reason why fifth elder agreed to Ellen's mother's plan without much caution. As she knew, no matter the circumstance, his nephew would always choose the family, 100 out of 100 times. Fifth elder trusted his nephew more than his children, his flesh and blood. With his nephew's apology, fifth elder's expression softened, and warmly said, Nephew, you always have the best interest of the family in your mind, so I will forgive your offense this once. Thank you, fifth elder, little nephew, I am telling you this for your sake as your uncle. You have a child of your own. Now it's time for you to start thinking for yourself. Why don't start by hearing what your wife has to say? Fifth elder took all the credit and still managed to keep the possibility of the blame on his nephew's wife. At the end of this job, his nephew will end up hating his wife, as all he did was give his nephew a wonderful opportunity to pursue the idea his nephew's wife came up with. When all this was over, he was also a victim of his nephew's wife's nefarious scheme. Seeing the old snake skillfully manipulate her husband's heart, Ellen's mother was impressed and cautioned herself to never let her guard down facing the fifth elder. Then, under the cold stare of her husband, she went on to explain what she and Sansa's dad had discussed. After hearing his wife's explanation, Ellen's father fell in contemplation but heard his uncle say, Little nephew, you have a good wife, you lucked out with this own. She has a sharp head on her shoulder, I think you should consider what she has proposed. But, Ellen's father still did not seem to be sold on the idea of working outside the family. Seeing his hesitation, fifth elder persuaded, Don't worry about the family. Your cousins, other elders and the family head can handle it. Don't let go of such a wonderful opportunity to make something of yourself outside of the family. If you are to make it out there, you will be making our family proud. Chapter 1009, Idiotic Nephew 2. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 1829. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. Did the commander really agree to these terms? Ellen's father said, hearing the terms of the contract discussed by his wife and commander, these terms were too good to be true. He had confidence in his skill set and felt they were worth the price, but his commander didn't have to offer these terms, as anybody else in the market wouldn't offer as much. Yes, if you have doubts you can call him, Ellen's mother said with very little interest, as if his decision did not matter to her. No need, I trust you, Ellen's father said, but seeing his wife continue to remain apathetic, he added, Since you have already discussed the terms, I guess you would not mind setting up a date for me to sign the contract. Sure, Ellen's mother agreed without displaying much emotion on her face or tone. It was unclear whether she was happy with her husband's decision. Quote. Seeing the emotional distance between his nephew and his wife, Fifth Elder was more assured about the plan going through without a hitch. And then said, "Little nephew, what have you planned about the buy-in money for to become a partner?" Fifth Elder, 2 years is more than enough time for me to gather that amount, Ellen's father replied confidently. He was not being arrogant, but he had that much faith in his skills. Back when he worked for the army, nobody would dare to claim first if he were to claim second. That's how good his skill mastery was, their prestige rounded through the military and beyond. With his reply, hearing his passion for his work and skills, his wife's eyes sparkled but were sun-swallowed by her indifferent gaze. Good. Still, the family would like to provide the buy-in money as an appreciation for your selfless duty towards the family. Fifth Elder said that the family was willing to pay the buy-in money to become a partner in Sansa's father's firm that his nephew required. Fifth Elder, I appreciate the family's gesture, but there is no need for you to these lengths for me. The family's finances are stretched thin as they are now. I can gather the money in time, so please stop worrying, Ellen's father said, rejecting the family's help not because he worried that they would interfere in his new life later. Instead, he was worried that the family could not afford it. The family money is stretched thin after all. The Fifth Elder just brought his granddaughter an S-rank hovercar. It must have cost a lot, Ellen's mother scoffed, hearing her husband's reason to reject the money he earned with his blood and sweat when offered to him. That's different, she needed it to commute to the college. This is safer and cheaper than having her live near the college, Ellen's father defended the Fifth Elder's unscrupulous spending of family money for his personal use. What about our daughter? With the inflation at its peak, I don't even dare to hail a cab and have to use public transportation to send her to kindergarten. Don't you think it would be safer for me and your daughter if we had our vehicle? Ellen's mother did not want to dig this up and bicker with her husband, but seeing her husband be so submissive to Fifth Elder and openly support his hypocritic behavior, all the resentment for this damned family she had buried under her indifference suddenly burst out like a volcano. You would not have to if you did not insist on enrolling Ellen in that kindergarten instead of a nearby one, Ellen's father argued. So, it is my fault that I want the best education for my daughter. Ellen's mother could not believe the words that came from her man's mouth and wondered how she ever fell for this man. What did she see in him? Stop it, you are embarrassing me, yelling. That Ellen's father turned to look at his uncle and apologetically said, "Sorry, Fifth Elder, I let you see something unsightly." Forget it, which couple doesn't fight? Besides, what your wife said is not wrong. You should have informed me about this. I would have thought of something to help her sooner. Fifth Elder spoke with a warm smile, and summoning his grimoire, he took out an AA rank hovercar from the cardholder and passed it to his niece-in-law, adding, "For now, this is the best I can do. I will get back to you when I can get my hands on something better." No, Fifth Elder, you don't have to. Ellen's father once again tried to reject the help offered by Fifth Elder, but the card had already exchanged hands and was now in his wife's possession. Who read the card name and added, "R-rank AA 4 Stromwheel hovercar, this will do. I guess one has to be fortunate enough to own a brand new hovercar." Ellen's mother said, taking a dig at how Fifth Elder's granddaughter got a new hovercar and she got a used one. Ellen's mother would not have taken the card as it would undermine every little and big thing her resentment stood for, but the thought of having the luxury of not having to wait for public transportation made her weak. Seeing his wife not only take the card but also dare to complain about it, Ellen's father threw a cold glare at her and thanked the Fifth Elder, knowing that his wife would not. "Thank you, Elder. No need to thank me, as one of the family elders, that is what I should do. And little nephew, I have transferred the buy-in money to your account and there is a little extra. Buy something for my grandniece." Fifth Elder was so generous today because compared to what he stood to gain from the plan his niece-in-law proposed, this amount he used to win his nephew's heart and quell a little bit of his niece-in-law's resentment was pennies. Chapter 1010. Moving out of Duskborn House. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 1836. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. Fifth Elder, you didn't have to. I can easily gather that money within the time limit. Getting the notification of the money being credited to his account, Ellen's father hurriedly persuades Fifth Elder to take the money back. "Little nephew, I have no doubt that you can gather the buy-in money within the time limit, but the human heart is fickle and prone to sin. Not to mention 2 years is a lot of time for a sudden change of heart. Nephew, you are too good for your own good. The outside world is not the same as your family, and they will not hesitate to take advantage of your trusting nature. So it is in your best interest to get ahead of this one." Fifth Elder did not give in to his nephew's persuasion. After giving what Fifth Elder said a thought, Ellen's father finally decided to use the money given to him by the fifth elder to buy his way in as a partner in his commander's firm. Fifth elder, thank you, and I will definitely pay the family back. Quote. Hearing her husband promise the fifth elder to pay the money back which was his, to begin with, could not help but let out a long sigh and wonder how blind was she to marry this man. Do as you see fit. Fifth elder was more than happy to hear his idiotic nephew promise to return the money to the family. At this point, the fifth elder began to admire his brother for his teachings to his nephew, as even he could not raise such a willing slave for the family. Thank you, Ellen's father thanked, feeling grateful that his uncle gave him the chance to repay the family. As he was really touched by the family's gesture of lending him money to start a new career and a little extra to buy gifts for his daughter. His heart was filled with nothing but warmth for the family. Fifth elder, it would be good if you could add a little extra for us to rent and move to a house closer to Ellen's kindergarten and his new workplace, Ellen's mother said, seeing how the fifth elder for a change was in a giving mood. What are you saying, woman? Are you out of your mind? Hearing that his wife wanted to move out of the Duskborn family mansion, Ellen's father immediately reprimanded her. What? Would it be more efficient for you and Ellen for you to move to a location that is close to her kindergarten and your new job? This way we save a lot of time wasted in commute. Ellen's mother justified her idea to her husband, but seeing that he was still not convinced to move out of the Duskborn family mansion, she added, Fifth elder, don't you think what I am saying is reasonable? Except for Ellen's father, everyone in the family knew the only reason Ellen and her family were allowed to live in the Duskborn family mansion were because they were hostages in case Ellen's father suddenly had enough of the family and decides to rebel. Now that Ellen's mother was trying to get out of the cage, how could fifth elder agree to it? Just when he was about to come up with a reason to reject her idea to move out of the Duskborn mansion, he heard her continue to say, Fifth elder, don't you agree that it would be easier for him to achieve what you want if we were to live near to his new workplace? Is she threatening me? This thought came to fifth elder's mind after hearing his niece-in-law address him twice. Thinking of this, fifth elder's mood suddenly pivoted for the worse. Nobody likes to be threatened. This was true for people like fifth elder. But he did not let his mad rage surface on his face because he needed this one to go smoothly. There was a reason why the fifth elder did not directly inform his nephew of what his niece-in-law and he had planned. If his nephew were to know that they planned to screw over his commander, then no matter how loyal he was to the family, he would never agree to it. Therefore he planned with his niece-in-law to lead his nephew to the endgame and then coerce him using the family sentiment into pulling the trigger. To get to the point, he needed his niece-in-law's cooperation, who seems to not mind using that to threaten him to get her way. What are you speaking, woman? Ellen's father did not understand what his wife was saying. What did the fifth elder want him to achieve? What was his wife babbling on about? Ahem, nephew, your wife is right. Instead of wasting most of your day commuting just to live in this old mansion alongside your family, you should move to a location near your new workplace. It will not only save some time by shortening the commute distance but also make it more efficient for you to tend to your clients. Fifth elder chose to give in to his niece-in-law's demand for now, as it did not matter where she lived. Once she had entered the Duskborn family, she can only die as the Duskborn family ghost. If she thought that she had escaped the clutches of the Duskborn family just by moving out of the family mansion, she would be proved dreadfully wrong when the time comes. As for her audacity to threaten him, once this project had reached its conclusion and he did not need her, it would not be too late for him to have his naive niece-in-law brush up on the Duskborn family laws and regulations. Thank you, elder. Ellen's mother immediately thanked the fifth elder, not waiting for her husband to open his stupid mouth, and added, Fifth elder, Ellen is a growing child and loves to play with her friends over. So, I was hoping that we could rent something that would not feel crowded when she invites her friend over. Chapter 10-11, Best Friends. Date the 12th of October 22XX, time 1836, location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. Kid, for the 100th time, it is not a cat monster but a cub of an AA rank cloud main lion monster, Sansa's father said, hearing the Baylor family kid time and again call his daughter's cute lion monster cub a cat. Quote. The kid in question ignored Sansa's father and continued to pet the wolf pup, adding, Ellen's pet is stronger than your cat, Sansa. Seeing the kid ignore him and continue to call his daughter's pet monster a cat, Sansa's father was irritated to the point where he was about to lose it. The only thing that helped him keep his calm was the fact he had a feeling that this kid was doing it purposefully, and if he were to let irritation surface on his face, then that would mean the kid had own. That's not true. As the uncle said, Sansa's pet cub is a descendant of the R-rank monster, whereas my pet pup is a descendant of the B-rank monster. Even if my wolf pup is a month older than Sansa's lion cub, it is still not a match for Sir Cloudtail. Ellen, who had done her homework on monsters, did not hesitate to correct the Baylor kid. The surrounding kids nodded hearing Ellen preach. You tell him, girl. Sansa's father cheered inside seeing Ellen come to the defense of his little angel's pet and correct the Baylor family kid who continued to give his daughter cold shoulder. Whatever, your wolf pup is still cuter than that cat. The Baylor kid continued to find ridiculous reasons to undermine Sansa's pet. I don't know, I myself prefer Sansa's Sir Cloudtail. If not for the pet store having a storage of feline monsters, I too would have chosen a feline pet monster. Saying that, Ellen squatted next to Sir Cloudtail, who happened to be skittishly peeking at the group of children from behind Sansa's legs, and began to pet it. Seeing this, the wolf pup, who was enjoying the embrace of the Baylor kid, immediately rushed to its master's side feeling jilted. Rushing to its master's side, it obediently squatted next to the cat monster and started to make puppy eyes at its master. Getting no response from its master, it barked to get her attention. As a result, Ellen used her free hand to pet it on its head. Having successfully managed to get its master's attention, its cute little tail wagged uncontrollably. Seeing the wolf return to its master, now the Baylor boy felt abandoned and looked in its direction with longing eyes. But it was not clear whether his eyes longed for the wolf pup or the owner of the hand petting it. As the only adult in the room, it was clear to Sansa's dad what the boy really wanted. Which did him no favors. He was better off not knowing it. Learning the boy his daughter had a crush on had feelings for another girl, Sansa's father could only shake his head helplessly, as there was nothing much he could do about this matter. Fortunately, the girl the boy his daughter had hots for did not have the same feelings for the boy, as she seemed to want to befriend his daughter. But all his daughter's thoughts were preoccupied with the thoughts of the boy she liked, so she was unable to take notice of what was happening around her. Seeing that his daughter was showing signs of wasting her life thinking about her feelings for a jerk who did not have the same feelings for her, Sansa's father decided to step in. His daughter was too young for heartbreaks and end up as a loner, but not too young for a best friend. He had to do something before what he saw here becomes the norm of his little angel's life. Sansa, a word. Sansa's father called his daughter to the side. What is it, Dad? Little Sansa asked. Honey, who among them is your best friend? Sansa's father asked his little angel, looking at the group of kids. All of them are my best friends, little Sansa replied innocently. No, honey, what I mean to say is, who among them do you like the most as your friend? Seeing that his daughter did not understand his question, Sansa's father decided to be more specific. Him, little Sansa said, eyeing the Baylor family boy. Hearing her answer, her father's face almost became hideous out of envy. But he controlled his emotions, and with a deadpan face he added, other than him. Yes, the Baylor family kid had above average cuteness and seemed trustworthy, but he saw no other merits about him for his daughter to be smitten to such an exaggerated level. If not for the age of the boy, he would have suspected that boy had used some kind of witchcraft to gain his daughter's undying favor. Other than him, little Sansa suddenly found herself in a predicament. And wondered why was she friends with these kids to being with. And came to a sad realization that she was friends with this group of people because they were the close friends of the boy she had a crush on. Even though she did not like the answer, she replied to her father truthfully, none of them. Having already prepared for her answer, Sansa's father was not surprised. He blamed himself for this. If had been more involved with his little angel's life, maybe he could have prevented his daughter from obsessing over the boy. Since there was no point crying over broken eggs, Sansa's father asked, are there any other friends of yours outside of these kids? No, little Sansa replied, and a hint of sadness could be heard in her voice as she just realized she had no friends, at least not the ones that she liked to invite back to her home. Seeing his disappointed daughter, who had come to a sad realization that she had no best friends, Sansa's father consoled her by saying, how about you make some starting today? Chapter 10-12. Making Friends. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 1843. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. Is that possible? Little Sansa asked as she was left with little confidence after getting a cold shoulder from the boy she pursued. Yes, though Sansa's dad replied with a warm smile. He thought that he had failed as a father. The only thing that kept him going was the thought that it was not too late, there was still time for him to make up for his shortcomings. But will they want to be friends with me? Little Sansa asked in concern, getting the cold shoulder from the boy she liked each time she put herself out there. she was left with very fragile self-confidence. Therefore she could not help but wonder that other kids would not want to be friends with her. Why wouldn't they? Our Sansa is the cutest, bravest, and kindest kid I have ever known. As long as you are yourself and try, these kids would love to be your friends. Sansa's dad has already noticed that among the group of friends my kids have tried to get close to little Sansa, but she only had eyes for the Baylor boy and failed to notice when others approached her with the intent of friendship. Sansa's father was worried about his daughter, as being lovesick was not one of the problems of a 5-year-old. The fact that his daughter had developed something as such at such a tender age only meant that somewhere down the line he had dropped the ball of fatherhood and messed up big time. All he could do right now was hope that there was still time left for him to pick up the ball without doing irreplaceable damage to it. Really? Little Sansa asked innocently. Having pointed out by her father, little Sansa stopped obsessing over her puppy love and gave other aspects of life a shot. Yes, why don't you start with Ellen? She seems like a good friend. Sansa's father encouraged little Sansa to put herself out there, even though the last few times she did not work out in her favor. Little Sansa contemplated what father said for a while and then, nodding, her cute face brimming with resolve, she replied, "Okay, but what do I say to her?" How about you invite her to our house?" Sansa's father said, unable to think of any better reason on the spot. "Okay." Little Sansa nodded and headed towards Ellen, who seemed to be immersed in petting the two cute pet monsters. Her technique seemed to be proficient as the pets seemed to be enjoying it. Meanwhile, the other kids were keeping themselves busy with building blocks or other toys. Because after a while the monster pets seemed to have lost their charm, as these tend to not like being petted by some of them. The two monster pets were not to be blamed for this, as they were not toys for kids to play with as they pleased. Little Sansa, heeding her father's advice, gathered her courage and headed toward Ellen. This time the reason she approached little Ellen was different, hence the need for courage. Suppressing the fear of being rejected, little Sansa slowly made her way to Ellen. Seeing her arrive, Ellen let out a smile, displaying a row of pearly white teeth, with a few of the teeth taking a leave of absence, and said, "Sir Cloudtail likes it when you rub its tummy." Meow. Smelling its master nearby, the little lion monster cub immediately awoke from its pleasure-filled state, hurried toward her and rubbed its head against her legs, displaying affection. Having grown up in a pet store and not a dungeon, Sir Cloudtail knew that if it did not want to sleep on a hungry stomach, then it had to always remember to please its master. The pet store staff said the same thing, but whenever I try to rub its tummy it does not seem as satisfied compared to when you do it. Little Sansa had already noticed that Sir Cloudtail seemed to prefer Ellen's tummy rub more than hers. "I think I know why. There is a trick to this. The pet store grandma pointed it out to me. I can teach you if you want me to," Ellen said, thinking of the reason why Sir Cloudtail would prefer her tummy rub over Sansa's. "Really? That would be great," little Sansa asked enthusiastically. "Okay, watch me rub my wolf pup and you try the same on Sir Cloudtail," Ellen said as she laid the wolf monster pup on its back and began to comb the fur on its chest and stomach with her fingers repeatedly in a single direction. "I see what you are doing different." Little Sansa immediately noticed the difference and figured out what she was doing wrong. Ellen was combing the fur of her pet in a single direction, unlike her where she combed back and forth in both directions, making it a little uncomfortable compared to the method that Ellen used. Having figured out the trick that Ellen spoke of, little Sansa tried it on Sir Cloudtail and received better than intended results, causing a beautiful smile to blossom on her face. Then she turned to Ellen and thanked her for the tip. "Thank you. Happy to help," Ellen replied humbly and continued to pet her wolf monster pup. Striking the iron while it was hot, little Sansa used the momentum built by the previous conversation to achieve her intended purpose, to approach Ellen, saying, "Ellen, my father has built a playroom for Sir Cloudtail to play. You and your wolf monster pup should come by sometime. Sir Cloudtail would love a friend to play with." "A playroom for pets, like the one in the pet store?" Ellen asked with expectation. "Yes," Sansa nodded. "Cool, my pet and I would love to check it out." "So when should I come by our house?" Ellen asked enthusiastically. Having not played enough in the playroom of the pet store, she was looking forward to the one at Sansa's house. Chapter 10:13. He Hates Me. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 1849. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. "How about tomorrow, after kindergarten?" Little Sansa said, but soon regretted it, worrying that Ellen would reject her as she may have had some prior arrangements. "Great, I will ask my mom to bring my pet with her when she comes to pick me up at kindergarten so we can directly go to your house," Ellen readily agreed to little Sansa's invitation. "Nice, you're going to love the playroom." Sansa was excited hearing Ellen accept her invitation immediately. From afar, seeing his daughter successful in her first quest to make a friend, Sansa's father wanted to cheer but held himself back, not wanting to embarrass his daughter, and felt that this was not enough to make up for the damage he had caused with his absence when she needed him. "A playroom? Is it like the one in the mall? Can I come too?" A little girl who happened to be playing nearby asked after hearing Ellen and Sansa make plans for tomorrow evening. Sansa, who was delighted over making a friend, had not thought this far ahead and could only turn to her father seeking an answer, only to find him vigorously nodding his head. So she instinctively blurted, "Yes." Hearing Sansa's awkward reply, Ellen immediately said, "Great, it is decided then. Tomorrow we all will meet at Sansa's house." "Okay." The little girl nodded enthusiastically, attracting other kids who began to invite themselves to meet at Sansa's house tomorrow after kindergarten. It did not take long for the Baylor family boy to learn of the playdate at Sansa's house, so he headed toward Ellen and, gaining her attention, said, "Ellen, you agreed to come to my house tomorrow to meet the pet that I will be adopting tonight." Hearing the boy, the group of kids who were babbling about meeting at Sansa's house went silent, as some remembered that they had agreed to meet at the boy's house tomorrow after kindergarten hours. As for little Sansa, she held her breath, forgetting to breathe, feeling that this will inevitably end up badly for her. "I am sorry, I forgot," Ellen said with an apologetic smile, and then added, "But you can bring your pet to Sansa's house, you can introduce it to all of us there. I bet it will enjoy itself in Sansa's pet playroom." "Yes, yes," the other kids nodded, hearing Ellen's solution, as they were more optimistic and curious about Sansa's pet playroom than another pet. Feeling the peer pressure, the Baylor family kid had no choice but to agree to their arrangements by coldly answering, "Fine," not bothering to hide his dissatisfaction with the arrangement, and especially with Sansa, using a chilling stare aimed at her. Before Sansa could feel happy about the fact that Ellen and the other kids choose to spend their evening at her house rather than at the house of the most popular kid in their kindergarten, her little crush's soul-chilling stare rendered her without any thoughts but one: "He hates me." Seeing this, Sansa's father wanted to rush and teach the Baylor family boy a lesson, instead sighed and then decided to take his daughter home before she suffers any more damage. Right at that moment, as if she had timed it, the irresponsible mother of little Ellen entered the hall with her husband, and seeing Sansa's father still present, she said, "You are still here?" Throwing a cold glare at her, Sansa's dad walked to his daughter, and picking her up in his arms he announced, "Kids, something urgent came up, so I will be leaving with Sansa, but I am looking forward to meeting you guys at our house tomorrow. Kids, bye, bye, Sansa, bye, see you in kindergarten. Since you have waited so long, why not wait a little longer to hear the good news?" Ellen's mother said as Sansa's father carried Sansa out of the hall. "What good news? I think it can wait," Sansa's father said, tightening his hug around his little angel, who stared into the air with blank eyes. "Oh, I see. Was it the Baylor kid again?" Ellen's mother said, seeing Sansa's blank eyes. "I take it that it happened before and you did not bother to inform me about it." Sansa's father's voice grew colder, learning that this was not the first time his daughter went through a mental meltdown. What enraged him more was the fact that his daughter had to go through this all alone. "I tried to cheer her, but it had no effect, and besides I did not think it was my place," Ellen's mother replied truthfully. Though she was not right, it was understandable, because there was no easy way for a person to inform a father that his 5-year-old was having boy troubles. Sansa's father stared at Ellen's mother before turning to leave while shaking his head in self-blame. It was his fault for not showing more interest in his daughter's life, and that fact would not change by blaming it on others. "My husband has agreed to work with you, so talk to other partners and prepare partnership agreement papers," Ellen's mother said from behind. Hearing her talk about partnership, Sansa's father stopped in his tracks, and turning to look at his comrade, he asked, "What is she talking about?" "I have decided to come work with you, Commander. I have the Duskborn family's blessing for this. They are the ones lending me the money to come up with the buy-in money to become a partner," Ellen's father explained enthusiastically. "Nope, not happening," saying that Sansa's father turned to leave, which was completely out of Ellen's parents' expectations. "What the?" Ellen's mother almost cussed, but controlling herself she asked, "Why?" Hearing Ellen's mother, Sansa's father once again stops in his tracks to face Ellen's parents. Then he aggressively said, "I will tell you why. I invited your husband, not the Duskborns. I don't want those greedy bastards anywhere near me and the things I hold dear." Chapter 10:14. Making profit while doing good. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 1856. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. The Duskborn family's reputation preceded them. Almost all of the families, organizations, and cults in the Central Region, especially its capital, were aware of or had experienced the greed of the Duskborn family. Just like the snakes known for their poison, Duskborn were known for their greed. Despite their reputation, many fell prey to them, as like all predators they had a unique charm to them that would draw their prey toward them. So it was not a surprise that Sansa's father refused to take money that had anything to do with the Duskborn family, even through indirect means. Sansa's father was not overreacting. He would be a fool if he were not this cautious towards the Duskborn family. Having seen the Duskborn family not hesitate to use their own flesh and blood as slaves and expendable for decades, he would be stupid to expect better treatment as an outsider with no blood ties to them. Knowing that Duskborn's family was a greedy cackle of hyenas who would not even leave his bones behind after they were done with him, Sansa's father was adamant that he would not let these desperados anywhere near things he holds dear. You are making no sense. How is the Duskborn family a problem here? They are not involved in this in any way possible, Ellen's mother said, hearing Sansa's father say that he had called off the verbal agreement they had between them because he only wanted to do business with her husband, not his family. Woman, you are smarter than that, or do you think that I am not smart enough to recall the most basic rule of doing business in the capital? Don't take any investments from the Duskborn family. Sansa's father coldly glared at Ellen's parent. He understands that the buy-in money to become a partner in his firm was not small and was very hard for a person to gather within 2 years, but he never expected Ellen's parents to make deal with their slave owners to get the money. Commander, it is not like what you think. Ellen's father came forward to explain to his commander that his family did not mean anything, nor were they hatching a nefarious plan by lending him the buy-in money. It's not like what I think. Then tell me what happens, in case you are unable to repay the money lent to you by your family. Will they ask for ownership of the partnership you bought using their money? Sansa's father did not give Ellen's father a moment to explain for himself, as he did not want to be dragged into the quagmire named Duskborn family along with the comrade he was trying to save. Sansa's father saw a way to make a profit while being a good commander. By having Ellen's father work with him, not only was it good for his firm but also for Ellen's father being used by his family, which was enjoying the fruits of his hard work and getting rich from it, while he, his wife and daughter did not see a dime of it. But Sansa's father never imagined that trying to help his friend, instead of dragging him out of the quagmire, he may also be pulled in. Hence he was enraged at his friend. The Duskborn family did not lend that money to my husband. It is their compensation for my husband's years of selfless service to their family. So please be assured about the money, it will not come back to bite you. Ellen's mother suddenly spoke, realizing that the origins of the money were the culprit of the current conflict. Yes, Commander, she is right, but I did promise to return to them when I can, Ellen's father added to his wife's explanation, as his pride did not allow him to take money from his family. Quote. Hearing her husband, Ellen's mother frowned. Not because her husband continued to claim that he will pay back the Duskborn family the money they gave, instead because she believed this was not what her husband's commander wanted to hear. And her thoughts were right. Well, which is it? Did the Duskborn family lend it to you, or was it compensation for his service to their family? Sansa's father asked, even though he had an understanding of what was happening. He asked so because he wanted to establish a clear origin of the money such that later on, nobody, even the Duskborn family, would not be able to dispute the origins of the money. Commander, they gave me the money as compensation, but I have promised to return every penny I took from them with interest, Ellen's father once again replied, trying to assert that the money was the generosity of his family for his decades of selfless service to them, but as the proud son of the Duskborn he would repay their generosity toward him with interest. For God's sake, will you shut up for a second? Ellen's mother yelled at her husband in a hushed voice and added, nobody cares about your promise, will you just shut up about it? Hearing his wife's harsh words, Ellen's father felt wronged. He wanted to complain, but being in the presence of his commander he decided to stay quiet rather than show his commander the ugly side of his marriage. Seeing that her husband chose to step down, with a warm smile Ellen's mother looked at Sansa's father and said, the money is the Duskborn family's compensation for my husband's decades of selfless service to them. The Duskborn family has no claim over it. So please be rest assured when say that this money is clean. Having lived in the capital for his whole life, Sansa's father grew up hearing the Duskborn family's atrocities. They had done a lot worse with much else to justify their actions, so Sansa's dad was still skeptical that the origins of the money could not come back to bite him despite the explanation and assurance of Elend's parents. Chapter 10:15. Declaration. Date the 12th of October 22XX. Time 17:05. Location Central Region, Capital City, Duskborn Mansion. I am sorry, but your words are not enough assurance when it comes to the Duskborn family. I would be a fool if I were not to cultivate this amount of cautiousness when it came to them. I look forward to working with you, comrade, but that is impossible if the Duskborn family were to be involved directly or indirectly. Sansa's father decisively made it clear to Elend's parents that if their buy-in money were to come from the Duskborn family, then they can forget about the verbal agreement they had between them. Sansa's father has spent a decade building his firm into what it was now. He even had to sacrifice a part of his daughter's childhood for it. Therefore he was very cautious and decisive when it came to decisions regarding his firm and was not willing to compromise even if it was for his comrades. Since you find our word not enough as an assurance, how about this? Saying that Elend's mother forwarded a document to Sansa's father. The document that Elend's mother forwarded to Sansa's father was a declaration with the world's will as witness, written by the fifth elder of the Duskborn family, declaring that the money he gave to his nephew was compensation from the Duskborn family to his nephew for his decades of selfless service to the family, and they did accept anything in return. Going through the document, Sansa's father was finally assured that the Duskborn family will not use this money as a reason to stir up trouble for his firm or make a claim in the partnership. Bring in a new partner in any new business was a big deal. The only reason Sansa's father was willing to let Elend's father become a partner was that with his presence and expertise the firm would grow to new heights and would set a precedent in the market for their competitors to overcome. Sansa's father would never agree to anybody else becoming a partner or let them try to buy their way in as a partner. For example, the Duskborn family, as they would not make any contribution to the firm or its development and would only add to its chaos such as internal strife. Whereas that was not the case for Elend's father, whose skill set and reputation would soar the firm to new heights never before imagined. So, when should we be expecting to be hearing from you? Elend's mother asked as once again an indifference filled her expression. But under that indifference hid her turbulent heart and mind. The reason for this was the document of the declaration signed by the fifth elder which she forwarded to Sansa's father. When Sansa's father decisively withdrew the verbal agreement between them, Elend's mother suddenly received a message from the fifth elder reading, "Hope this speeds up the process," with a file attached to it, the document of declaration signed by the fifth elder. Receiving this message, Elend's mother felt a chill on her back, realizing that this whole time the fifth elder was listening in on their conversation. The unbelievable thing was that both her husband nor his commander discovered the fifth elder eavesdropping on them. Elend's mother did not show the scare given to her by the means of the fifth elder and calmly carried out the exchange. Fifth elder did not mind signing this declaration if it were to lessen Sansa's father's vigilance toward the motive of the Duskborn family in helping his nephew become a partner in Sansa's father's firm. Fifth elder was eyeing long-term gains, so he did not hesitate to make some small losses for greater returns in the future. Ironically, losing money was the foundation of building wealth. This was the truth known to professional investors. 2 days or a week, I can't make any promises, Sansa's father answered Elend's mother. A week? Isn't that too long? Elend's mother blurted in surprise as she wanted to complete the first step of her plan as soon as possible. This a very short notice. It takes time to gather all the partners and explain to them how the presence of your husband as our partner will affect the future growth of the firm and persuade the majority of partners to vote in favor of the agenda, that is, let your husband join us as a partner. Not to mention it will take me a while to draw up the required paperwork, so please try and understand if there is a delay. Sansa's father explained to the couple that though he was the founder of the firm, he did not hold the complete decision-making power in the firm. So what they discussed here was still not set in stone. And considering the reputation of the Duskborn family, most of the partners would not favor this decision. Persuading them otherwise would take a while, but considering the prospects of Elend's father joining them, Sansa's father was confident that he could get the majority of the partners to vote in their favor. We understand, Commander. This may not be the appropriate time, but thank you for all that you are doing for our little family of 3, Elend's mother wholeheartedly thanked Sansa's father. Yes, she had ulterior motives for the man and his company, but that doesn't mean that she cannot take a time off from hatching her nefarious plans and genuinely thank the man for making it all possible. Don't mention it, I benefit from it too, Sansa's father said humbly. Commander, please don't be humble, if not for you talking me out of it I would have already applied to go back to that hellhole. Thank you for everything, Ellen's father thanked Sansa's father for persuading him otherwise when he asked permission to return to his old post in the army, right back to the hellhole they were lucky enough to escape. Chapter 10:16. How I Got Your Mother. Date the 12th of October 22XX time 1735. Location Central Region, Capital City, Ice Cream Parlor, Sweet Pea, which flavor would you like? Sansa's dad asked little Sansa, who was still depressed about what transpired in the Duskborn household even after her father repeatedly consoled her on the way here. It doesn't matter, he hates me, little Sansa said. Hearing such dark words come from a little girl of Sansa's age was very concerning, especially if you were her father. How about the rainbow mix? Different flavor with every lick, the attendant suggested, doing his job. Quote. Hearing the attendant's suggestion, little Sansa gave him a glare and then looked away, thinking he was not worth it. Looking into the little girl's eyes, despite being a mature adult, the attendant jolted in fright, as he felt an ominous stare staring at him from inside the little girl's eyes, hence choosing to stay shut until asked to. Seeing the darkness looming over his little angel, Sansa's dad knew he had a problem at his hands and could not help but regret thinking that things would not have spiraled to this if he was present to comfort Sansa when experienced she such a situation for the first time. I am sorry, I get back to you soon when I know what she wants, Sansa's dad apologized and then carried his little angel to an empty table. Sweat Pea, I haven't told you this before, but I think considering the situation it is about time. Sansa's dad paused, seeing little Sansa show no interest in hearing what he has to say. Still he chose to continue. You know, your mother did not like me when we first met. Sansa's dad was sure that now his daughter would be very interested to listen to what he was to say after hearing these words. And he was not wrong. The topic he was talking about was very close to what little Sansa was going through, so it immediately caught her interest. Therefore she could not help but perk her ears and ask, really? Oh yes, she hated my guts and everything about me big time, Sansa's father said, reminiscing about the day he met little Sansa's mother. You are lying, you told me that when two people are in love with each other, and if they choose to they can give birth to babies. If mother and you gave birth to me then you two must love each other very much. Little Sansa, though interested in listening to her dad's story, was a little skeptical that her dad was making up stuff just to console her. Yeah, we do love each other now, you are the proof of that. But before that, your mother hated me, Sansa's father explained. What about you, Dad? Did you hate mother too? Little Sansa asked, choosing to believe her father. No, I fell in love with her the first time we met. I was so in love with her that I announced my undying love for her right then. Sansa's dad was not exaggerating, he really did propose to Sansa's mother on their first meeting regardless of the countless eyes watching them. You did, and did mother accept your proposal? Little Sansa asked. Just hearing her father say that he proposed to her mother on their first meeting in front of a lot of people no less, she felt embarrassed for him. Yes, I did, but because of that, your mother mistook my frankness for me being just another player and rejected me mercilessly. Thinking about it now, Sansa's dad did not regret proposing to Sansa's mother on their first meeting despite the misunderstanding it bore between them. In fact, he was really grateful for that misunderstanding, as because of that, someone as beautiful as Sansa's mother remembered him particularly out of her countless suitors. But he would not share that with his daughter, she was already progressive enough. What is a player, Daddy? Little Sansa asked curiously why her mother would consider her father a player and why would she hate her father for that. Ahem, let's just say that it did not make me popular with your mother. If I were to say, your mother hated because of that, Sansa's father cleared his throat, reminding himself to keep his story kid-friendly as much as possible. I am sorry, Daddy, you must have felt very bad because mother hated you and rejected you in front of so many people, little Sansa said, trying to console her father, as she knew how it hurt to know that the person you liked did not like you back, instead hated you. No, don't be, because that was the best thing that could have happened to me and your mother. Sansa's father slowly curved the story into a teaching moment for his little angel. Quote. Sansa was confused, hearing her father say that being rejected and hated by the woman he loved was the best thing that could happen to him in his life. Confused, Sansa's father asked, glancing at his daughter's cute face covered in a puzzled expression. Little Sansa nodded. You know, it was embarrassing to get rejected in front of so many people. I wanted to crawl into hiding, but something else bothered me more than that. It was the pain of knowing that the woman I loved not only rejected me but also hated me. It hurt a lot, but that made me realize how much your mother mattered to me, which motivated me to struggle to gain her love. Sansa's father gave a dramatic pause for his daughter to soak up what he just said. As her father intended, his words did make a huge impression on Sansa, and she got to thinking. You see, if your mother had agreed to my proposal back then, neither I nor your mother would know the value of what we had between each other. Because things that are easy to obtain are taken for granted, that's human nature, there is no point denying it. But the only way around it was the struggle. Humans learn to value through struggle. Your mother's rejection made me realize how much she mattered to me, and the struggle I went through to gain her love made me value it. Chapter 10:17. Life date the 12th of October 22XX time 1742 location Central Region, Capital City, ice cream parlor. In the middle of his lesson, Sansa's dad noticed that half of what he was saying was going over his daughter's head, so he decided to keep it simple and end it before his daughter confused herself more or worse took the wrong lesson from it. What I am trying to say here is, don't let a rejection stop you. If I had stopped trying to court your mother because she rejected me first and it was embarrassing, you would never have been born. If you were to stop every time you are rejected, then you will never be able to get what you want in this life ever. So if you want something, you will have to dedicate yourself to achieving it. Because without struggle there is nothing of value. This doesn't just apply to the Baylor kid but everything in your life, no matter how little. Remember, my dear daughter, if you want something, dedicate yourself to getting it, no matter the obstacles in your way and what others say. Because only you know the value of what you want, and the struggle you through is the best medium for you to realize how much you value something. As only struggle makes you ask the question, is it worth it? Sansa's father's lesson was quite long. Not everything was absorbed by Sansa, but the key point that her father wanted to relay to her through his story was received by her, and she was engrossed in her contemplation. It did not take for little Sansa's frowned brows to ease and her grim expression to be replaced by a pleasant one that oozed unknown confidence. Father, I will never give up, little Sansa said, hearing that her father was proud of the moment and forgot to go into details about what little Sansa meant when she said that she would never give up. If he had, then he would not be feeling proud. That's like my girl. Remember, in our family dictionary there is no such word. Little Sansa's mood infected her father, so he could not help but boast. Sansa nodded to her father's words. Sir, please order something or empty the table for paying customers, the attendee from earlier said cautiously to the father-daughter pair. Hearing the attendee, little Sansa turned to look at him with the most beautiful smile and said, Sir, I would like to try that rainbow mix that you recommended. Mesmerized by the little girl's angelic smile, the attendant almost forgot to take her order. When he came to the attendee, hurriedly retracted his gaze because he did not want to sully something so pure with them, and said, 2 rainbow mix, coming right away. Date the 4th of April 2321 time 1:23 location Central Region, Capital City, Baylor Manor. Dad, you were right but wrong at the same time. Some have to struggle to get what they want and will never be appreciated for it even though they deserve it. And then some will get everything they want and be appreciated for it even though they don't deserve it. That is how life is. Those whose dedication does not get appreciated will complain but never stop dedicating to their cause as they know the value of what they were struggling for. Those who get undeserved appreciation will not complain or have the ambition to achieve more because they never knew the true value of what they were given. This is how life continues to maintain balance. Yes, sometimes there are oddballs in these two categories who, rather than being a part of this game, evolved to play the game. I am one of them. This sadistic take of Sansa on life was the reason why she was handling the likes of the flower thief and others with handy origin cards with care when she did not have to. As for her blatant disregard for Grey Fur and others like him, did not need any further explanation. What better way to run your organization than the way of the biggest organization to ever exist, life? But what she forgot to account for was that in life all good things come to an end. Norman, state the purpose of your call. Matron, there is a slight hiccup in the plan. The semi-demigods from the circle are not acting to attract the attention of the semi-demigods protecting the boy, the moon thief explained. As it is clear that without the semi-demigods from the circle distracting the semi-demigods protecting the boy, it would be very hard for them to assassinate the boy even with his origin card, considering the trick up the boy's sleeves that allowed him to fake his death after their last presumed successful assassination attempt on him. Quote. Sansa did not immediately respond to the flower thief's explanation because she wanted him to sweat a little and seriously contemplate whether this was reason enough for him to call her. Yes, she tends to give card apprentices with special origins card preferential treatment, but she would never let it affect her authority over them. Her origin card was a good way to remind them of that, but when a simple silence can do the job, making it pointless to go through the trouble of delivering corporal punishment, and not mention it would serve contrary to her philosophy on the working of her organization. As Xianxia expected, hearing silence in response to his explanation, Flower Thief was sweating bullets and thought maybe Grey Fur was right. But what's done was done, crying over it would only hasten his demise, so he decided to choose his next words carefully. Hopefully that would be enough to let him see the next sunrise and many more to come. Matron, I believe the people from the circle don't really plan to escalate this matter, considering the importance the Southern royal family has shown to the boy by sending 3 renowned semi-demigods to guard him. I am listening. What did little Xianxia learn from her father's lesson? Was that the origin of Xianxia's sadistic nature? What transpired between Ellen's mom, Xianxia's father, and the Duskborns? Who won? Chapter 10:18. Finding friends in unexpected places. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 1:27. Location Central Region, Capital City, Baylor Manor. To save his skin, the Flower Thief started blabbing the first thing that came to his mind, and fortunately, the more he spoke, the more it made sense, so he stuck with it. I am listening. Xianxia did not care what the Flower Thief had to say as long as he sweated enough and displayed submission in both body and mind. Forcing a person's body into submission was satisfying, but forcing their mind into submission was simply pleasuring and had a sense of fulfillment. Hearing the matron finally respond to him with 3 words more than before, the Flower Thief sighed in relief and then continued by building on his previous bullshit. Matron, I believe the circle plans to give up their Sun Blossom City's branch leader. Just make peace with the boy. They may even have come to a tactical understanding with the Southern royal family. Flower Thief, you do know that I can read your memories, right? Xianxia said, fed up with the Flower Thief's bullshit. She no longer planned to entertain him, and immediately shut him. In this world apart from her, nobody knew the real capability of the supreme leader of the circle. She has tried numerous times to infiltrate the circle's core management using her ability, but she was never successful in this endeavor. There were 2 reasons for this. The first is that the regular members have no say in the management. Except for the branch leaders and a few elders in the main branch of the circle, rest of them were mere expendables. No matter their contribution and merit to the cause of the circle, they were nothing more than pawns in the supreme leader's plans. The second was that the true core management of the circle, led by the branch leaders and a select group of elders in the main branch of the circle, were somehow immune to her origin card. It would be more accurate to say that whenever she used her origin card on any one of them, she would face a strong rejection. Trying to find the reason or source behind the rejection, Xianxia, the self-proclaimed ruler of shadows in the central region, was caught in the act for the first time in her entire career. Before that, nobody had any idea that there existed an organization that served the purpose of one person and was the mysterious hand behind more than half of the accidents in the capital, and third in the entire central region. At the cost of revealing her organization and her hidden identity, something good came out that fateful day. Xianxia learned the best-kept secrets of one of many small organizations in the central region, the Circle, which slowly making a place for itself in the central region. That day both Supreme Leader and Matron met for the first time and learned each other's secrets. As the oddballs in life, who decided not to be part of the game and instead play it, they came to respect each other and agreed to forge an alliance with their secrets as collateral. With this alliance, the Circle and the Pa clan's rise to power was shorter than it would have taken them individually. The alliance has served both the Circle and the Pa clan very well, until just recently. The Circle was not able to kill the boy before he rose to power as per their agreement with Matron. In a fit of rage, she sent a bunch of Card Emperors from Pa clan to slaughter the Circle's Sky Blossom City branch. Though the attack was a failure as the intended target managed to escape, the casualty to the Circle's Sky Blossom branch was not negligible. As a result, in the present, they were having trouble communicating with each other, which is resulting in them being unable to trust each other, which was not a problem before. Aside from all this, Xianxia knew for sure that even if Circle were to compromise with the Southern Royal family, they would never give up one of their branch leaders, as they have spared no less effort in grooming them, and the fact that they played a very important role in the Supreme Leader's grand scheme of plans. Therefore, when the Flower Thief said that Circle may be planning to sacrifice the Sun Blossom City's branch leader to appease the boy and make up with the Southern royal family, Xianxia could no longer tolerate his bullshit. Hearing Matron's words, the Flower Thief's legs started to wobble. He opened his mouth but no words came out as his mind was scared blank. Nothing but fear of Matron echoed in it. I will call them and get an update. No matter their response, the mission is a go. Tonight you have to kill the boy even if it cost you 5 your lives. So, for your sakes pray that Circle is as desperate as me to kill the boy." Leaving behind an ultimatum, Xianxia ended the call, and she meant every word of what she said. No matter what happened, Xianxia wanted the boy dead tonight, even if it meant the death of the flower thief. Because right now for her the boy's death was worth more than 100 codename flower thief. Her husband plans to adopt the boy before the next sunset, which she could not tolerate. The mere thought of that woman's son becoming her husband's adoptive son caused Xianxia's blood to boil in rage. She can't have it no matter what. It's not like the thought of turning that woman's son into one of her slaves did not cross her mind, but no matter how expendable the Pa clan was to Xianxia, it held a little sentiment in her heart, and she did not want it to be sullied by the presence of that woman's blood. Even if she were to look past that, she could not look past the fact that a bunch of legal papers would associate her and her husband as the adoptive parents of that boy. So no matter the cost, she wanted that boy dead tonight. Chapter 10:19. Carl. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 1:35. Location Central Region, Capital City, Baylor Manor. No matter how much Xianxia tried to think of a mid-ground in case her minions failed to kill the boy for the second time, she came up with nothing, as for some reason just the thought of that boy being associated with her or her husband in any way repulsed her to her core. Xianxia thrived on others' hatred toward her, but never thought she, herself, would develop such hideous hatred for a person, and the target of that hatred would be a mere boy no less. This ugly hatred of hers for the boy was why she did not hesitate when considering making use of desperate measures to kill the boy. Having up on the flower thief, Xianxia did not bother to continue and monitor the live memories of the flower thief and team. Instead, she immediately called the supreme leader to check if they were still on the same page. Calling SL Carl, soon the call connected, and the other side did not immediately answer, instead waited for the caller to lead the conversation with the reason for their call. Since they both knew who was at the other end of the call, they considered it to be pointless and a waste of their time to engage in small pleasantries such as exchanging greetings over a call. "You never change," Xianxia said, knowing the supreme leader's habit. "What is it, Susan? How can I help you?" A deep voice answered from the other side of the call. He did not seem to bother to participate in small talk. Straight to the point, "You know, Carl, your routine makes you very predictable." Xianxia did not seem to care that the person on the other side of the call did not want to engage in small talk with her. "Xianxia, my routine saves me time, which in your case seems to only serve your sadistic side. Do you feel aroused knowing that it annoys me when you don't get to the point as my routine suggests you to?" Carl said, feeling irritated that despite his repeated warning, Xianxia would continue to try and engage him in senseless conversation just to satisfy her sadistic urges. "I love it when you talk dirty to me, my sadist side. You know me the best. If not for my husband, you would have been my next choice, you know that, right?" Xianxia said with a sultry voice, fully knowing that this would only add to Carl's annoyance. "No, and I think it's for the best." Despite trying not to, Carl had to participate in Xianxia's conversation even if it was just to refute her. "It breaks my heart when you say such things, Carl. Now tell me, why would you want to hurt me like that?" Xianxia teased Carl. "Enough, keep your small talks for your brainwashed buffoons. Now get to the point and don't force me to hang up on you." Carl had enough of Xianxia and her pointless blabber. Considering the already existing tension between the two of them, he was in no mood to entertain Xianxia and her quirks. "Oh my, that almost gave me an orgasm," Xianxia responded to Carl's yell. Hearing Xianxia's response, Carl was speechless. Though this was usual and expected of Xianxia, he wanted to hang up on her, but he valued his alliance with her and did not want to worsen what little trust they had. But if she forces him to, then he had no choice but to stand true to his words. "That's it, Carl, honey, don't leave me hanging, let me finish." Hearing no reply from Carl, Xianxia spoke up. "Matron, you seem to be busy, I will call you after you have finished." Saying that, Carl prepared to hand up on Xianxia but did not, as hearing Xianxia yell, "Carl, don't you dare hang up on me." "Sure, but if force I can't be held accountable." Carl stopped considering the long-term and rewarding alliance between the two of them. "Fine, give me the update on the boy and your plans for him." Xianxia stopped teasing Carl, knowing that he was not good at taking a joke. "What boy?" Carl asked in confusion, as if it was the first time he had heard Xianxia bring up the boy. "Don't play dumb, you are fully aware of whom I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Off. After all, he is after the life of one of your chess pieces." considering the importance of the Circle's branch leaders in the grand schemes of the Circle's Supreme Leader's plan. Sansa knew that the Supreme Leader would definitely be informed if one of them were in harm's way. I get why the boy is after my chess pieces, but I don't get why you are after the boy. Carl's words seemed simple and straightforward enough, but the tone he spoke in made it seem like he blamed Sansa for the bad blood between the boy and his organization. After all, it was Sansa who introduced him to the boy's parents. If it were not for her, his pawn would never have taken interest in the boy's parents 20 years ago when they moved to Sky Blossom City. It was Sansa who wanted her pawn to make life difficult for the boy's parents. It was Sansa who said that killing the couple right away would be troublesome. Because of her demands, they had to wait 20 years before they finally killed the couple. Not to mention the only reason the boy was spared was that Sansa felt his death right after the death of his parents would stink of conspiracy and rather asked them to wait a few weeks before innovatively killing the boy. Following her demand, his pawn did come up with an innovative way to kill the boy, but it took a few weeks longer than she prescribed, and then for some unfortunate reason, things spiraled out of his pawn's hands with the unpredicted and sudden exponential rise of the boy. Chapter 1020. Decades-long alliance. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 1:42. Location Central Region, Capital City. Everything was orchestrated according to Sansa's demand, which led to the current results, yet she had the gals sending a squad of Card Emperors to slaughter one of the Circle's branches and hunt its branch leader. Where does she come off pulling something like that? Fortunately, the branch leader had the foreknowledge of evacuating the branch headquarters before escaping to safety. Though the casualty was contained, it did not mean he would overlook her offense, or did she think otherwise? Sansa throwing a fit of rage when she doesn't get what she wanted was not new. In their decades of partnership, Carl had seen Sansa do a lot worse and get away with it due to the special trait of her organization. He did not care about it until now, as he was on the other side this time. The loss of a third-rate city branch was not enough to make a dent in his plans or be worth ruining the decade-long alliance between the two organizations. That was why, despite his dissatisfaction, he tolerated Sansa's action in the Sky Blossom City, looking past it, and acting as if nothing happened. Believing that Sansa would make up for her mistake in some other way. He was not wrong. Sansa repaid what she owed him in just a week by giving him detailed information on a possible attack on the Circle's new branch, the Sun Blossom City branch. Yes, Sansa was the indirect reason why the new branch of the Circle was facing a threat with a possible semi-demigod realm involved, but that was the cost of doing business. After all, an enemy of a friend would end up as their enemy anyway. Not to mention the information about the attack given by Sansa was too detailed. It contained every little detail from what, why, when, and how. If it was someone else giving him this information with this amount of details, then he would think of the possibility of the source of the information being compromised, but with Sansa, he did not think so, because he knew her ability was a lot more capable than that. In the decades of alliance between them, Sansa had used her ability to eliminate numerous threats to the Circle, some of which even the Circle did not know of. If Sansa was able to get the information, then she could also turn the source of her information into assassins to get rid of the aggregators without them knowing what hit them. This way Sansa was very efficient in getting rid of threats even before they became one. Such godly service could only be provided by Sansa's organization. Therefore the alliance with her organization was paramount, and it made sense to swallow small dissatisfaction for the bigger picture. If not for Sansa's help, the Circle would require another century, trillions of resources, and a lot more sacrifices to reach the heights it had reached today. His alliance with Sansa was very rewarding, so it only made sense to go along with some of her quirks. That was what kept the alliance going until Mike, the branch leader of the Sun Blossom City branch of the Circle, reported the unusual betrayal of the in-house disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony. Like Mike, Carl to though the possibility of Ji-Feng going rogue, or the involvement of the Southern royal family or the Yin-Yang Harmony sect acting in its self-interest. But none of them made sense. Why would Ji-Feng go rogue? How could the Southern royal family influence Ji-Feng, forgetting the bad blood between the Yin-Yang Harmony sect? Why would the Yin-Yang Harmony sect risk its highest revenue-generating business? Out of all these, only the possibility of the Southern royal family influencing Ji-Feng into betrayal to discredit the Yin-Yang Harmony sect was most likely, but there was a flaw in the details. How did Ji-Feng counter Mike's origin card? Since Ji-Feng was going to stay in the branch headquarters to maintain the Yin-Yang Harmony sect's desolate Punisher array, he was put through a rigorous screening process. So for a fact they knew that Ji-Feng did not have anything cards that would counter Mike's origin card yet. he was able to not only free himself from Mike's card but also look past its deception. This could only mean that Ji Feng was prepared in advance to face Mike's origin card. Forgetting how Ji Feng got the information on Mike's origin card for a moment, as a mere disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect, how was Ji Feng able to come up with the cards that could counter the ability of Mike's origin card? These two questions were worth considering. Though they were not able to answer them, these questions greatly reduced the suspension pointing toward the Southern royal family influencing Ji Feng into betrayal to discredit the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. Though the Southern royal family was strong enough to stand as one of the top 5 powers of the world, it was only in the sense of raw power, but when it came to its information network, it was not that remarkable. The Circle has been plundering the resources of the southern region right under the noses of the Southern royal family for decades, and never once did they even bother to know what an organization that was established in the central region doing back in the third-rate city of the southern region. It ate up the reason they fed, and yes, the cross-check came as clean, there was no doubt there, but the Southern royal family never bothered to dig around it. So it was hard to believe that the Southern royal family that relied on brute strength had the brains to pull off something like influencing Ji Feng into betrayal to discredit the Yin-Yang Harmony sect while destroying one of the Circle's branches. This was unlike the unparalleled bloodline famous in the fables for their fists. But this begged the question, who in the world was able to pull off something like this without gathering any suspicion and stood to gain the most? Chapter 1021. Caught in a lie. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 1:42. Location Central Region, Capital City. Who in the world was able to pull off something like this without gathering any suspicion and stood to gain the most? Matron and the Pa clan. This was what came to Mike and Carl's mind with what Mike had discovered on the battlefield. The Yin-Yang Harmony sect had the capability but not enough motive to pull this off. Not to mention they stood to lose the most if word gets out about this incident. The South royal family had enough motive, but its capability was very lacking and questionable to attempt something like this. Ji Feng, by himself, neither had enough capability nor enough motive to betray not just the Circle but the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. As for the boy, without the Southern royal family backing him, he was nothing but an ant. As for a third mysterious force acting from within the shadow, very likely, but how many unknown forces were out there that would be able to get such detailed information about something that was happening in a third-rate city like Sun Blossom City? Out of everything else they could be conspiring about, why would they come to a third-rate city in a backwater region? Unless they were somehow personally related to this incident or they had a high-level profit in their organization. Though the latter was debatable, it was less possible than the former. Either way, these two possibilities left them with two organizations to be wary of: Matron and the Pa clan, or Saint and the Holy Empire. Considering that the Saint and the Holy Empire had their hands full dealing with the so-called infidels, they would not have the time or reason to target the Circle. As for Matron and the Pa clan, they were very capable of pulling something like this. Their unique type of information network was proficient in such dubious plans. But the question remained, why? What was the motive for Matron to suddenly attack the alliance that has been rewarding for both of them? No matter how he racked his brain, Carl could not come up with a reason, because though allied they had different motives, so there was no conflict of interest. With greed out of the picture, there was not much left that he would find justifying enough for Sansa to target them from the dark. This lack of motive on Sansa's part gave Carl the only reason. Carl answered Sansa's call, giving her the benefit of the doubt. But things changed when Sansa replied that the reason behind her call was to get an update on his progress with the boy. Carl was not foolish enough to believe that Sansa did not have eyes in the Sun Blossom City right now, monitoring the fight between Mike and the boy and giving her a live update through their memories. Since she could give him such detailed information on the boy's attack on one of his branch headquarters, then getting a live update on the progress of the battle would not be difficult with her capabilities. Yet, she chose to call him to ask for the progress. This could only mean that she was not really interested in the progress of the battle but something else. Most like to figure out why were the semi-demigods of the Circle not surfacing to engage the semi-demigods protecting the boy for Mike to kill the boy. If things were normal between them, Carl would not think too much about Sansa's actions, but they weren't. Though he gave Sansa the benefit of the doubt because of the lack of motive on her part, this did not mean that he had removed her from the suspect list, rather she was the number suspect currently. Though he was not able to think of a motive for Sansa to make a move against him from the dark, it did not mean she did not have one, so he was vigilant against her every action. Which was causing him to scrutinize every little action of Sansa, which he would usually brush off as her quirky attitude out of suspicion that they meant or signaled something more. With doubt in his mind, every action of Xianxia started to appear suspicious despite them being harmless. The reason Carl was so cautious towards Xianxia was that she was the worst enemy one could have. If you were on her naughty list, then you would not even know what hit before you gasped your last breath on this world. Sure, what do you want to know? Carl replied to Xianxia after she stated her motive for calling him was to get an update on the progress. Though the replay of Carl seems to be compliant with Xianxia's demand, it actually did not answer her. It raised another question enunciating that Xianxia knew what was happening in the Sun Blossom City. If Xianxia were to answer him, she would be agreeing that she had her minions back monitoring the fight back in the Sun Blossom City. Then the point of Xianxia's call was no longer what she claimed it to be. Considering the decades of alliance between them, why would Xianxia lie to him? Fine, you caught me. Now answer me, why aren't your semi-demigods drawing the attention of semi-demigods protecting the boy? As long as the semi-demigods were protecting the boy, Mike would never be able to land a killing blow on the boy despite his overwhelming advantage against the boy. Though the semi-demigods protecting the boy would not interfere in the battle, they would indeed save him when needed and retreat. Which was not the result Xianxia wanted to see. She wanted the boy dead no matter the cost. I plan to withdraw from the Sun Blossom City entirely. It would be childish on my part to make an enemy of the Southern royal family over this, Carl replied, even though he had yet to decide on what course of action Mike had to follow, as this sentence was meant to test Xianxia and her motive behind all this. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:44, location Central Region, Capital City. Hearing Carl planned to yield and retreat, Xianxia did not immediately respond. Her thoughts were chaotic right now as she needed Carl to go after the boy. Xianxia had big plans. She wanted to grow her secret organization into an unstoppable army before she became a demigod herself. Such that once she achieves the demigod realm, she planned to surface her dark organization as a legitimate one by overthrowing world powers, for example the southern and northern royal families. When that happens, it was inevitable that the past of her dark organization would be dug up. Xianxia was not worried about becoming a public enemy because of her ability or her actions, but she was worried about her husband. As a demigod, he was already detached from mortal perils except for one, his childhood love, the late Dalton Wyatt. She was confident her husband would look past whatever she did to come to power, and similarly she was also confident that he would not hesitate to kill her if he were to find out that she was the one who had influenced Dalton to fall for a mercenary. Xianxia was proud of this one, as she did not even have to use her ability to achieve this. All she had to do was fed Dalton romanticized crap about forbidden love such as the princess and the huntsman, the lady and the stable boy, etc. Dalton's arranged marriage with demigod Baylor was a big help too, as it made Dalton's infatuation for the mercenary much dirtier and forbidden. Recall those memories. A satisfied grin formed on Xianxia's lips. She was the one who influenced Dalton to elope with her mercenary lover when Dalton had caved to the family pressure and decided to marry demigod Baylor. Once again, Xianxia did not need her origin card to influence Dalton. A little encouragement and a few glamorous words about undying love were enough for her to change Dalton's mind. This was only possible because Dalton naively believed and trusted Xianxia as her best friend. It was Xianxia who leaked the information about Dalton and her mercenary partners' escape to the southern region to the Duskborn family. If not for the involvement of demigod Baylor, the adulterous couple would be caught and hung by the Duskborn family, instead just having her name erased from the family ancestry records. Xianxia was the one behind Dalton and her new family's misfortune after Dalton settled in Sky Blossom City, which ultimately led to the untimely death of the couple on Xianxia's whim. Any one of these was reason enough for demigod Baylor to kill Xianxia, his only wife, without hesitation, as that's how much he loves the late Dalton. Demigod Baylor was a man who was willing to see the love of his life in another man's arms as long as she was happy. Showing his selfless love for his childhood friend Dalton. Only someone with such altruistic love would be willing to adopt the son of the love of his life born to another man. Knowing her husband's temperament, Xianxia had made sure to leave no evidence behind, except for the circle. Considering the alliance between them, she thought that won't be a problem and further planned to use them to get rid of the spawn of her late best friend to avoid the suspicion of her husband when he learns of the death of the boy. Within a day of him announcing that he wanted to adopt the boy. But now the circle plans no longer made it possible for her to achieve that. From the start, Xianxia had her doubts that despite the hatred of the boy for their organization, the circle would hesitate to kill the boy, considering their unfinished business in the southern region, which required the consent of the southern royal family. Therefore Susan deployed her best assassin to the battlefield to quietly do her bidding and let the circle take all the blame for it. Only by Circle being labeled as the culprit for the death of the boy will she be able to escape the suspicion of the husband of her involvement in the successful assassination of the boy. Now hearing the plan from Carl himself, her doubts were confirmed, but if the Circle retreated without putting up a fight as per their new plan, then her contingency would never be able to be put into action. Therefore she had to think of a quick way to have the Circle reconsider their plans, or at least stand their ground against the boy long enough for her minions to get the job done. That's a surprise. I never thought that one day you would consider sacrificing one of your branch leaders, Sansa spoke provocatively, hiding the chaos Carl's previous words have brewed in her mind. Who said anything about sacrificing my Mike? He will retreat with other surviving members. All we are doing is abandon the Sun Blossom City branch. We rebuild after the boy leaves for university. The plan to retreat that Carl came upon on a whim became the only plan after he heard the provocation in Sansa's tone as she responded. Though he still did not conclude that Sansa was behind the series of unfortunate events that befell the Circle's Sun Blossom City branch, he had a feeling that Sansa had other motives. And you think that is possible? According to my sources, the boy seemed to have vowed to kill your branch leader. I don't know if he is capable of that, but I can guess that he would not let your people retreat. Sansa started to undermine Carl's plan to retreat using the hatred of the boy for the Circle as a reason. And who's to blame for the boy's hatred for my organization? Carl answered, blaming Sansa for the current mess one of his branches was going through. Hey, no need for pointing fingers, I am trying to help you, aren't I? Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:48, location Central Region, Capital City. Help, somehow I doubt that, Carl replied, no longer being polite with his words. What is that supposed to mean? Sansa asked coyly. You know what I mean, Carl said, finally deciding to retreat from the Sun Blossom City. As for their unfulfilled interest in the Blossom District, they could always regroup once the boy had left to pursue higher studies. You try to help somebody and get paid with suspicion instead of gratitude. Man, what has this world come to? Sansa complained. I have decided to retreat. Now that you got your update, if nothing else, I am hanging up, Carl said impatiently, thinking that Sansa was trying to buy time with her nonsense for something she was hatching. Fine, saying that Sansa hung up on Carl, not wanting to give him the satisfaction of hanging up on her. Then she immediately contacted Grey Fur. Matron, what are your orders? Grey Fur immediately picked up the call and answered, even though he was devastated earlier after learning that the difference in treatment between a veteran and a talent of the organization. But his heart eased a little as he saw the flower thief sweat his clothes wet being worn by Matron. He realized despite the difference in the treatment, in the end, they all were nothing more than mere pawns to do Matron's bidding. Tell me about your escape array. Is it one-way or two-way? Sansa immediately asked to modify her contingency plan. It is one-way, but if we require it, I can have it modified into two-way within a few minutes, Grey Fur answered, feeling the gravity of the situation through Matron's tone. Good, do that and share the coordinates with the head office. I am sending in a dozen semi-demigods to help you with the objective. Remember to complete the mission even if it costs your life. Because if you come back alive after a failure, I will make sure you wish to have died in trying to complete the mission. Understood. Sansa threatened Grey Fur with the consequence of failure. Yes, ma'am. Matron, what about the Circle? Will they be making a move soon? Grey Fur could not help but ask, as the mission was to kill the boy using the Circle as the scapegoat. The Circle has decided to retreat. Therefore I have decided to send the organization's semi-demigods. Sansa did not hide the reason for her suddenly deploying over a dozen semi-demigods to help with the mission. Hearing Matron's words, Grey Fur felt a chill on his back, as a dozen semi-demigods for the mission, which involved shifting the blame onto other organizations, it was too high profile. This increased the chances of successful completion of the first object of the mission by a good margin, but the chances of completion of the second objective decreased. This could only mean Matron no longer cared about lost ends, or she planned to deal with them next after the completion of the mission. Thinking of this, Grey Fur felt the coldness on his back spread to his entire body, and began to play numerous scenarios in his head based on the information he had so far. And all the roads end in his death, except for one where he follows and executes Matron's orders unconditionally. Soon Grey Fur awakened from his contemplation, knowing that the best course of action for his survival was to follow Matron's orders unconditionally. So deciding to show his loyalty, he said, Matron, what about array formation covering the southern region? The boy's ability is barely shielding the four of us. I don't think it can bear another dozen of semi-demigods. Don't worry, I have other arrangements for that. Just make sure the two-way teleportation array is ready for their arrival. Sansa assured Grey Fur that she had it all under control and hung up to arrange for a dozen semi-demigods to help with the mission. Grey Fur chooses to believe her. Considering the numerous talents in the organization, there was bound to be someone with the capabilities to help cheat the array formation covering the southern region. Then turning to his team members, Grey Fur announced, "The Circle is planning to retreat. So the original plan is a no-go. But thankfully Matron is sending in a dozen semi-demigods to help us with our mission. So we have to turn the escape arrays into two-way teleportation arrays." "A dozen? Doesn't it sound a bit overkill?" one of the Card Emperors could not help but say. "Overkill, that is how I prefer it," Sniper said enthusiastically. While the others nodded, because even if it were overkill it lessens the risk in the mission, guaranteeing their safety. "It doesn't matter, they are Matron's orders, we are following them to the dot. Now you two get to modifying the teleportation array formation ASAP, as if your lives depend on it. And then send the coordinates to the head office," Grey Fur ordered the other two Card Emperors of the team, who were mostly in charge of arranging the teleportation array for their escape. And then with a grim tone, he added, "I was not kidding when I said that your life depends on it." The Card Emperors heading to the one-way escape teleportation arrays they had arranged earlier could not help but pause in their tracks hearing Grey Fur. They have been working with Grey Fur for quite a while now and know he was not an alarmist. So, if the Grey Fur said that their lives depended on this, they believed him unconditionally and hurried in their tracks towards the teleportation arrays. As the two Card Emperors began to modify the teleportation array into a two-way teleportation array, Grey Fur returned to witness the battle between the Circle's branch leader and the boy. He did not know why Matron gave so much importance to killing this boy, but he knew if they were not successful in killing him today, they might as well die trying. So that they can rest in peace in the afterlife, otherwise, Matron will make sure that neither of them will find peace ever again. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:48, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Circle's branch headquarters / splurt. A deformed humanoid arm flew through the air as blood spurted into the surroundings. This was the result of my blood rule-powered saber cutting one of Mike's extra arms. During the last half hour, this was not the first time I had managed to injure Mike, but he would immediately heal himself by making use of some monster traits. I was frequently able to land blows on Mike, not because I suddenly become an expert in the six-armed sword fighting style. Instead, Mike had grown careless. As a result, he was prone to making a lot of mistakes that he didn't before. I had this nagging feeling that Mike was not taking this fight seriously, because the Mike I had fought at the start would not make such obvious mistakes. The more I fought with Mike, the more I was convinced that either Mike did not consider me a threat or this was not Mike I was fighting with. Thinking of this possibility, I scanned the Mike I was fighting using my soul pupils and everything came back normal. But considering my soul pupils' history with Mike's myriad transformation body, I did not know if I could entirely trust the results given by them. With my soul pupils losing their credibility against Mike, I had to go old school and rely on my instincts. And my instincts screamed that something was wrong with the Mike I was fighting. So I chose to go with my instincts and decided to stay alert as I continued to engage in a fight with Mike. Was the Mike I was fighting with a fake one, a clone, or a duplicate maybe? Of course, if they were, then they would have been modified by Mike's ability that allowed him to morph his victim to take any form he wants. With help of Mike's origin card, it would not be a surprise that his duplicates or clones were able to cheat the scrutiny of my soul pupils and pass as an original. With the careless and reckless fighting style displayed by the Mike that I was fighting, I was pretty sure that this one was a fake, meant to keep me busy, while the original tried to ambush me. That sounded plausible, but why has he not tried to ambush me so far? Unless he had other plans, for example, he could be escaping. Thinking of this, I immediately had my two extra heads scan the surroundings for any object or beings with a variation in their soul pathway vibration. While they did that, I fended off Mike's reckless attacks. The thought that Mike could possibly be escaping ticked me off, because I was dead set on using my Blood Fate Plunder rune on him, as I had taken interest in his origin card. But I had a feeling that Mike was not one of those that would run with his tail in face of adversity. So if he was not ambushing me or planning to escape, what was he up to sending a fake to keep me engaged? Asking this question to self, a person came to my mind, Ji Feng. Earlier Mike seemed to be more interested in capturing Ji Feng than hunting me. While using the fake to keep me engaged, Mike had three courses of action to choose from. First was the obvious one, to ambush me when I am least expecting. The second was to make a run for it. The third was to capture Ji Feng, who appeared to be the main culprit behind my successful attack on the Circle's Sun Blossom branch headquarters. I could see why Mike would prioritize going after Ji Feng. He felt that if Ji Feng had not helped us with the Desolate Punisher array formation, my army and I would never have been able to break into the Circle's headquarters defense system or slaughter almost all of its members. Not to mention Ji Feng was able to undo his origin card's ability. Most importantly, Mike seemed to believe that Ji Feng was just a puppet of another force that was targeting their circle. I gather this when he kept constantly asking Ji Feng whose orders he was following. As continued to contemplate while defending against fake Mike's attack, Hive AI had completed scanning the surroundings as per my instruction and managed to find an object with a variation in its soul pathway vibration, a pebble, a rolling pebble to be exact. Seeing the actions of the rolling pebble, I sighed in relief, as it was not trying to escape but tracing Ji Feng's tracks while maintaining a certain distance. The pebble seemed to be cautious in approaching Ji Feng. Seeing how Ji Feng was able to find his pebble body last time, it was not a surprise that Mike would be cautious while approaching him in that form once again. This time I did not have my slave conscious controlling Ji Feng to try and grab the pebble-bodied Mike, but asked it to continue to act as if we had not seen through his plan. This was why I did not take the numerous opportunity I got to kill the fake Mike and instead wounded it time and again. Mike with his transformation ability was a slippery bastard. Trying to capture him would have proved to be very difficult, therefore I planned to wait for him to come to us. By that I mean to use Ji Feng as the bait and I would be the fisherman, waiting for Mike to take the bait. Considering how Mike was obsessed with capturing Ji Feng, I think Ji Feng made the perfect bait. Now that the stage was set, all I had to do was wait patiently for Mike to make his move. This time no mistakes were allowed, as I realized that if Mike wanted to escape thanks to his versatile ability, I could not stop him. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 1:56, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Circle's branch headquarters. In the silent auction, I came across many exciting cards, two of which were the Corpse Wood Stake and the Corpse Wood Coffin. I specifically bring these two up because I was going to use them to capture Mike. As much as I want to use my Blood Fate Plunder rune on Mike immediately, I had to control myself. As there were too many eyes watching, so it would be in my best interest if I were to capture Mike for now and use him as a blood sacrifice in the Blood Fate Plunder rune's blood ritual when I have my privacy. I had to do this knowing that the Blood Fate Plunder rule meanings would not be well received by the Card Apprentice community. They had no qualms about blood elixir or hematophagy meaning of the blood rule, but Blood Fate Plunder and bloodline possession were frowned upon. As the former two, even though could be used against other card apprentices, had a limit to how much they can influence a card apprentice's strength, but the latter two broke the norms. These meanings were so influential that they could turn a card apprentice crazy over unimaginable power and prolonged life. So it was not a surprise the Card Apprentice Society could tolerate meanings such as Blood Forge and Blood Elixir, would frown at rule meanings such as Blood Fate Plunder. As I was contemplating why it would be best for me to not use Blood Fate Plunder on Mike immediately, Mike had begun to make his move, seeing that Ji Feng was completely open and defenselessly fighting the Bone Dragon clones. After Mike reported his suspicions regarding Ji Feng's betrayal to the main headquarters, he and the three semi-demigods that had come to help him were ordered to stand down and await further orders. Therefore, despite an overwhelming advantage in the fight against the boy, Mike chose to hold back for two reasons. The first was the orders from the main branch, and second was the fact that semi-demigods were watching their fight and had no qualms about stepping in to save the boy. So in this pointless battle, Mike did not bother to go all out and continued to entertain the boy, but to his surprise, he proved to be more than what met the eye. To his astonishment, the boy's physique seemed to have broken the limits of his realm and reached the peak a gold grimoire holder could achieve. That was frightening, as it meant that if not for the golden grimoire limiting the boy's physique, then it would have been a lot stronger, maybe enough to overpower him without much effort. Despite being limited by the bounds of his grimoire, the boy had managed to stand on equal footing with him, therefore Mike could not help but applaud the boy, acknowledging his strength. As much as Mike would love to nip this future trouble in the bud, he was bound by the orders from the main branch not to take action, as having him kill the boy could be a conspiracy plotted by a third unknown organization. Though most of the details were unknown, Mike chose to play around with the boy, keeping the bigger picture in mind. Soon, new orders from the main branch came asking them to retreat and give up the Sun Blossom branch. Though Mike was not happy with the orders, he understood why, as the possibility of the circle being conspired against by an unknown organization was very likely, and all the circumstantial evidence pointed towards Matron and the Pa clan. The main branch did not want to jump to conclusions and give the Pa clan benefit of the doubt considering their decades-long alliance. Therefore, he was given one more important mission before retreating, to capture Ji Feng, who was in the middle of all of this and seemed to the thread that, when pulled on, would unravel the entire web of mystery. Having received his orders, Mike immediately made use of an explosion to switch places with a clone. Skill combo: S-rank Demon Clone plus Origin Card Myriad Devil's Hex, Absolute Replica, Myriad Devil Transformation, Pebble Body. Mike's skill combo Absolute Replica was one of the most advanced and proficient clone art. It not only allowed the clone to have the same soul pathways, arrangement and vibrations, but it also allowed the clone to possess all his abilities and similar strength. Though the intelligence was questionable, it was enough to pass as an original. Having the Absolute Replica take his place, Mike transformed into a pebble and once again near Ji Feng, but this time he did not dare to be unscrupulous as the last time, as he knew that Ji Feng seemed to see through his disguise. Therefore, keeping a distance from Ji Feng, he monitored Ji Feng like a praying mantis waiting to strike when its prey was least expecting. Soon Mike's patience bore fruit. Ji Feng seemed to be completely occupied trying to fend off his skeleton dragon clone army, leaving his stance completely vulnerable to sneak attacks. The skeleton dragon clones were strong, but they were still brainless undead. They had no concept of sneak attacks. So it was not surprising that when under a bind, Ji Feng would focus on killing the skeleton dragon clones, leaving himself completely open to sneak attacks. This was a big mistake on Ji Feng's part, and Mike had no qualms about taking advantage of it to capture him and retreat following the orders from the main branch. Origin Card, Myriad Devil Transformation, Colossal Mouthed Frog Monster. With the chant, pebble-bodied Mike transformed into a foot-tall 4-pound frog. Based on its appearance, the frog monster appeared to be no different from a regular fat frog. But its mouth suddenly expanded about 30 meters wide and opened to engulf Ji Feng, the skeleton dragons surrounding him and the ground below them in one gulp. Gulp. Date: the 4th of April 2321. Time 2:06. Location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Circle's branch headquarters. Mike's card allowed him to access various skills, physiques, traits, and complete transformations to choose from, which meant he had numerous ways to capture Ji Feng at his disposal. So as a fisherman waiting for the fish to catch the bait, I prepared myself some crazy stunt that Mike could pull to capture Ji Feng. But what I could never have imagined in my wildest dream. The frog monster that Mike had transformed into was just a foot long, and its mouth suddenly expanded to 30-something feet wide and engulfed everything in its path. And I couldn't help but think, damn, that frog must be really hungry. Even hungry hippos are put shame by it. The interesting thing was that even though the frog had swallowed enough to amount to a small mountain, it remained a foot tall, and I bet if I were to weigh it, it would still be 4 pounds in weight. Everything about it had reverted to normal size except the small bulge in its throat. When you think you have seen enough freaky stuff, the world has its way of reminding you that you haven't seen nearly enough. It did not take Hive AI long to provide me with relevant information about the frog monster Mike had transformed into. Interestingly enough, the frog monster was named Colossal Mouthed Frog Monster. It seems they did not spend much thought on naming it. Aside from its name, the frog seemed to have other interesting aspects to it, such as the stomach-like organ in its throat. Like how humans can chew food down to bits and lubricate it with saliva, the frog also seemed to do something similar using a stomach-like organ in its throat and much more. For example, it could store food in it to avoid starving in case it could not find prize in time. Considering the ecosystem of the gate dungeon they were mostly found, that was a possibility. The stomach-like organ in the colossal frog's throat secreted saliva which was very thick like glue. This saliva not only helped the frog with digestion but also helped the frog to keep its prey from struggling and fresh. When the prey was engulfed alive by the frog monster, it would be stored in the stomach-like organ in the frog monster's mouth, where the thick saliva would cover the prey. The thick saliva then would slowly condense like concrete, encasing the prey in a cocoon of sorts, immobilizing and preserving the prey for the frog to consume the prey later when it desired. Learning the abilities of the colossal mouthed frogs, I understood why Mike would choose to transform into this monster out of all the monsters in his arsenals. The frog monster's actions were so quick that everything had within a second. If I were not paying attention from the beginning, I would have missed this. The amazing hunting ability of the frog paired with the amazing function of the stomach-like organ in its mouth and the properties of the saliva it secreted, the monster made the perfect fit for Mike's mission to capture Ji Feng. After engulfing Ji Feng, the The frog monster burrowed into the ground like diving into a lake or a large water body. This caught me off guard, as this was not the ability of a colossal-mouthed frog monster. The colossal-mouthed frog monster was strictly a swamp monster that was known to prey on crocodile monsters. Though it was a good swimmer, on land it was more of a jumper than a burrower. Its webbed feet were not meant to burrow into hard ground. The only explanation for this could be that Mike's ability not only allowed him to use skills, physique, and traits in his demon form but also when he had transformed into a monster form. Learning of this, Mike's origin card became more appetizing to me. And I also realized that Mike did not go all out when fighting against me. I don't know why Mike was holding back against me, but this made me guess that he did not plan to fight me and was much more focused on escaping now that he had captured Jifeng. Feeling that Mike planned to escape, I no longer hesitated and executed my plan. Boom. Hesitation. Yes, I hesitated before I activated the trap I laid for Mike, because the trap that I had laid for Mike was Jifeng himself. I had decided to have my slave consciousness controlling Jifeng's body to detonate Jifeng's physical body, ego gem, and runes. The detonation of a single ego elemental made using a broken rune was already devastating. Now consider the damage a bunch of complete runes would cause when detonated. It was a lot, maybe enough to blow a card king to pieces, much less a card lord. But Mike was no ordinary card lord, his origin card was proof of that. So I was expecting him to survive the explosion thanks to his demon physique, but considering the proximity of the explosion, there was no way that he escaped unscathed. Speaking of the proximity of the explosion, Jifeng was in Mike's mouth when he exploded, so I saw no way of Mike coming out of this without a scar. Considering Mike's strength and the resilience of the demon physique, Mike would not die from the explosion in his mouth, but he would not be faring well either. Since Mike had burrowed into the ground before the actual explosion occurred, mud flew everywhere and a cloud of dust covered the surroundings, making it impossible for the naked eye to find Mike in it, let alone check his status. So I turned on my soul pupils to locate Mike, only to find a fat frog with a busted mouth slowly morphing into a humanoid creature with 2 horns on its head, a pair of wings on the back, and a horned lizard tail extending out of its tailbone. Not surprising that its lower jaw was missing, but it was regrowing at a remarkable speed. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 2:15. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Circle's branch headquarters. Jifeng was the most capable of all my Calamity Daughter gems, so it was sad that I had to part ways with him this early. But I could not think of any other effective method to catch Mike off guard. Mike was not only overpowered with his origin card and platinum grimoire but also very cautious by nature. If Jifeng or I had even shown a hint of action worth his suspicion, he would not have gone through with his plan and would have rather tried to think of a way less risky one. Therefore, despite Jifeng's usefulness, I had to sacrifice him in exchange for capturing Mike. Jifeng was a reliable array master and a capable card creationist. Not to mention a card lord on the verge of breaking through to the card overlord realm. With the help of my Calamity Gem, a platinum grimoire, and some concentrated sliver of milk powder, he would have been able to break through to the card overlord realm. As much as I would have liked him to break through to the card overlord realm before the fight, it would have been against the rules of a third-rate city and enough reason for Circle to turn up a political shitstorm. Besides his realm, his status as a disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect alone made him special compared to other Calamity Gems of mine. But with his recent action against the Circle in the interest of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect, his identity as a disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect had become more of a liability than an asset. So when faced with the predicament of scarifying Jifeng to capture Mike, I did hesitate, but not a lot. Boom. After the explosion, I located Mike in the cloud of dust using my soul pupils. Not waiting for the dust to settle, I immediately rushed toward Mike chanting, A-rank item card, corpse wood stake. Soon an ugly 30 centimeters long wooden stake appeared in my hand, and then nearing the immobile body of Mike, I plunged the wooden stake through his heart with all my might. The wooden stake passed through Mike's chest and came out his back, sticking into the ground below him. The blood did not rush out of Mike's mortal wound, instead it was absorbed by the corpse wood stake. As the corpse wood stake passed through his heart, Mike groaned in pain, his eyes opened wide. If not for him missing his tongue and lower jaw, he would have let out more than a grunt as a wooden stake passed through his chest and then his heart. Mike wanted to struggle, but he felt he could not move his soul energy, so he immediately tried to deduce what was wrong with him and figured out that it was because of the obstruction by the wooden stake sticking through his heart. Knowing this, he grew desperate. With no soul energy to struggle or a lower jaw and a tongue to scream, Mike felt like he was trapped in his own body. With the circulation of the soul energy being interrupted in his body, Mike returned to his human form, unable to muster even the minimum soul energy to maintain his demon form. With that, his lower jaw and tongue stopped regrowing. Then his army of bone dragon clones vanished, and Diana, who had turned into a cat monster by him, also morphed back into her original form, as there was no supply of soul energy for the bone dragon clones and the curse on Diana to continue to exist. The battle had finally come to an end with the sacrifice of Jifeng. A rank item card, Corpse Wood Coffin. Not caring for Mike's desperation, I summoned an ugly wooden coffin and moved immobilized Mike into it. Sealing the coffin shut with Mike in it, I unsummoned the coffin, returning it to its card. With this, my reason to visit Sun Blossom City had come to an end. So I immediately used my grimoire to order my Calamity Daughter's gems, Diana, and Cindy, to no longer waste time here and return to the Sky Blossom City. Thanks to the scavenging team that I had assigned earlier, we did not have to worry about leaving behind any loot because of our hurried retreat, as they not only collected the grimoires of the dead Circle members but also successfully raided the treasure vault of the Circle with few casualties. Considering the loot, the casualties were negligible. Following my orders, my forces began to return to the carrier floater vessels and began the retreat. As for me, making use of the cloud of dust that was yet to settle, I chanted, B-rank skill card, 100 clone escape. With my chant, a total of 103 clones of mine escaped in various directions. Out of 103 clones, 100 were the regular B-rank clones, while the other 3 were the Calamity Daughter clones created using my 3 slave consciousnesses. And one of these Calamity Daughter clones was carrying my Calamity Soul Gem. Was I being too cautious and going overboard? No, if anything, my preparations to escape from here was not enough. What made me think I need to escape even though I won the battle? There was a good reason behind why I was doing this, and that was none other than the Supreme Leader of the Circle and his secret. Like me, the Supreme Leader also coveted Mike's origin card. Now that I had stolen something he valued, I could forget escaping from the Sun Blossom City with my life. And I was not wrong to think this. How dare you? A dominating shout thundered throughout the sky of the Sun Blossom City, and then 3 figures suddenly appeared right where I captured Mike and began to capture my escaping clones. But before they could complete their action, 3 other figures suddenly appeared opposite to them and interrupted them. Coincidentally, all 6 of them were in the semi-demigod realm. Circle's balls seemed to have grown larger. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 2:15. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Circle's branch headquarters. Circle's goon balls seemed to have grown larger. Agatha yelled as she spread her soul energy and incomplete divinity to negate the influence of the 3 semi-demigods from Circle. Thanks to her actions, the 103 clones of the boy were able to escape without any hindrance. Now that's a weird line to say, Number 9. One of the Asong's bodyguards said, referring to what Agatha just said. Agatha did not seem to react to the semi-demigod guard's remark. Instead, she was frantically reaching out to the boy through her grimoire. There was a good reason why Agatha would be so distracted in a confrontation. It was because she doubted that all 3 of the semi-demigods from the Circle were lich, or at least one of them was. This was not her idea. The boy had planted this doubt in her mind, and he also promised to help her deduce their identity with his unique aura sight. Now, as the moment had arrived, the boy was not answering her calls or messages. But soon, considering the circumstance of the boy escaping, she understood why the boy was not responding to her calls and texts. Right now the boy was escaping for his life under the cover of about 103 clones. If he were to suddenly summon his grimoire just to answer her, then he would stand out from other clones, making the cover of about 103 clones would be pointless. Though Agatha understood the predicament of the boy, she wanted to avoid fighting a lich if possible. Agatha was pretty confident about her strength enough to challenge dragons and young supreme beings, but a lich was on a whole other level. Those undying monstrosities with near infinite soul energy were like weeds. Killing them was easier said than done. Knowing her capabilities, Agatha would rather choose to retreat than fight a losing battle that could mark the end of her legend. Senior Sister 9, I think she is ignoring you. Number 10 tried sparking a flame between the 2 female semi-demigods of his and fan it at the same time. I think so too, Number 9 agreed, hearing her junior brother and adding, let us ignore her and complete our mission. You take one at the right corner. I will take the other 2 after we are done capturing all 3 of them. We will return to report to Captain. Yes, Senior Sister 9, Number 10 immediately agreed to his colleague's arrangement. As much as he would love to watch a girl fight break out, the mission took priority. I would not do that if I were you. Xianxia said as she felt Asong's guards activate their incomplete divinity. Why not? Number 10 immediately asked before his senior sister could take this chance to refute the allied semi-demigod because of the misunderstanding he had created. There is a possibility that either one or all three of them is a lich. Agatha did not try hiding her doubts even though she did not have any merits to prove her words. Lich. Both number 9 and 10 blurted in surprise. As part of an elite bodyguard force trained by the government, both of them were proud and confident about their capabilities. But to take on a single lich made them doubtful, let alone facing 3 semi-demigod lich. If so, why did you rush over here? We could have just grabbed the boy and retreated by to Sky Blossom City. Number 9 could not help but wonder why Agatha rushed to the front to confront the 3 semi-demigods from the circle if they were lich. I don't know, seeing the boy in danger I just reacted, Agatha said, but the real reason she intervened, stopping 3 semi-demigods from capturing all 103 clones of the boy, was that she, herself, did not know which one of the 103 clones was the real body of the boy. In such circumstances, she could only come forward before the enemy had captured the boy's clones, among which was his real body. Enough about that. How sure are you they are one of them is a lich? We can ask for backup, considering the distance between the 2 cities. Rest of the team can be here in a few minutes, number 10 said, having decided to exterminate all 3 liches at any cost. As that was what he trained for, though it was a different story that the government had trained him to be a good bodyguard. About that, it is just my hunch, Agatha replied shyly. Hearing her, number 9 and 10 gave her a blank stare, but Agatha soon added, don't worry, if they are lich we have to force them to reveal they are true to form so that the Southern Emperor can make use of the protection array formation covering the southern region to capture them. If they are not liches, I don't think either of you will have trouble capturing one of them. Hearing Agatha, number 9 and 10 both nodded, as the same was true for their team. Their captain can't just waltz in and capture 3 semi-demigods just based on their doubts that their opponents were liches. They would need concrete evidence for them to mobilize full force against the suspects, fearing the political repercussions that this one small incident can stir up. Fine, number 9 and 10 agreed to Agatha's plan, but before they could move, the semi-demigods from the circle broke free from the confinement that Agatha made using her incomplete divinity. Breaking free, the 3 enemy semi-demigods fanned out in 3 different directions, chasing the boy's clones. While the allied semi-demigods were still planning their course of action, the enemy semi-demigods were clear about their motive. First, they made sure the number of enemy semi-demigods, calculated their battle prowess, and then moved their attention to the horde of boys' clones fleeing in various directions. It did not take them long to see through the B-rank clones and find 3 clones that could be the originals. Then they fanned out, each aiming for one of the 3 most likely clones that could be the original. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:15, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Circle's branch headquarters. The enemy semi-demigods were more coordinated and clear about their priorities than the allied semi-demigods. Following the orders from the main branch, the Circle's semi-demigod prioritized capturing the boy over participating in an all-out battle with the allied semi-demigods. So once they realized that their opponent's number was not greater than theirs, they decided to fan out, capture the target, and retreat without leaving a track behind. The Circle's semi-demigods choose such a course of action because they were very confident about their capabilities and not because they underestimated their opponents. Fuck, they are targeting the 3 clones. Stop them immediately. Agatha, who knew that the boy could create absolute clones that were as capable and similar as the original, panicked seeing that the enemy semi-demigods immediately target the 3 absolute clones among the crowd of B-rank clones. Her fear stemmed from the worry that one of these 3 absolute clones was the original and she did not know which one. So she could only rush after one of the clones while trusting the protection of the other 2 clones to number 9 and 10. Agatha did not know number 9 and 10, therefore it was a big decision on Agatha's part to trust them at such a moment, granted that she did not have much choice in this case. Agatha was so desperate not just because Abba's life was at stake but also because her future was at stake here. Because she believed the boy to be her golden ticket out of poverty. Who said there were no poor card apprentices among semi-demigods and demigods? It may appear like they have the power to get anything they desire, but with an increase in the realm, the line of poverty for the card apprentices also increases. Most card apprentices could not meet this poverty line in their entire lives. Take the card lords of the Sky Blossom City. In a third-rate city they make appear wealthy, but their entire fortune was nothing in eyes of the card lords from second and first-rate cities. Fortunately for demigod Windsor, He has a economical ability that allows him to amass more money as if he were printing the money. As his retainer, Agatha earned a decent paycheck, but as a semi-demigod living paycheck to paycheck, Agatha couldn't be more ashamed of herself. Therefore, she needs to protect this golden ticket that the world has thrown her way. Not to forget, he can now be considered her friend. This was the main reason why she desperately wanted to protect the boy. Yes, this has to be it, as it sounded better than the last one. Without communicating, the three allied semi-demigods came to a tactical understanding and knew what they had to do. Not wasting much time, they chased their respective opponents, but this 1 second delay made a lot of difference in the battle of higher realms, especially when it comes to the semi-demigod realm and above. While the semi-demigods finally acted, as if the boy could sense the danger, all three clones of his that were being targeted immediately summoned a grimoire, and each of them used a different set of cards, hoping to outrun the semi-demigod chasing them. Sensing all three clones summon grimoire and use them, the circle's semi-demigods were confused. As clones cannot contract grimoires, but these three did. But soon attributing this anomaly to trickery, the enemy semi-demigods ignore it and rushed to grab the respective clone they were chasing. The three clones of the boy showed a lot of intelligence, as they not only activated a set of cards to help them escape, but they were able to skillfully use them. One of the three clones had used some kind of partial transformation card, growing beast ears, tail, and fur. He tried escaping to the city outskirts to hide in the wild. While the second one had a peculiar wing-type item, which seemed to allow the clone to flicker every second, this clone chose to run to a crowded place to blend among the people using a disguise. As for the last one, after running for a while, it immediately burrowed into the ground to hide in the city's drainage tunnels. These details did not escape the watchful eyes of the circle's semi-demigods chasing the clones. The more they saw the respective clone they were chasing in action, the more the circle's semi-demigods became certain that the clone they were chasing was the original. So they could not help but show a confident smile as they captured the boy's clone they had chased. Even though the allied semi-demigod gave their best, they couldn't make up for the second of the head start they gave to their opponents due to their indecisiveness caused by a lack of coordination between them. As a result, they were unable to catch up to the enemy demigod in time and could only watch as their opponents captured the target of their protection. The only thing card apprentices could not control in higher realms was time. That was, of course, if they did not have the time rule mastery or time-related cards, so they had to be more decisive in their battles, but due to a lack of communication between them, the allied semi-demigods had dropped the balls from the start. Having captured their respective target, the three enemy semi-demigods immediately chose to retreat, feeling certain that the clone of the boy that they had captured was the original. So storing the boy they captured in their respective trap cards, they rushed to the hidden teleportation array that Mike had built in the various hidden spots for their retreat. Seeing the enemy semi-demigods were not only able to capture the target of their protection and would be able to successfully retreat, the three allied semi-demigods did not hesitate to launch attacks aimed at the enemy semi-demigods right within the city without care for the casualties that would follow their choices. Compared to the threat of the Southern Emperor, the allied semi-demigods felt that the mortal casualties were little price to pay. The enemy semi-demigods knew that after they captured the target, their opponents would resort to desperate actions, so they were already prepared and expecting the allied semi-demigods to attack. If possible, they would try to evade their opponent's attack, and if not possible, they would strengthen their defenses, endure the attacks, and keep rushing toward the hidden teleportation arrays like charging bulls without showing any notion of stopping. Because they knew if they stopped here to deal with the incoming attacks, their opponent would entangle them with everything they got until more of them arrived, blocking their retreat. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 2:10. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Outskirts, Unknown. Your Majesty, welcome. Grey Wolf and the other team members greeted a dozen card semi-demigods as they walked out of their respective teleportation array formation. Don't stand on ceremony, we can get to know each other once we complete the mission, the semi-demigod in charge said with a warm, amiable simple. But hearing him, the expressions on the face of Grey Wolf and his teammate could not help change. This slight change did not escape the watchful gaze of the lead semi-demigod. Understanding that his fellow juniors had misunderstood his words, he wanted to clear himself, but a thundering shout originating from the city stopped him in his tracks. How dare you! The dozens of semi-demigods, Grey Fur, and the team focused on the Sun Blossom City, specifically where the Circle's branch headquarters was located, as that was where the shout originated from. To their surprise, the 3 semi-demigods from the circle who did not plan to show themselves suddenly rushed to the front lines aiming for the boy. What happened? Gray Fur asked his team members. Codenamed Sniper, who had the best vision among the team and kept attention on the battlefield, immediately answered, "The boy has killed the circle's branch leader Mike," angering their semi-demigods into taking action. "So, what do we do now? Follow the previous plan or the new one?" Codename Flower Thief asked, even though the roles he and his team played in both the plans were pretty much the same, to assassinate the boy. Except in the first plan they need to time the assassination of the boy such that they could frame the circle for the boy's death. So he needs to be clear on the part they need to play in the boy's death. "Let's wait and watch," the semi-demigod in charge said, as his gaze focused on the 103 clones of the boys that were escaping in various directions. "No, the boy is very slippery. I think we should take this opportunity to assassinate the boy. Please don't take offense, but I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you." From experience, only a flower thief who was pampered by the VIP privilege of the organization could say such a thing to the semi-demigod in charge. As for the rest of the team, they held their breath in, hoping that if they don't breathe the semi-demigod would forget that they existed. Hearing the flower thief's words opposing his direct orders, the semi-demigod in charge did not show dissatisfaction. Maintaining his amiable smile, the semi-demigod in charge responded, "You must be codenamed Flower Thief. I know that you have the best interest in your mind, but we can no longer implement first or the second plan because the circumstances at present are totally different. And don't you think you are underestimating the power of the semi-demigods?" Hearing the semi-demigod in charge's argument, the flower thief could only reluctantly nod and take a step back. While the semi-demigod in charge and the rest turned their attention back to the battlefield. "The boy has thought of a good strategy to escape, but he will have to do a lot better than B-rank clones if he plans to trick the eyes of the semi-demigods," one of the Pa clan's semi-demigods commented, looking at the 103 clones of the boy that scattered around to throw their purser off the original's trail. "I don't know, those 3 clones out of the crowd of boys' clones seem too livid for them to be clones of the boy. Even I am having a hard time differentiating between them and judging which one of them is the real deal. It would be best if the circle's 3 demigods hunt each of the 3 clones," said the other card semi-demigod. "It seems the circle's semi-demigods have the same idea," the semi-demigod in charge replied, seeing how the circle's demigods decisively went after the 3 clones instead of fighting their opponents. "Great, it seems our work will be done without us getting involved," the semi-demigod cheered, seeing that the allied semi-demigods were unable to catch up to the circle's demigod before all 3 of the boys' clones were captured by them. "Yes, but the tough part is yet to come. How do they plan to escape after capturing the boy still eludes me?" The semi-demigod in charge thought ahead and saw that escaping the city would prove more difficult than capturing the boy. As the semi-demigod in charge expected, the circle's semi-demigods faced a challenge while trying to escape, as their opponents no longer held back and started to attack them unscrupulously. "Something is fishy. Shouldn't the Southern Emperor have made use of the array covering the southern region to deal with them?" the flower thief asked, knowing that the Southern royal family and Southern Emperor were very protective of the boy. "You are right, but things would be different if they have these cards." The semi-demigod in charge shared the information of the card he spoke of with Grey Fur and team. How can the Southern royal family allow such cards to exist?" Grey Fur voiced his concern in disbelief after going through the card information shared by the semi-demigod in charge. "They had to, otherwise the government would never allow such an array formation to exist in the first place. Even though the ancestors of the unparalleled bloodline were among the founding members of the government, this was something all 4 of the royal families agreed on. This is just one of the few compromises the royal families made to assure the government that they will not declare their complete and independent sovereignty on their individual regions." The semi-demigod in charge explained that even though the royal families were rulers of their individual regions, they were still a part of the government. Hearing him, Gary Fur and the team finally knew how these semi-demigods were hiding their presence from the array formation covering the entire southern region. No wonder, even after so many centuries, neither of the 4 royal families has ever tried to pull something funny like overthrowing the current government or invading each other. The members of the Pa clan continued to watch as the circle's semi-demigods made use of agility and defense cards to escape the wild attack of the allied semi-demigods. Even though the circle's semi-demigods only made evasion their main priority and tried their best not to engage their attackers, it was proving very difficult for them to throw their pursuers off their trail. "I don't think they can make a successful retreat if this continues," the semi-demigod in charge spoke, seeing how the circle's demigods and the allied semi-demigods ran in a process. Didn't they prepare a hidden teleportation array or something beforehand? Flower Thief asked and added, I bet the semi-demigods protecting Kid will not dare to destroy the teleportation array in mid-teleportation, worrying about the safety of the boy captured by their opponents. That is a possibility, but if the hidden teleportation array gets destroyed before they even make it to it, then they are stuck here forever, answered another semi-demigod. Now this has pretty much become a cat and mouse chase, that is until the allied forces reinforcements arrived. Then it is game over for the circle, one of the semi-demigods commented. The members of the Pa clan forgot their mission and began to spectate from their hiding with no notion of helping the members of the circle with their retreat. So Xianxia, who was watching their performance through the live feed of their memories, called them with new instructions. What heck are you people doing idle? Go help the circle's goons escape from here before the allied forces reinforcements arrive. It did not matter to Xianxia if the boy was killed or taken hostage by the circle's supreme lord, because, in the end, the boy's future was bleak. Yes, boss, but if we directly get involved in this, then it may expose our involvement in this. The lead semi-demigod agreed to Xianxia's demands, but also pointed out that if they get help the circle's members directly, then their participation in the assassination of the boy would be apparent. Act as the reinforcement from the circle. The members of the circle will cooperate to keep your cover. Do I have to even teach such small things too? Xianxia snapped, hearing the lead semi-demigod ask basic questions as if this was his first rodeo. Hearing Xianxia be so cold to the lead semi-demigod, Flower Thief relaxed about his last conversation with her. It was not just him, Xianxia seemed to be the same to everyone, and maybe even a bit more tolerant toward him compared to others. So he enthusiastically asked, Matron, what about us? How can we help? You and your team use your origin card ability to scan the entire Sun Blossom City, its sewers, and its outskirts, just in case the 3 clones captured by the circle's semi-demigods were not the original one. I remind you, at no cost, you guys can allow the boy to walk out of this alive, Xianxia warned, being cautious, having experienced failure once. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:21, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. In the air of the Sun Blossom City, time and again people could hear sonic booms. When the curious public came to the streets to look at the sky, they saw the sky brighten up with various colors and numerous cracks spread across it, oozing deadly energy. Feeling an imminent threat from the crack formation in the sky, the general public was thrown into chaos. Fearing for their life, from mortals to card students to card lords, every single one rushed to the nearby shelter as per the disaster guidelines that were prominent during the Monster War. It has been decades since the Monster War, but the dread of the war was still fresh in the bones of the people, so it did not take them long to find shelter at the first sign of war. At a time of urgency, the humanity that cannot be seen in the city during a regular day was seen in Sun Blossom City. The veterans and survivors of the Monster War from decades ago stepped up to help the young blood that had never experienced such disaster in their life. The general public, regardless of the realm hierarchy that had taken root in the bones of modern society, worked hand in hand to make sure that the casualty would be low and everyone in need of help gets tended to. Fortunately, though the cracks in the sky seemed deadly, none of them miraculously ever reached the city thanks to the activation of the city array, which isolated it from the outside space. Yet, the citizens of the Sun Blossom City did not let their guard down and hide in the shelter. In a span of a few minutes, the entire Sun Blossom City was empty. The streets that used to be buzzing now had a graveyard silence. It was amazing how, in face of common threats, mankind that was known for its greed can work together like a single entity to achieve what could have been deemed impossible on any given regular day. Thanks to the evacuation guidelines, a few minutes, that was all it took for the citizens of the Sun Blossom City to rush to safety. Unlike Card Emperors, semi-demigods were entities with divinity. No matter how little divinity they could use, it was the power that stood above the rules of the world, holding the equation to creation and destruction alike. So when it was released into the atmosphere, the space around it collapsed, exposing the world to the legendary void that was only accessible to the beings with divinity. Under the constant barrage of attacks, the semi-demigods of the circle had to go around their escape route, as they did not want a rogue attack destroying their teleportation array. But no matter how they tried to get rid of the allied semi-demigods off their backs, their opponents somehow continued to sniff their trail. Stressed on time, the semi-demigods from the circle were getting impatient, and finally decided to sacrifice one of them so that the other could escape with the 3 clones of the boy captured by them. Though each of them was certain that the clone they captured was the original body of the boy, that was not the point right now. One of them, a semi-demigod, had to stay behind so that they could retrieve the corpse of a mere Card Lord Realm branch leader. That was how much the Supreme Leader valued Mike. He was willing to exchange a live and kicking semi-demigod just to get his hand on Mike's corpse. Agatha, I don't think either of them is a lich, Number 9 said as continued to tail her target. I think so too, Agatha agreed with Number 9, because if a lich wanted to escape, neither was capable of stopping them. Seeing how their opponents were struggling to throw them off their trail, she knew she may have overestimated her opponents. Then what are you waiting for? Use the card the Southern Emperor gave you, Number 10 suggested to Agatha. No, that is for desperate situations. Agatha did not agree to Number 10's suggestion, feeling that they could hold the enemy till the reinforcements arrived. They have all 3 clones. Of the boy, one of them got to be the original body. Can the situation get any more desperate than this? Number 10 believed that they should get the situation under control as soon as possible instead of waiting around for the reinforcement. No, we wait, Agatha disagreed once again. Though the card lent to her by the Southern Emperor was strong and guaranteed success, it came at a great cost if used by someone who did not possess the unparalleled bloodline. Agatha had grown close to the boy and was willing to risk her life for him, but the situation has not gotten to that point, therefore she held off from calling in the big guns. Watch out, enemy converging, they are up to something, Number 10 reminded the other 2 as they argued about opinions. It seems 2 of them have decided to stall 3 of us while the remaining 1 escapes with all 3 clones of the boy, Number 10 immediately deduced based on the enemy's movements. But he would never have guessed that the enemy dared to underestimate them. So imagine his surprise when he saw only 1 of the enemy semi-demigods stay behind to stall all 3 of them while the other 2 escaped. I will take him on, you 2 follow the other 2, Number 9 made a decisive decision. She would rather hunt the strongest of the 3, but, unlike her, Number 10 was wittier and Agatha held the trump card, so she felt that she was the one that should stay behind while the other 2 hunted the remaining enemies. Okay, Number 10 and Agatha did not argue and nodded in response to Number 10's suggestion. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:26, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. Just as Number 10 and Agatha were about to get past the enemy as Number 9 engaged him, they heard the enemy chant, SSS rank, curse card, death to all, fuck, everybody, stay within a kilometer distance of him. Hearing the enemy, Number 10 cussed as a black halo appeared on each of their heads. Number 10 facial expression got uglier as he knew the exact ability of the opponent's card, so he instructed them to stay within 1 kilometer of the enemy. It seems their opponents were not underestimating them, they were more decisive than all 3 of them combined. Agatha immediately uses that card. The situation cannot get more desperate than this. Number 10 gave up on chasing the other 2 semi-demigods of the circle and yelled at Agatha to use the card. Agatha frowned as Number 10's action was not what they had agreed upon. But seeing the black halo covering their heads and the desperate expression on Number 10's face, she chose to follow his instruction and use the card after giving it a thought. Quick, before they escape from the area of effect of the card, Number 10 could not help but add, seeing that Agatha was still considering his words. Agatha, Number 9 and Number 10 were not weaker than the trio from the circle. If anything, they were stronger, yet they fell short compared to the enemy trio because the level of coordination was unprecedented. They were in a state that can only be described as single mind, 3 bodies. Not to mention the decisiveness they showcased, they did not hesitate to sacrifice 1 of them for the other 2 to escape. In face of this, the advantage of strength that the allied trio held could not gain them the upper hand that they could have with a bit more coordination and decisiveness. SSS rank trap card, Heaven's Sanction. Agatha finally chose to heed Number 9's words and activate the card given to her by the Southern Emperor. Fortunately, for Agatha, the other 2 enemies had circled back to the city to access the hidden teleportation array in the underground of the circle's destroyed branch headquarters, so they had not managed to escape the area of the effect of the trap card used by Agatha. It can be said that Agatha was very lucky when it came to her timing of activating the trap card given to her by the Southern Emperor, as the 2 semi-demigods of the circle who thought that they had gotten the allied semi-demigods off their backs headed straight to the hidden teleportation array and accessed them, only to find that the isolation barrier protecting city suddenly was strengthened from A rank to SSS rank and they could not escape using the teleportation array as it was only of AA rank. You better give me a worthy reason for this, or you got an enemy in me, mister, Agatha said to Number 10 with a grave expression as the bill of using the trap card came due. For now, She was fine, but once she deactivates the trap card, she will have to recuperate for months to come as the price of accessing the strength of the array formation covering the southern region without the unparalleled bloodline following through her veins was not small. The A-rank space isolation barrier array covering the city had its rank raised to SSS rank because it was being empowered by the array formation covering the southern region as the additional effect of the trap card, Heaven's Sanction, used by Agatha. Now that all three of the enemy card semi-demigods were trapped, number 10's expression finally eased and he explained, Death to All is a newly created card that has quickly risen to popularity as the number 1 curse card. Western forces first used it to clear the SSS rank gate dungeon in the shortest amount of recorded time. Thanks to this card, they could even clear an SSS rank field dungeon in a record-breaking time. The halo you see on your head is an effect of the curse called the Blessing of Death. It appears on the head of the user and all his enemies within the 1 kilometer range of him. If you are out of the 1 kilometer range of the user, you die. If you kill the user, you die. The only way to end this curse is to wait. How long? Hearing number 10 explain the curse card used by the enemy, Agatha let him off the hook. Fortunately, she was not too hot-headed earlier and chose to follow number 10's instruction, otherwise she would be dead right now. This was one of the reasons why she hated curse masters. These fucking asshole force you to play a game of life and death and never tell you the rules of the game. Until the halo on our head disappears, which could be anywhere from an hour to a day to a month or even a year. It depends on the price the user has paid to activate the curse card, number 10 said grimly. If not for the Southern Emperor's signature trap card tarping the enemy within the bounds of the city, number 10 would not be as relaxed as he was now. Number 9 quietly nodded to number 10's explanation. Number 10 was what you call a textbook card nerd, thanks to that he was a walking encyclopedia of cards used across the 5 regions. This was the reason why she chose to let number 10 follow the other enemies along with Agatha controlling her impulse to take on the strongest enemy on the battlefield. Wait, from what you are saying we cannot kill that bastard? Agatha asked in annoyance. Killing them was never on the table. Even though I am not sure which one of the 3 clones is the boy's original body, since it is being held in their trap card, if we kill them the boy will forever be trapped in their grimoire, number 10 reminded Agatha. Though there were ways to access a dead card apprentice's grimoire, number 10 would rather make a safe bet. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:13, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, sewers. A figure burrowed down from the ceiling of the Sun Blossom City's sewer system and began to rush towards the exit of the sewers, which ended at a cleared lake field dungeon 100 miles away from the city. Ignoring the nauseating and repulsive smell of the sewers, the figure ran at the highest speed it could muster as if its life was on the line. The sound of the rushed footsteps echoed in the tunnels as the figure kept running without looking back, feeling that it could not afford to entertain any sort of distraction, and it was right to think so, but unfortunately for it, whatever it was running from caught up to it, and before a second could pass both the running figure and its pursuer had vanished from the tunnels of the sewer. After the figure and its pursuer vanished, the sewer tunnels once again regained their peace. Except for the hole in the ceiling of the tunnel of the sewers from where the figure had burrowed into the sewers, there was no trace left of the figure and its pursuer's presence in the tunnel. In the debris under the hole in the ceiling of the dark maintenance tunnel, there was a slight shimmer. If one looked closely it would appear to be a small gem of sorts. 5 minutes in, a small organic appendage began to grow from the gem, and within no time it grew to cover the gem, then into a fully grown naked teenage boy. Coming to his senses, the boy did not waste any time investigating his surroundings. Instead he summoned his grimoire. Considering the chill weather and the fact that the boy was naked, one would think the boy summoned something to wear, but he did not. Rather, he summoned a small hermit crab monster shell. The shell was worn out and very dirty. It looked no different hand a rock. Holding the ugly hermit crab monster shell, the naked teenage boy suddenly vanished, and the ugly shell he was holding fell to the ground and fell among the debris. Due to the appearance of the shell, it was very difficult for one to distinguish it from the debris surrounding it. After vanishing from the dark sewer tunnels, the naked boy appeared 300 square meters size room with no doors or windows. Yet the ventilation, thermostat, and lighting in the room were maintained to an optimum level thanks to the various array formations arranged in the room. The boy soon assessed one of the arrays and pulled up a translucent screen into the air which displayed the live video of the sewers. To be accurate, the tunnel from where he had vanished. Turns out, vanishing from the dark tunnels of the sewers, the boy had entered the small ugly shell of the hermit card monster. The room he was currently present in was a subspace within the hermit card monster's shell. Using the translucent screen, the boy monitored the entire 360 degrees surrounding the shell. Feeling that his plan has worked, he did not relax. Instead, he summoned a rotting coffin and opened the lid to find a middle-aged man sleeping peacefully with a stake stuck in his heart. Card name: Corpse Wood Stake. Card type: Item card. Card rank: A rank. Rare grade. Card rate: 7 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: Corpse Wood is an A rank card ingredient with an incredible property to deprive a being of soul energy just by being in contact. A similar effect is noted with regards to rules and runes, but the Corpse Wood's effects are more exaggerated with soul energy than rule power. As a stake made using Corpse Wood, the wounds made using Corpse Wood stake cannot be healed using soul energy or rule power, they can only be healed naturally. Additional ability: Soul Energy Deprivation, Rule Power Deprivation. Roots note: when used in combination with Corpse Wood Coffin, the effect of the card and all its skills increases by 5 folds. Soul Energy or Rule Power Deprivation. These are skills created based using the natural trait of the Corpse Wood. When the Corpse Wood stake is in contact with the victim, they cannot access soul energy or rule power. Roots: when impaled on the victim, the Corpse Wood stake takes root within the body like a plant or tree taking root in the ground. These roots of the Corpse Wood stake will be constantly depriving the victim the access to internal and external soul energy or rule power. Card name: Corpse Wood Coffin. Card type: Item card. Card rank: A rank. Rare grade. Card rate: 8 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: Corpse Wood Coffin, as the name suggests, is a coffin made using corpse wood. When the victim is laid in the coffin, they cannot access their soul energy or rule power. Additional effects: Eternal Slumber. Note: when this card is used in combination with the Corpse Wood stake, the effects of the card and its skill are increased by 5 folds. Eternal Slumber: losing access to soul energy and rule power, the victim will go into a deep sleep. Card name: Hermit's Retreat. Card type: Item card. Card rank: A rank. Rare grade. Card rate: 7 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: Hermit's Retreat is an item created using the shell of a mutated hermit crab monster which showed a trace of developing a subspace within it. Hermit's Retreat allows the user to access a subspace of 300 square meters in size. Additional ability: Master Key, Space Affinity. Master Key: this skill gives the user full authority over the subspace within the Hermit's Retreat. Without this key, no being can enter or leave the subspace within the Hermit's Retreat. Note: the authority of the Master Key can be challenged if the opponent has a strong mastery of the space rule. Space Affinity: the hermit crab monster's shell used to create the Hermit's Retreat card was mutated and had developed an affinity for space managing to show a trace of developing an independent space within it. Date: the 4th of April 2321. Time: 2:21. Location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Sewers, Hermit's Retreat. Card name: 100 Clone Escape. Card type: Item card. Card rank: B rank. Uncommon grade. Card rate: 5 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: as the name of the card suggests, the user can summon 100 clones to escape amidst the confusion. The clones created by this card have very little strength but make up for it with their agility stats and high-level disguise skill. Note: due to the low strength of the clones, the user is advised to use these clones for escape or to confuse the enemy. After entering the Hermit's Retreat, I did not dare to relax my vigilance even for a second. As I was dealing with semi-demigods here, these people were one step away from establishing their divinity. Who knows what they were capable of? I could not take any chances here. My life was at stake here. Even though I was not out of the fryer yet, thanks to my shopping spree at the silent auction, I was able to fare better than I expected. I was not speaking about the B rank 100 clones, escape card. The semi-demigod saw through that card in under a second and directly aimed for my 3 Calamity Daughter clones. But it was my fault for expecting a bunch of B rank clones to fool semi-demigods. Fortunately, a few of the custom cards that I tweaked at the last second proved to be helpful, especially the Corpse Wood Coffin, Corpse Wood Stake, and the Hermit's Retreat. The Corpse Wood sold at the auction was nowhere near enough to create a stake and a coffin, so I had to use my insights to grow the 15 cm Corpse Wood more than enough to make a Corpse Wood Stake and coffin and save a little of it for future use. As for the Hermit Crab monster's mutated shell, I bid for it after seeing an anomaly in its soul pathways, but upon closer inspection, it turned out that the mutation in the Hermit Card monster's shell was related to space ability. Now that was a surprise. I was not expecting a random ingredient I bid for in the auction to have space ability, which happened to be one of the most coveted abilities of the space system, subspace. Thanks to this I no longer had to bother with multiple storage cards. This subspace was still under renovation, so I had not emptied my storage cards in here yet, but once the renovations were done this space would house the most precious of all rare ingredients I come across. If the silent auction was not rigged by Cheng, then I don't think I could have gotten my hands on these rare ingredients and cards. So it was a good decision to recruit him in my Calamity Daughter Gem army. If not for the ingredients I procured in the silent auction, I wouldn't have been able to capture Mike alive for the Blood Fate Plunder ritual. Yes, I would still be in possession of his corpse, but the greater the time passes between the sacrifice's death and the ritual's time, the gains will be significantly less compared to the gains of a fresh sacrifice for the ritual. This meant if I tried to extract the origin card from his corpse, I would have fewer chances of getting the complete original card as it was. Thankfully now I did not have to worry about that, as I had made use of the corpse wood stake and corpse wood coffin to capture Mike alive. This way my sacrifice was as fresh as it could get. Summoning the corpse wood coffin, I opened the lid to begin the ritual for the Blood Fate Plunder. Soon the Blood Fate Plunder rune hovered out of my Calamity Soul Gem and hovered above my sacrifice, Mike Brown. Then using my thought I commanded the corpse wood stake that had taken root in Mike's body to tear Mike's heart to shreds, killing him in the process. Once Mike Brown was dead, the Blood Fate Plunder rune hovering above his body began to shine with a brilliant red light, attracting the blood from Mike's body. Mike's blood began to be sucked in and devoured by the Blood Fate Plunder rune. A few minutes in, Mike's body had dried up with no trace of blood in it and turned into ash, leaving behind a platinum grimoire and a broken ego gem. Once the Blood Fate Plunder rune had devoured the blood Mike's body had to offer, the Blood Fate Plunder rune began to shine brighter than before. Soon the entire subspace was filled with blinding red light. So, I had no choice but to look away, and the next second the blinding red light ceased to exist and a red card took the place of the Blood Fate Plunder card. Then floating card hovered in front of me. Taking it I read its card info with great nervousness as I learned that Mike had 2 origin cards, as the Blood Fate Plunder card was done processing Mike's blood. Other than his origin cards there was not much worth coveting. So having witnessed both of Mike's origin cards in action and having experienced them firsthand, I knew which one of the origin cards I wanted the most. Apparently it was called the Myriad Devil Body. The Bone Dragon origin card of Mike was attractive, but compared to the Myriad Devil Body it fell short. Card name: Myriad Devil Body. Card type: Rune card. Card rank: Rare grade, upgradable. Card rate: Card durability 100/100. Card effect: Myriad Devil Body. Rune card was created using the origin card the Myriad Devil Body and the rune Blood Fate Plunder. Due to the vast difference in the realm of the user and the victim, most of the abilities of the Myriad Devil Body origin card are still underdeveloped or locked. Please upgrade the card to unlock its abilities completely. Additional effect: Myriad Devil Transformation, Myriad Devil's Hex, Myriad Devil Physique. Caution: the user can lose their true self to the Myriad Devil Transformation. Date: the 4th of April 2321. Time 2:24. Location: Southern Region. Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Sewers, Hermit's Retreat. I held the blood red card and went through its card info, ignoring the fact what I just did was nothing short of practices the demon worshippers were persecuted for, maybe even more deviant, as during this whole ritual I was naked. Due to the intelligent thermostat array of the Hermit's Retreat subspace and my mind being preoccupied with vigilance for the enemy semi-demigods, I totally forgot the fact that I was naked. Fascinated, I was lost in my thoughts as I went through the various abilities of the card I plundered by sacrificing Mike. As a result, I forgot to replace my birthday suit with something more civil and presentable. But it did not take long for my fascination to turn into fear and feel a chill run through my entire body, despite the intelligent thermostat trying its best to make me comfortable. The reason behind my fear was the practical applications of the Myriad Devil Body card and its abilities. The card's effects were dreadful, especially the Myriad Devil's Hex. I broke into a sweat reading this skill info despite the intelligent thermostat giving its best. Myriad Devil's Hex skill was so broken that the victim would not even understand what transpired when targeted by this skill, as the victim would not only lose their appearance but also their mind under the influence of this skill. The prime example of this was Ji Feng. Under the influence of this skill his soul believed that it was a pebble. But there were some expectations, such as Diana, who was able to maintain her sanity thanks to her firm will. After considering the various application of the Myriad Devil's Hex skill and its effects, I summoned a storage trunk and carefully took out a ring from within it. This ring was the reason why Mike's hex on Jifeng did not spread to me and my other Calamity Daughter gems. Wearing the ring on my left pinky, I felt very grateful toward Anna and could not help but miss her. If she were present, I would not have to hide in the sewers of the Sun Blossom City. I shook my head, stopping my mind from entertaining such thoughts. I did not mind hiding behind a woman, but I did not want to make it a habit. Speaking of the abilities of the cards, most of them were currently unavailable to me, especially the Myriad Devil Physique. This physique allowed Mike to use the physique, skills, and traits of the different races while having transformed into a different race. But that was not a problem, considering that I could gain access to these abilities of the card once I upgrade it. But this was where things got tricky. The condition for upgrading the card was outrageous, as it demanded the blood of the devil, not the blood of demons but devils who were considered to be the demigod equivalent of the demon kin. Aside from the Myriad Devil Physique, the other abilities of the card were accessible but were more demanding when it came to soul energy and conditions required for activating them. Still, it was better than nothing. After contemplating the card's abilities for a while, I decided to experience them firsthand. So I enthusiastically equipped the card, but realized that I needed to provide the card with the necessary medium for me to activate either of the skills, Myriad Devil Body or Myriad Devil's Hex. At this point, I did not have blood or any DNA material of any monster or being on me, so I could only think of turning into something inanimate, like a pebble for example. So summoning in a little of the debris surrounding the Hermit's Retreat shell, I used it as a medium to transform into a pebble from the debris, remembering not to lose my sense of true self to Myriad Devil Transformation skill like Jifeng chanting, Myriad Devil Transformation Pebble. Once again the Calamity Soul Gem did not fail to surprise me. As I transformed into a pebble, the Calamity Soul Gem too transformed into an Ego Gem equivalent of a pebble. This way I had completely transformed into a pebble without losing my true self to the skill. This was a piece of great news because Mike's transformation skill was greatly limited by his fear of losing his true self to the Myriad Devil Transformation skill, but I did not have to worry about this skill thanks to the Calamity Soul Gem. Unlike Mike, who could not stay transformed for a long time, I could maintain my transformation limitlessly, as I had no risk of falling prey to the side effect of the skill. The most intriguing thing about my transforming into a pebble was that I was still wearing the dummy ring Anna gave me. Thanks to the transformation skill, the ring apparently became a part of my pebble body. The same would have been true for my clothes if I had any on my body. Transforming back to my original body, I threw on casual attire and then transformed into a pebble once again. Later I moved out of the Hermit's Retreat subspace and retrieved the Hermit's Retreat back into its card. Call me paranoid, but under the scrutiny of the semi-demigod, Hermit's Retreat would not stand a chance, but the same was not true for the Myriad Devil Transformation. There was a reason why the Myriad Devil Transformation was described as a complete transformation. Once a person's soul energy pathway, arrangement, vibrations, and signature were completely morphed to fit the transformation, even a demigod would have a hard time discerning the transformation from the original, let alone a semi-demigod. This specialty of his origin card made Mike a must-have commodity for the supreme leader of the circle. Therefore, despite the risk involved, he did not hesitate to deploy 3 semi-demigods to retrieve Mike's corpse that I had stored in my grimoire. What could the supreme leader possibly gain from Mike's origin card? The Myriad Devil Body card was the origin card and could not be traded, so how did the supreme leader plan to get his hands on Mike's origin card? The answer to this was related to the supreme leader's big secret, which he believed to be well kept. No other soul in the world except for him and Matron knew about it. Even if they did, he made sure to help them keep their mouths shut by burning them 7 feet under. But unfortunately for him, decades ago he messed with the wrong girl, codenamed Clown Mask, who without him knowing had completely altered the course of his future, not to mention my unexpected arrival in this world. I don't know what the supreme leader's reaction would be when he learns what Clown Mask knew. I bet he would almost die from a stroke. Though significant news like this was not enough to bring down the supreme leader. Having retrieved the Hermit's Retreat to its card, I lay in the sewer tunnel in my pebble body. Despite being a pebble, I was able to use all of my soul energy related abilities without any hindrance. As for the physical related abilities, with no hands, feet, or other appendages, I was restricted to just rolling my pebble body. With proper exertion of force through my pebble body, I could roll around without using any spiritual energy, but it was a lot more taxing than running, jogging, or walking. If it were just my human physique, I could not have achieved this feat. My Gigamite physique was at play here. Rolling around using my physical force was for the best, this way I could move around without causing even a minute disturbance in soul energy. Right now my priority was to make it out of the sewers, then the Sun Blossom City, and later into the Sky Blossom City. After leaving the city sewers I can try and transform myself into one of my Calamity Daughter gems, mingle with the general populace, and stealthily get out of the Sun Blossom City and head to the Sky Blossom City. Only after reaching Sky Blossom City could I relax my vigilance. Before that I would use every ounce of mental energy I have to get to the Sky Blossom City. As for the allied semi-demigods fighting the enemy semi-demigods, I did not have the luxury of informing them that I was safe and not trapped in the grimoire of the enemy semi-demigod, because if I did that then I would not only be alerting the allied semi-demigods of my well-being but also the enemy semi-demigods. Weighing the pros and cons, I decided to let the allied semi-demigods keep the enemy semi-demigods busy as I made my way to the Sky Blossom City. Once I feel safe, I could worry about the rest, and I believe the allied semi-demigods protecting me would agree with me. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:27, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, sewers. As I rolled my pebble body to find a way outside the sewers I suddenly felt the city go quiet. I was not talking about the city's regular hubbub, but the booming sound produced by the semi-demigods fighting in the city airspace. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop? Did they leave the city airspace and take their fight somewhere else? Or did the circle's demigod manage to escape? Now that would bring the fight to a halt. After all, with the enemy successfully retreating, who were the allied semi-demigods supposed to fight? That was a possibility, but if that were to happen then I would be very disappointed by the capabilities of the allied semi-demigods. Not only did they let the enemies capture my clones but also let them get away with it, which can only be explained as a huge letdown. Inside the sewer with my sense trapped in a tiny pebble body, the world had suddenly grown larger for me. Yes, my gigamite physique allowed my pebble body to do what no other pebble could, but it was still a great challenge to cover 100 meters with a body less than 1 millimeter in size. Therefore, I felt being up to date on the semi-demigod activity took less priority, feeling that with my new rune card I had managed to overcome the huge disaster upon me. But it did not take long for the world to remind me that I was wrong to think that. When I used the B rank 100 clone escape card to summon 100 B rank clones, hoping that they could make a good cover for my Calamity Daughter clones as they escaped to the bounds of the city, but it was a waste of effort as the semi-demigod saw right through the B rank clones and directly went after Calamity Daughter clone, not even bothering to waste their energy to destroy the 100 B rank clones. Yes, even after my Calamity Daughter clones were captured, my 100 B rank clones were still free and trying to escape to every corner of the city. This made me regret the decision of having my Calamity Daughter clones carry my Calamity Soul Gem. If not for my quick reaction and ditching the Calamity Soul Gem along with the debris produced during the process of the Calamity Daughter clone burrowing into the sewer tunnel, my Calamity Soul Gem would still be on the Calamity Daughter clone as it was captured by the Circle's semi-demigod and trapped in their grimoire. That was a matter of the past and not of concern now, but the B-rank clones of mine were, as a minute ago something unknown had started to target and hunt them one by one. I do not know who was tracking my B-rank clones spread across every corner of the city and hunting them down methodically, but it was clear that they must hold quite a grudge against me to do something so tedious and pointless. Hunting my B-rank clones would not harm me in any way unless they believed that it would. The only reason for the enemy to do that would be if they think that my original body was hiding among the 100 B-rank clones and not the 3 prefect clones captured by the semi-demigods. Seeing how easily they were able to track my B-rank clones and methodically kill them, I bet whoever was behind this incident was no ordinary card apprentice. Which meant they should know that my B-rank clones were independent clones created using little soul energy with the sole purpose of misguiding my enemies, yet they resorted to something so tedious as hunting down my clones one by one could only show that they wanted to erase the slightest possibility of my original body hiding among the 100 B-rank clones and not the 3 prefect clones captured by the semi-demigods. This showed that whoever was behind this was very cautious and did not mind wasting extra time just to explore and erase even the tiniest possibility of my survival. The only enemy of mine that I knew would be willing to go to such lengths was Matron and her paw clan. Knowing that Cole was Matron's pawn, I was expecting to cross paths with them soon, even though they already made arrangements to use the circle to kill me. That was because Matron's hatred for the Wyatt family was at such a petty level that she would not believe I was laid to rest unless her pawns had confirmed that with their eyes. Another reason why I believe it was Matron's goons who were hunting my B-rank clones was that Circle already believed that they had trapped my original body and were busy retreating. They did not have time or petty motives to pull something meaningless like this. Now that the Pa clan had shown itself and begun to scrutinize the entire Sun Blossom City just to erase any possibility of me surviving today, I who had grown confident after plundering Mike's origin card could not help but become cautious, remembering the dread of 5 card emperors jumping out of the mouth of an empty beast just to kill a lowly card soldier like myself, right in presence of my card emperor security detail. Right now the only thing that worried me was my location. I was at the spot where one of my Calamity Daughter clones was captured. Since the Pa clan was doing everything in their power to not leave any stone unturned, they will definitely visit this place to check there was no malpractice involved when the Circle's semi-demigod captured one of my Calamity Daughter clones here. And when they do visit this place, they will definitely find a rolling pebble as an oddity even if no soul energy could be detected from it. Therefore I had to move out of the sewer as fast as possible, but that was almost impossible with my current body unless I made use of a little soul energy. On the account that my pursuers were very sensitive to soul energy, with them being card semi-demigods and all, I was keeping my soul energy usage to a minimum. Hoping that I would be able to come across a sewer rat or any other creature as soon as possible such that I can transform into them, which give me more freedom to use my physical advantages to escape from this city as soon as possible. I was so keen on escaping to Sky Blossom City because only when either of the forces knew that I was under the protection of a demigod or someone with the capability of a demigod would they finally stop hunting me. As unless they want to start a war, there was no way for them to send a demigod after me. And at this point in the growth of both the Circle and the Pa clan, it was not clear if they had demigods amidst their ranks. But according to Clown Mosk's alternate future vision, these two organizations did show numerous demigods in their ranks when one of them took down the government and the other took down 2 royal families. As I continued to reach the exit, rolling my pebble body suddenly came to a halt as my spirituality found a distortion in space not far from where I was situated. The origin of the disturbance was a weird-looking floating mask-type creature that I had the opportunity of seeing a while back in the Sky Blossom City Card Stadium. Seeing this creature travel stealthily through the empty space while scrutinizing the sewer tunnels, I couldn't be more proud of my decision to not make use of the soul energy unless it was necessary. Soul pupils at its core were my eyes seeing the world through my soul. So though the pebble body I was currently transformed into did not have eyes, I could still use them thanks to my soul and its spirituality. Or rather, I could use them more freely in this body than in my original body. Not just soul pupils but also the soul echo. This body was a lot more sensitive to vibration than the ears of my original body. As I got used to my new body, the soul pupils and soul echo that were part of my Calamity Soul Gem effect seemed to form some kind of synergy and evolved into something more advanced, and I called it Soul Radar. As with the combination of soul pupils and soul echo, I could not only hear the vibration of the surrounding soul pathways but also feel and see them. Therefore, this effect mostly made use of the vibration of the soul pathways to map the soul pathways in my surrounding. It was hard for me to believe that soul pupil and soul echo skills were more suitable for my pebble body than my original body, but considering that in my current state I would be more relatable with a stone elemental than a pebble, it made sense. Because a pebble with spirituality was the rough definition of stone elemental. Seeing the empty beast scrutinize the sewer tunnel, especially the hole through which my Calamity clone burrowed into the sewer, I stopped monitoring the empty beast with my spirituality. Since the demigods know when a person calls their name, it only felt reasonable for me to assume that the card emperors and semi-demigods could find out if someone was peeking at them. Therefore, shutting all my pebble body senses, I played dead, laying on the sewer floor motionlessly waiting for the empty beast to leave. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:29, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, sewers. After I shut down all my senses to pretend to be an ordinary pebble such that my curious sense would not attract the attention of the card apprentice hiding in the empty beast as they explored the sewer tunnel, I realized that with all my senses gone I would have no idea of what was transpiring outside. Which meant I would not know if the empty beast left or not. I could continue to restrain from using my senses for a day or so, but that would not be a productive use of my time. Considering that my life was at stake here, I could compromise and pretend to be a pebble for a day, a week, or even a month, but just playing dead would not guarantee my safety, would it now? Yes, it was true that as long as I do not show signs of spirituality nobody could see through my disguise as a pebble, but what if something unexpected happens? For example, one of the famished sewer rats swallowing my pebble body, finding it appetizing, or one of the enemy semi-demigods deciding to blow the entire Sun Blossom City sky high as a desperate resort. In this world, sewer rats were a lot more tenacious than seen on Earth. For survival, these rats' stomach acid had been enhanced to digest stones and other natural minerals. So if my pebble body were to come across a hungry sewer rat, I would become rat food without me realizing it. As my soul would be asleep trying to disguise myself as a regular rock with no spirituality. If I were aware of my surroundings, I would stop that from happening by scarring away the rat with a little show of might. Even though it would have the risk of exposing my whereabouts to those looking, still it was better being digested by a sewer rat. As for one of the enemy semi-demigod detonating the entire Sun Blossom City as a desperate measure was more likely than a sewer rat feeding on my pebble body, it only proved that I had to get out of the Sun Blossom City as soon as possible. I could not afford to waste time hiding in the sewers pretending to pebble. Yes, I do feel sorry about the citizen of the Sun Blossom City being implicated in all this. With my strength I would be kidding myself if I thought I could help them, or with the semi-demigod battle, the only way I could help was by making it to Sky Blossom City. Only that way I could put an end to this semi-demigod battle. Considering the importance of Mike's origin card to the Supreme Leader, the Circle's semi-demigod would stop at nothing to get his corpse back. Me telling them that I had already used Mike's corpse would not help. First, they would not believe me. Second, even if they did believe me, then I would only give them more reasons to come target me. Nothing I did would help here. The best solution was to return to Sky Blossom City. This way Anna could officially come out and mediate between the Circle's semi-demigods and my bodyguards into calling it quits, or they would suffer her wrath. For that to happen, I could not waste time pretending to be a pebble without spirituality. Now that was a dilemma, so I decided to risk it by freeing one of my senses, the basic sense of the touch, which in the case of my pebble body would mean sensing the influence of the surrounding on it through the vibration. I was willing to do this because the soul energy utilized in this was no more than the existence of the pebble itself. So the soul energy activity here was negligible and not noticeable unless you were a very strong array master, that is. As a human, I had no experience in interpreting the vibration input I gained from my surrounding through my pebble body. Thankfully I had Hive AI, which converted the analog data collected by the sense of touch of my pebble body into something that I could understand at negligible soul energy activity, allowing me to actively monitor the changes in my surrounding. Though this did not allow me to directly see the empty beast like the soul pupils or the soul radar allowed me to, it made me aware of the anomaly in the space from where the empty beast was peeking into the real space. The presence of this anomaly and its movement made me aware of the presence of the empty beast and its movements. Thanks to this I was able to deduce that the empty beast had not left my vicinity yet, and instead it seemed to have stopped at the hole through which my Calamity Daughter clone had burrowed into the sewer tunnels from the surface. This I found peculiar, as the empty beast seemed to be very interested in that particular spot more than exploring the sewer tunnel. Seeing the empty beast's fixation in this place, I could not help but find it odd and wonder. Soon the anomaly in the space that made me aware of the presence of the empty beast in my vicinity was no more, as the empty beast had entered the real world. It seems unable to find any clue about my whereabouts. The empty beast seemed to have decided to come out of the empty space into the real space to scrutinize that spot of the sewer tunnel more thoroughly. But by doing this I could not only feel the vibration of the empty beast in the surroundings but also the minute vibrations of the sound it was producing. When I focused on these minute vibrations, it turned out to be the conversation of the people hiding in the empty beast. "Isn't this where one of the clones of the boy got picked up by the Circle's semi-demigods?" One of the card apprentices in the empty east spoke. "Yes, it is, but this also happens to be the location where the B-rank clones of the boy transmitted the information of their death to. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:32, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, sewers." Hearing the conversation of the card apprentice inside the empty beast, I finally understood the reason why the Pa clan's card apprentice seemed to be killing my B-rank clones. They were using the death of these clones to triangulate my position by using the minute soul energy the B-rank clones realized upon their death to report their death to me. The soul energy used here was not a lot but not negligible either, still not enough to triangulate my position immediately. Therefore they had to kill almost all of my B-rank clones before they could triangulate my location to the sewers. Fortunately, I did not underestimate my enemies and made the mistake of resting in the Hermit's Retreat until all this blew over. If I were still in the Hermit's Retreat, it would not have taken the empty beast any effort to spot it and take action. But I did not relax after fooling the circle's semi-demigod and instead remained vigilant and made use of the small opening to extract my new rune card and use it to escape out of the Sun Blossom City, out of the range of the supposed war zone. Though I did not make it out of the Sun Blossom City, I still managed to increase my chance of survivability through my new rune card. Considering that the semi-demigods protecting me were occupied with the circle's semi-demigods, once my whereabouts were apparent to the members of the Pa clan, I would be sitting ducks. So my current situation was better than it could have been. Yes, I was patting myself on the back. I know was still not out of the fryer and it was too early to celebrate, but I felt it was necessary to recognize the small wins. After all, I too was human, my mind was not invincible. In this desperate situation, it was easy for even the mightiest of the general to lose sight of the victory. Only by enjoying the small wins could hope to keep the victory in sight. My current situation was very desperate than I would like to agree to. I had to sacrifice my 3 mutated soul consciousnesses to escape the pursuit of the circle's 3 semi-demigod. Right now they were trapped in the circle's semi-demigod's grimoire. This was the main reason why the circle's semi-demigod believed that the clone they captured was my true body. Fooling a semi-demigod was easier said than done. Without sacrificing my slave consciousnesses I would not have been able to get the circle's semi-demigods off my back. Though for now my slave consciousnesses were trapped in the grimoires of the semi-demigods, there were chances of me losing them permanently or even revealing the secret of my Calamity Daughter gems. Though all the Calamity Daughter gems had inherited the self-destruct sequence from their parent dungeon Calamity Seed, considering the circumstance they were possibilities of them being rendered unable to make use of it. I said this because I have never seen Calamity Daughter gem in action semi-demigods. This was the first. Hopefully, they don't let me down. Either way I knew escaping the pursuit of the semi-demigods was going to come with a price. I guess this was the price I have to pay. Since my 3 salve consciousnesses were trapped in the grimoires of the semi-demigods, if I get caught by the empty beast, this time around I will not be able to fake my death. That was not considering the fact whether the Pa clan members would fall for the same trick for the second time. Since I was all out of tricks, I could not afford to make any mistake, because that one mistake could be the death of me. So the stakes were a lot higher than ever before. Even though I had Mike's broken card with me, still it was nowhere near enough to even the odds. Since all the soul energy activity leads to this position means, it would safe to assume that the circle's semi-demigods don't have the boy. Another card apprentice from within the empty beast spoke. Though I could not tell how many card apprentices were hiding in the empty beast, I am guessing 5 of them at least. They seemed to be a lot more formidable than I thought. They were not only able to make use of my B-rank clones to figure out that I was not among the 3 clones captured by the circle's semi-demigods, but also precisely locate my location. They would have already captured me if it had not been for Mike's overpowered origin card. That would appear to be the case. The card apprentice who took credit for triangulating my location spoke, agreeing with the card apprentice who deduced that I was not among the 3 clones captured by the circle's goons based on his findings. Fuck, who is this kid? He has some interesting tricks up his sleeve. So what now? My familiar is unable to find any trace of the boy here. He must have known that we were tracing him and escaped deeper into the sewers. The card apprentice spoke, proclaiming himself as the master of the empty beast. Since he has managed to gather the attention of Matron, this much is expected of him, but something is amiss here. Considering that the boy is just a card soldier, no matter how fast his means are, he should not have escaped far, yet there is no trace of the boy here. It's as if he has vanished from the face of the world from this spot. For a fact we know that the boy did not use a teleportation card, so where did he go? The Pa clan's card apprentice who located me at this sewer seemed to be able to trace and read the soul energy, as he could accurately tell where my soul energy signature had vanished. He was able to rule out the possibility of teleportation since the SSS ranked space isolation barrier array was covering the city. So at present, the card apprentice was confused as to how I managed to suddenly vanish without even leaving behind any trace of the soul energy signature. Unfortunately for him, no matter how much he racked his brain, he would never be able to guess that I had completely morphed into a pebble, because a person would never be able to imagine such an ability existed unless they had personally witnessed it in action. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:36, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, sewers. How sure are you about your findings? Grey Fur asked his team member who used this ability to trace the boy to the sewers, feeling that the teammate's findings may not have been that accurate. because the result they got was not as he promised. Therefore Grey Fur could not help but feel that they were being led on a wild goose chase. I am sure of it, the boy is within this sewer somewhere. He used some tricks to fool the Circle's semi-demigods and now, he is using the same trick to hide from us. Grey Fur's teammate was quite confident about his abilities when it came to soul energy signature tracing. Buddy, I hate to say this but there is nobody here. Maybe you made some mistake in the calculations while tracing the boy's soul energy signature. Sniper, as a marksman, had a very keen perception of his surroundings, and his range was very wide. Yet, he was not able to feel the presence of any other living being within the city sewers, not even a sewer rat. That was given considering that a semi-demigod presence was felt here a few minutes ago. Any wild monster would be too scared to even consider roaming anywhere near this area. No, I did not make any mistake. That boy is here. There are two possibilities as to why we are not able to find the boy here. First, he teleported knowing that somebody was tracing his whereabouts. Second, he is using some cards to hide his presence. That he used it back in the VIP room of the card stadium to fake his death, and now he has used the same card to not only fool the Circle's semi-demigods but also hide from us. The former is impossible considering that he was right here after the city's space isolation barrier array's rank was increased to SSS rank. Leaving us with the latter, the boy is hiding somewhere in these sewer tunnels. Guys, trust me on this one. Have I ever let you guys down when it comes to soul energy tracing? Grey Fur's teammate explained, seeing his teammates start to doubt his findings. No, you have always been right about these kinds of stuff, Grey Fur said, and others nodded in agreement as their teammates' records spoke for him, giving them a strong reason to trust what he was saying. So codename Sniper added, since you believe the boy is hiding in these sewer tunnels, why don't we destroy them? This way either he will die with the destruction of the tunnels or will flush to the surface for safety. That's an idea, but it has the risk of revealing our presence to the two other forces. Grey Fur immediately denied Sniper's idea and then said, I will inform the semi-demigods not to act to help the Circle's semi-demigods to retreat, since we will need them to distract the allied semi-demigods while we find the boy. While you are at it, why don't you ask them to come to help us find the boy here? The flower thief said, feeling that another dozen pairs of eyes would get the job done a lot faster. That is not possible, because the closer they are to the other two factions of semi-demigods, the higher risk of them being discovered by them. But I will ask them to keep in the outskirt of the city. Grey Fur made the following arrangements, feeling that if he were in the boy's shoes he would do his best to get back to the Sky Blossom City. Therefore, he decided to have a dozen semi-demigods that Matron sent for their assistance monitor the city outskirts for the boy in case he manages to trick them and leave the city. That's a good idea, the other teammates nodded in appreciation of Grey Fur's judgment. We know that the boy is within the walls of these tunnels. Now, how do we find him? Flower Thief asked, trying to figure out their next course of action. With the Circle's semi-demigods keeping the allied semi-demigods protecting the boy busy, they were free to hunt him down. They knew where to start and now they need to figure out how. If had a few more of those B-rank clones of the boy with me right now, I could kill them to locate him using the soul energy that transmits the news of the death of his clones to him. Too bad you guys killed them all, Grey Fur's teammate said, remaining the rest of them that if they had not killed all the B-rank clones of the boy, they could have used the same method they used to trace the boy to these tunnels to pinpoint the exact location of the boy in here. There is no point in crying over the spilled milk, think of something else, Grey Fur said, trying to maintain the morale of the team, but it was no help, so he added, come on people, our opponent is a card soldier, for God's sake, be it experience or strength, we better than the boy. So let us not be outsmarted by the boy for the second time. Grey Fur always felt that shaming people served as a better motivator than encouraging words. So he did not mind shaming himself and his team to help them keep their sight on the goal here. Even Sniper, who was not big on using his brain, thought hard. As a card emperor he felt ashamed for being tricked by a card soldier. And he did not want that to repeat itself. So he could not help but give serious thought to how to get the boy out of his hiding without alerting the other two factions of their presence in the city. Though we cannot destroy the sewer tunnels, how about gassing the tunnels with some high-grade poison? Unless the boy wants to die of poisoning, he will have no choice but to show himself. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:41, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, sewers. Interesting idea. I believe you would not suggest poisoning the entire sewer tunnel unless you have the high-grade poison you speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you Grave Fur said to Flower Thief, hearing his crazy idea to poison the entire sewer system of the Sun Blossom City. I do, Flower Thief answered with a sinister smile, then summoned a canister filled with neon green poison and introduced it to his teammates without waiting for them to ask. This the poison extracted from the SS rank Dragon Viper. The best thing about this poison is that it has no presence. So even if flood the entire sewer system with it, the semi-demigods of the two factions will not even feel it until it was too late. I have heard of the lethality of the Dragon Viper's poison. Even though it is popular because of its traceless nature, not many use it because it is highly corrosive and has the risk of corroding any material less than its grade, which acts contrary to its traceless nature. I bet that the canister used to store the poison is an SS rank ingredient by itself. If we were to release this poison within these tunnels, it will corrode the walls and foundation of the sewer tunnels, which has the risk of the entire sewer system collapsing on itself because of the corroded infrastructure, which would easily gather the attention of the semi-demigods of the other two factions. So, I believe we should think something else. Grave Fur's teammate advised against flooding the sewer tunnels with poison. Come on, people, don't go soft on me now, Grave Fur said, hearing his teammate advising the rest of them against the Flower Thief's idea. Grave Fur, I am begging, please be smart about this. We don't need to be this cruel. We can think of something else. Grave Fur's teammate begged Grave Fur to reconsider. I am sorry, it is not like I have any choice in this matter. Grave Fur rejected his teammate's plea as he glared at the Flower Thief. Now that Flower Thief had put this idea out in the open, it means this moment has already been witnessed by Matron, whom he believed to be monitoring their memories. Fine, help me contact Matron. I will change her mind. Grave Fur's teammate asked Grave Fur to help him get in contact with Matron so that he can change her mind about poisoning the entire sewer system of Sun Blossom City. Old friend, you and I both know that is impossible. Please don't make things hard for yourself. Having served Matron for decades, Grave Fur knew that what his teammate was asking was impossible. That's it, you are not even willing to give it a try. How can you be so heartless? We are speaking about millions of innocent lives here. Grave Fur's teammate did not seem to be willing to take a no regarding the matter. Stop, don't say another word. Swallow whatever you are thinking, and bury it in a dark corner of your heart. Otherwise, Grave Fur knew that what his teammate was thinking was bordering Matron's bottom line, so he advised him to stop, but before he could finish he was interrupted by the light emitting from his body. I am sorry, but this is where I draw the line. Grave Fur's teammate decided to detonate himself within the space of the empty beast, hoping that he would be able to stop them from going through with the plan of poisoning the entire sewer system by killing them all. Even though Grave Fur's teammate's idea appeared flawless, he underestimated the capability of Matron. Before he could go through self-detonation, she had wiped his memory clean and sent him into a forced coma, something best explained with the words, factory reset. Seeing one of their teammate about to self-detonate within the narrow space of the empty beast, all of them panicked. Especially Flower Thief, who was stunned out of panic, forgetting that he could just throw the Rouge teammate out of the empty beast space. Fortunately, Matron had quickly reacted, otherwise, all of them would have died here today. Soon, Grave Fur's grimoire rang, notifying him of an incoming call. It was the Matron. Despite still being in shock because of what just transpired, Grave Fur hurriedly answered the call, not wanting to keep Matron waiting even for a second. Turn on the speaker, Matron ordered. Following her order, Grave Fur immediately turned on the speaker option of the call. Flower Thief, good job on thinking of the solution for killing the pest. The first thing Matron did was compliment Flower Thief on his idea. Thank you, madam. The Flower Thief, who just had faced a near-death experience, was still out of it, but still managed to respond to Matron. As for the rest of you, let this be a moment of lesson for you. Grave Fur, don't delay it any longer, put the plan into motion. After warning the rest of the team members, Matron then ordered Grave Fur to go through the plan without delaying it any further and then hung up the call. Yes, Your Highness, Grave Fur responded respectfully even after Matron hung up the call, not just because he was a huge kissass, instead he knew that Matron was monitoring their actions in real time through their memories. Grave Fur wasn't the only one. The other two, with the exception of the Flower Thief, also did the same. Even though, unlike Grave Fur earlier, they didn't suspect that Matron was monitoring their moments in real time through their memories, after witnessing one of them being forced into a coma just at the right moment, they knew that their every action and thought was under the surveillance of Matron. So they became more cautious of how they acted and what they thought. As for the flower thief, his ego was inflated, being praised by matron in front of everyone. 1041 Negotiation date the 4th of April 2321 time 2:29 location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. Trapped within the Heaven Sanction card used by Agatha, the two enemy semi-demigods regrouped with their teammate unable to escape using the hidden escape teleportation prepared by Mike beforehand. And since the allied semi-demigods were cursed, they were not in a hurry to fight a death match with enemy semi-demigods. This bred an awkward atmosphere in Heaven's Sanction. A moment ago the enemy was ready to escape at the cost of abandoning one of their teammates, and the allied force was bent on stopping them even at the expense of civilian casualties. But now allied semi-demigods did not bother to waste their breath at the enemy and patiently observed them as they had successfully managed to stop the enemy from escaping using Heaven's Sanction, yet they were not in total control of the situation thanks to the enemy's curse haunting them. So how long do you guys plan to sit on your asses and glare at the enemy? Now they have regrouped. You guys do know that I can't summon Heaven's Sanction for long, right? Heaven's Sanction was the card Agatha received from Anna. It required an unparalleled bloodline to activate, but thanks to Anna removing the restriction, Agatha could use the card for a few moments in exchange for an appropriate sacrifice. Did you not hear him say, due to the curse we are restricted to a 1-kilometer range of the enemy curse master? Number 9 asked Agatha, wondering if Agatha had listened to what number 10 had explained. A 1-kilometer radius range was large, but for semi-demigods, it wasn't much. That was not enough space for them to fight without worrying about friendly fire, and because of the curse on them they could not kill the curse master. Therefore, they choose to sit by as the enemy regrouped. How long can you maintain Heaven's Sanction? Number 10 asked Agatha. Not for long, but I guess can hold till your teammates as our reinforcement, Agatha replied with a frown. Her complexion was turning pale, its Heaven's Sanction toll on her was becoming visible with passing seconds. Don't hold your breath on them. Our squad is Madame Asong's bodyguards. Rest of our teammates will never leave her side no matter the reason. The only reason they may arrive here would be if Madame Asong decides to visit Sun Blossom City. Considering the political impact of this incident, I don't believe Madame Asong would want to be part of any of this. If not for Southern Emperor threatening her niece, we wouldn't be here to help you. Number 10 explained to Agatha that there was no reinforcement coming, they were all on their own. So, what now? Agatha asked, learning that she could not count on Asen's bodyguard detail for reinforcement. We negotiate, that is the best option we have to get the boy back in one piece, number 10 said, surprising both number 9 and Agatha. Number 10, have you forgotten the rules? We don't negotiate, number 9 reminded number 10. If they were to negotiate every time a political figure under their protection was taken hostage, then people would target the politicians to get their way. Therefore the handbook, which asked them to protect their clients with their life at stake, also asked to never negotiate in case their client was taken as hostage. I know the rules, but this is not the same. We don't need to follow the same set of rules here. Just follow my lead, number 10 said, eyeing both number 9 and Agatha. Then added, let me make it clear, before we start let me make our priorities clear. Our task here is to protect the boy, not police what is happening in the southern region. So fighting the enemy is no longer an option unless the negotiation fails. Understood? Yes, number 9 and Agatha both nodded in agreement. Number 10 was correct, they did not care what the circle and its goons were up to in the southern region. Their only responsibility was to protect the boy, and that was all. Therefore number 9 and Agatha agreed to negotiate with the enemy. Here we go, number 10 muttered as he decided to address the enemy semi-demigods, seeing hope for successful negotiation as the enemies did not appear to want to fight them either and were passively observing their moments. Release the boy and we will let you go, number 9 yelled, glancing at the enemy semi-demigods. Quote. Number 9's yell was responded to by a long silence and howling of passing wind. Since they could risk getting Standard to capture the boy, it was obvious they would not hand over the just for their freedom. Not knowing what the enemy wanted with the boy, number 9 had to start somewhere. If you have any other demands, just state them, as long as it doesn't involve harming the boy, I can promise it to you. Seeing that the enemy semi-demigods showed no interest in exchanging the boy for their freedom, he directly asked them to stay with their demands, and as long it did not involve the boy, he promised to help them with it. This time number 9 was not greeted by silence from the enemy semi-demigods but by an odd demand: we want the boy to hand over the Circle's Sun Blossom City branch's leader's corpse. Hearing the demand of the enemy semi-demigods, number 9 remembered the boy killing Mike and storing his corpse in a coffin-like item. Though number 9 found it odd that the enemy semi-demigods would risk their freedom for the corpse of a mere branch leader, he did not give much thought to it, as his only priority was to protect the boy and return him unharmed to the Southern Emperor. As for the rest, he did not have the time for that. Fine, you can have your branch leader's corpse. Bring forth the boy. Let me speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you to him. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:29, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. Card name, Heaven's Sanction. Card type, Trap card. Bounded card rank, SSS rank. Card rate, 9 stars. Card durability, 97/100. Card effect, this card can turn the array formation covering any city within the Southern Region into an SSS rank trap with the help of the array formation covering the Southern Region. Restriction, this card requires an unparalleled bloodline to activate. Note, with the authority granted to Anna Heatsen by her unparalleled bloodline, she removed the restriction on the card for the next 48 hours. Card name, Patriot Act. Card type, Access card. Card rank, Rare grade. Card rate, 5 stars. Card durability, 99/100. Card effect, this card was created with the agreement between the 4 royal families and the government. It gives the user VIP access to each of the Big 5 array formations covering the 5 regions. Note, this card doesn't allow the user to use teleportation cards within the Big 5 array formations covering the 5 regions. VIP privileges, the Patriot Act card user cannot be tracked using any of the Big 5 array formations covering the 5 regions. And also their actions cannot be restricted by any one of the Big 5 array formations covering the 5 regions with the exception of the teleportation cards. The Patriot Act card was the reason why the semi-demigods from the Circle and the Pa clan were able to hide their presence from the array formation covering the Southern Region and roam around freely in its cities. This card was a universal cheat code for the Big 5 array formations. With it, they did not have to worry about their presence in the Southern Region and location being revealed to the Southern royal family by the array formation. Not only that, they were immune to many of the restrictions of the array formation. Meaning with this card the semi-demigods from the Circle could easily bypass Heaven's Sanction. Card activated by Agatha as it was a part of the array formation covering the Southern Region. Yet the enemy semi-demigods chose not to use this card to escape Heaven's Sanction because they did not want to reveal any hint that they had equipped the Patriot Act card. As this card was only available to the highly decorated officers of the government and the talented heirs of the royal families. So it would be alarming for both the government and the 4 royal families to learn that the semi-demigods from the Circle used a card with similar properties to the Patriot Act card. Therefore, even if it was possible for them to escape the trap of Heaven's Sanction, they chose not to. This way they could throw any suspicion of the government and the 4 royal families them using the Patriot Act card. The Patriot Act card was one of the pillars of trust between the 4 royal families and the government. Each one of them chose to sacrifice access to the first line of defense of their region array formation covering it to others to show that they were not going to rebel, separate themselves from the current government and declare themselves as an independent monarchy, or try to take over the other regions or the government itself. The existence of this card signified a sense of balance and trust between the 5 governing bodies. Despite the card giving the user almost full immunity to the Big 5 arrays, it restricted them from using teleportation cards in the foreign region because if powerful entities like semi-demigods and demigods could use teleportation within the Big 5 array formation, then the point of the array formation would become totally moot as they could easily assassinate important figures and get away with it without anybody noticing them. The users of this card were only restricted from using teleportation cards and not the pre-arranged teleportation arrays as the construction of an array took time and left behind too much evidence. Not to mention the natural limitation of the Big 5 array formation, the high-level card apprentice could teleport into the array but not out of the array, but their teleportation would be tracked and the related authorities would be alerted to take immediate action. The significance of the Patriot Act card was too high for the world to know that they were being used by the semi-demigods of the Circle who had nothing to do with their 5 governing bodies, the 4 royal families and the government. This would definitely put the Circle at top of the list of these 5 governing bodies. This was a lot of attention for an organization hatching plans to overthrow the government sometime in the future. Therefore, the semi-demigods of the Circle put up an act that they were trapped in Heaven's Sanction activated by Agatha. The answer to the question of how the Circle and the Pa clan managed to get their hands on the Patriot Act cards was very obvious. Both of the organizations had their inside men in the high-ranking members of the government or any one of the royal families. With the abilities of the matron and the supreme leader, something of this sort was not a big deal. They did not have a problem getting their hands on this card but hid the fact that they had it. Because of their dilemma, the semi-demigods of the Circle did not hesitate to negotiate when the semi-demigods that were supposed to protect the boy showed interest to negotiate with them. Release the boy and we will let you go. If you have any other demands just state them, as long as it doesn't involve harming the boy, I can promise it to you. We want the boy to hand over the Circle's Sun Blossom City branch's leader's corpse. Fine, you can have your branch leader's corpse. Bring forth the boy. Let me speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you to him. Hearing the allied semi-demigods easily agree to their demands, the Circle's demigods were not surprised, as they were pretty confident of their odds, and said, how do we go about this? Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:32, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. What do you mean? Number 10 asked the enemy semi-demigod in confusion. Which one of the three clones is the original one? The semi-demigod in charge of the Circle's semi-demigod said, wait, saying that number 10 turned to look at Agatha. In response, Agatha glanced back at him asking, why are you looking at me? Answer the gentleman, would you? Agatha's response caught number 10 off guard, but he still calmly replied to her. How would I know? Agatha replied, spreading her arms in innocence. Agatha's reply stumped not only number 10 and 9 but the enemy semi-demigods too. This was not the reply they were looking for from a professional, high-profile bodyguard like Agatha herself. Had I known which one of the clones was original, why would I waste time trying to stop all three of them, instead of focusing all our power on stopping just the one with the boy? Agatha replied, I thought, you did that to not let the enemy know which one of the three clones of the boy was original. Number 9 replied, impressed with Agatha's calmness. Hold on, you are telling me, your choice to chase that guy out of the three of them was just a random decision and not because you knew that the clone he was carrying was the original? Number 10 could not get his head around Agatha's actions so far and wondered how Demigod Windsor could trust her with his only daughter's life. Yes, and stop making a big deal out of it. Don't forget you two were also supposed to protect the boy, not just me, Agatha said, feeling a little embarrassed as this clearly showed incompetence in her duty as a professional high-profile bodyguard. Forget it. Number 10 chose not to argue with Agatha, and then turning to the enemy semi-demigods he said, bring out all three of the boy's clones, let them answer which one is the original. How do we know that you will not attack once you know which one has the original? One of the cautious semi-demigods asked. Come on, if we had such thoughts we would not have tried to negotiate, and besides, aren't the three of you confident in your strength? Since the start of the conversation, number 10 had noticed that the attitude of the three enemy semi-demigods was not that of trapped rats, but conniving foxes. Fine, the enemy semi-demigods did not even bother to argue or deny number 10, and immediately the three clones were released from their respective trap. The three enemy semi-demigods each then held one clone. Being released from their respective traps, each one of the clones gave a vivid expression, making it hard for the enemy and allied semi-demigods to differentiate the original one from the clones just based on their expressions and actions. Looking at the three clones, number 9 could not help but become impressed. He tried every arrow in his query and none of them seemed to help him determine the original form of the clones. He really wanted to ask the boy whether he had mastered some kind of clone rule meaning. But holding back his curiosity, taking one last glance at the clones trying to figure out their trick, he signaled Agatha to address them. Wyatt, we have negotiated with your captors, and if you are willing to hand over the corpse of their branch leader, they are willing to let you go. Agatha conveyed what was negotiated between the two forces to the boy. Agatha, I knew I could entrust you with my protection. All three clones respond simultaneously without any delay and with the exact same tone and notes, so their voice got amplified. Why did you try to run? We had it all in control until that moment, Agatha replied, being blamed by the boy for letting the enemies take him hostage. So, it was my fault then. Blame the victim, the three clones complained and then said, I should have hired these guys as my bodyguard instead of your incompetent ass. Why did you try to run? We had it all in control until that moment, Agatha replied, being blamed by the boy for letting the enemies take him hostage. Are you sure about that? Their target of protection is dead, Agatha jeered. Their comrade died bravely in a fight, not their fault. At least they are sensible enough to go this far to bring the corpse of their comrade home. Compared to them you are just incompetent. The three clones defend the enemy. Semi-demigods and mocked Agatha in unison. Please stop speaking all the same time, it is creeping me out, Agatha complained, showing no notion of anger toward the boy for mocking her. Number 9, 10, and the enemy semi-demigods could not believe their ears hearing the argument between Agatha and the boy. They were surprised to see Agatha not get angry being mocked by the boy and treat him as an equal despite their strength and status gap. Number 10 looked pasted that and yelled, "Will you two stop arguing and save us all some time by doing as negotiated?" "Who are these guys?" one of the boy's clones asked Agatha. On account of her request, the clones had chosen not to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you simultaneously. Wyatt, meet number 9 and 10. They are the other two semi-demigods attached for your bodyguard detail. Agatha introduced number 9 and 10 to the boy, who looked at them and said, "I had heard government employees were lazy, incompetent, a waste of taxpayers' money, and not to be trusted, but I did not know I would be unlucky enough to experience it firsthand. Boy, watch your mouth, we are not pushovers like Agatha. We won't mind leaving you here with them just to teach you a lesson respecting your seniors," number 9 yelled, hearing the boy call them lazy, incompetent, and a waste of taxpayers' money. "I dare you." Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:36, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. What? Number 9 asked in total disbelief. Never in her life did she imagine a day when a card soldier would dare to be so disrespectful toward her. She has been a bodyguard for centuries and has served many rich and pompous kids, but no one dared to disrespect her, until today. The most appalling thing was this kid did not even have a status equal to those pompous brats, yet he had the audacity to challenge her authority. "You heard me, Grandma, I dare you to do what you claimed." All three of the clones looked at number 10 with scorn as one of them repeat themselves, while at it they did not forget to mock number 9 and address her as Grandma. "You," number 9 was about to threaten the boy, but then stopped, and glancing at the in charge of the enemy semi-demigods she said, "Torture him, kill him, do whatever it takes to get your comrade's corpse, we won't stop you." Number 10, "We are leaving." Hearing number 9's rash words, number 10 was embarrassed, especially for letting a junior lead her by her nose, yet he chose to bear with her as she was his senior and because he knew exactly how to handle her when she gets like this, as sadly this was not the first time number 9 had forgotten the mission priority and gone off-road by letting her sense of pride get in the way. Number 9 could see that the clones of the boy were purposefully provoking his senior sister as if he was buying time. Number 9 did not know why the boy would do this, so he decided to play along even though it meant him letting number 9 continue to make a fool of herself. "Semi-demigod Agatha, I will have to trouble you with the access to leave heaven's sanction," number 9 asked Agatha, and then seeing her junior not move yet she yelled, "Number 10, don't make me repeat myself." "Sure, you two are free to leave heaven's sanction," Agatha answered to number 9, showing no worries about facing three semi-demigods by herself. As long as they were not lich, he had her ways to come out victorious in a group fight. Hearing Agatha, number 9 nodded politely and glared at her junior, who did not seem to show any notion of following her words. She asked, "Number 10, what are you waiting for?" Number 10 showed no signs of listening to number 9's arrangements, so she lost her patience and spoke grudgingly, "I did not want to pull ranks, but it seems I have to remind you that as the senior agent among the two of us, I am in charge here. So unless you plan to rebel, you do as I say." "Clear, Senior 9, don't take offense, but considering the situation, I have to remind you of the Bandrock Field Dungeon incident." Number 10 finally used the magic words that would pierce number 9's armor of ego and pride, reminding her of the mission and its priority. "How dare you bring that up?" Hearing her junior bring up the only but most embarrassing black spot in her resume, number 9 was enraged beyond words, but then she calmed down. That was the effect of her memories of the Bandrock Field Dungeon job. "Wait, hold up, so it was you who caused the Bandrock Field Dungeon incident?" As Agatha said this, unconsciously a smile formed on her face, remembering the conversation between Demigod Windsor and a song concerning the Bandrock Field Dungeon incident. Though Madame Asong was kind enough to hide the identity of the fool responsible for that incident, today Agatha could finally put a face and name on that fool. "Agatha, what is the Bandrock Field Dungeon incident?" One of the boy's clones asked Agatha, seeing how Agatha was trying hard to surprise her laughter as spoke of the name of the incident. "It is a hilarious long story, I will tell you later," Agatha was about to call the incident a hilarious story, but seeing the ugly complexion on number 9's face, she chose her wording in order not to hurt her feelings. No, you will not. Nobody will speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Of that unfortunate incident, number 9 said, hearing Agatha. Enough. The enemy semi-demigods in charge yelled, unable to take the pointless argument among the allied forces and wondering if they were stalling for reinforcement. Hearing the enemy semi-demigod's sudden outburst, the clones and the allied semi-demigods went quiet and focused on him. Seeing that he had gained the attention of all, the enemy semi-demigod regained his calm and said, "Gentlemen and ladies, why don't you continue your argument after we are done with negotiations?" Fine by me. Before the allied semi-demigods could speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Up, one of the boys' clones replied. Hearing the boys' clones, enemy semi-demigods could not help but look at them strangely, as they had never seen such a peculiar hostage. It would have been entertaining if not for the pressing time. Now it was plain annoying. You shut up, number 9 yelled at the clone that just spoke, and then turned to look at the enemy semi-demigod in charge and said, "How do we know that you will follow the agreement and not kill the after you got your comrade's corpse?" "We can always make an oral oath with the world's will and its rules as a witness," the enemy semi-demigod in charge suggested. Fine, why don't you start? Number 9 asked the enemy semi-demigod in charge to take the oath he just suggested. Not so fast. How do we know you or the forces will let us go after you get the boy? The enemy semi-demigod in charge said, asking the allied semi-demigods to also take an oath to assure them that the allied forces would stand by their world. Fine, both our teams will take oaths with the world's will as witnesses. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:39, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. With the world's will as a witness, we promise that if you three hand over the boy unharmed with no tricks in store, we will let you retreat. The allied force took the oath to assure the semi-demigods of the circle. With the world's will as a witness, we promise to hand over the boy and leave in peace if the boy hands over Mike's corpse. The enemy semi-demigods took an oath with very loose terms, causing number 10 to frown, but considering that their oath was airtight, he chooses to overlook it. Now that we have established a sense of trust among us, let us get this over with, number 10 said, signaling me to hand over the corpse of the circle's Sun Blossom breach leader so that the enemy semi-demigods could hold up their end of the bargain. What's the hold up? The enemy semi-demigod in charge complained, seeing show no signs of realizing the corpse of their dead comrade. Kid, what are you waiting for? Hand over the corpse, number 10 said impatiently. He had played along when the boy tried to stall for time, but now that they were at the brink of burying all this, he did not understand why the boy would delay things now of all times. Here's the thing, the corpse is my loot. If I have to give it to them, then I need something of equal in exchange, the boy said, surprising the half a dozen semi-demigods surrounding him. We are letting you live, that's already enough to compensate you for handing our comrade's corpse, the semi-demigod in charge replied. I can understand how you can misunderstand the situation here, but let me put things in perspective for you. You are letting me go because of your deal with them. As for the corpse, it is my loot, so if you want it, then I need to be compensated appropriately. The spoke explained why he thought he deserved to be appropriately compensated for handing over Mike's corpse to the circle. I take it back, I am starting to like you. Number 9, who has been dissatisfied with the boy for his audacity to challenge her authority, had a new impression of the boy. It was not sudden. Earlier she believed that the boy dared to be disrespectful to her because of the Southern Emperor backing him, but seeing him bargain with his captors, her impression of him changed for the better. I know, right? His attitude grows on you, Agatha commented, hearing number 9 change her opinion about the boy. What kind of bullshit is this? The enemy semi-demigod in charge yelled, hearing the boy make demands and the reaction of the allied forces to it. He was starting to feel like a joke because of the boy's laid-back attitude. What? You have a problem with it? The boy asked without care of enraging his captors. Kid, let me put things in perspective for you. We don't need you alive to get what we want. Your grimoire and a sample of your blood will do the trick. We are willing to compromise to save an SS rank, the dummy, card, and a lot of trouble, but that doesn't mean that we are willing to let you walk all over us. The enemy semi-demigod in charge reminded the boy that since the corpse of their comrade was stored in his grimoire, they don't really need him alive to get what they want. Now, that does make a lot of sense. One corpse coming right up, one of the boy's clones replied, and less than anno data annotation it equals. 26C80E5A79B5F32A57E2-716C20,060,260. Greater than then summoning its grimoire, it summoned the corpse wood coffin and opened the lid, revealing Mike's corpse with the corpse wood stake stuck in his chest. Less than anno greater than. As for the 6 semi-demigods, they were wondering if this clone of the boy was his original body, but considering that they have seen all 3 clones summon grimoire when they were escaping, they thought this was not enough to conclude. And his grimoire, examining the broken ego gem in the corpse, the enemy semi-demigod in charge confirmed that the corpse was indeed Mike and then remind the boy to hand over Mike's platinum grimoire too. I totally forgot. Here you go. The clone then took out a platinum grimoire and handed it over to the semi-demigod holding him. Then it deactivated the corpse wood stake and coffin. Before Mike's corpse could free fall under the influence of gravity, it was retrieved by the enemy semi-demigod in charge, who placed both the corpse and platinum grimoire in his storage item. Now you got what you want, realized the boy. Number 10 ordered the enemy semi-demigods. Kid, you are free to go, but remember your debt to our organization will be collected soon. Having taken an oath to let the boy go if he handed the corpse of their comrade, the enemy semi-demigod had no choice but to let the 3 clones of the boy go. Being free, the boy's clones did not hurry to safety, but instead they chose to taunt their ex-captors. Woo, I am so scared. Then they calmly flew to the one person they trusted most among the 3 allied semi-demigods, Agatha. Now that you have the boy, remove the heaven's sanction, the enemy semi-demigod in charge said. Before Agatha could answer, one of the boy's clones interrupted her, saying, Agatha, don't remove heaven's sanction, we need it to catch rats, just give them access to use their hidden teleportation array formation. Hearing the boy, all 6 semi-demigods frowned, especially the circle's semi-demigods. They could not help but wonder who the rats the boy spoke of were. But they did not waste their time trying to understand what the boy meant. They decided to leave before it was too late. So they hurried to the hidden teleportation array arranged by Mike and fled the southern region. Kid, I think you had enough adventure for one night. Time for you to head home now, number 10 said, sticking to the priority of the mission handed to him. We cannot leave now, at least not until we rid the city's sewers of the poisonous rats infesting it. Less than annotation style equals, display, none, greater than less than OL class equals, tiny MCE annotation container, greater than less than lead data annotation it equals, 26C80E5A79B5F32A57E2-716C20,060,260, greater than AN. This is not a mistake. I did not forget that MC has already sacrificed Mike to his rune to plunder his origin card. Less than lead greater than less than OL greater than less than annotations greater than, date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:41, location southern region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. What are these rats you keep talking about? Agatha asked the clones. They are the people behind Cole, one of the clones answered. People behind Cole, isn't that the circle? Agatha asked in confusion. No, I will explain later. For now, know this. A bunch of card emperors in the city sewers are trying to poison the entire city drainage system using a potent SS-ranked Dragon Viper's position. One of the clones quickly brought Agatha up to speed, not going into details. Where? I scanned the entire city drainage system. I could find any trace of card emperor in those tunnels, number 9 asked. They are in an empty beast to hide their presence. You can't find them with your mental strength alone, the clone explained. Then, how do you know that they are in the sewers and what they are planning? Number 10 asked the boy's clones. It is complicated, but answer me this, why would I make this stuff up? What do I get out of this? Do you think I am some kind of habitual liar who lies to gain attention? Come on man, use your brains for once. The boy's clone did not try to mask his disdain for number 10's foolish questions. Number 10 did not explode hearing the boy's clone be rude to him, instead spared some thought to what that boy said but decided to prioritize the mission and then said, not our problem. You got your revenge, now let's head back. The boy's clone ignored number 10 and then asked Agatha. Agatha, destroy the hidden teleportation arrays used by the circle's semi-demigods and any other you can. Fine, sure. Agatha did not question why and just did what the boy's clone asked of her, trusting that the boy will tell everything later. Wait, what did you do? Number 10 immediately got suspicious hearing the boy's clones asking Agatha to destroy the teleportation arrays used by the circle's semi-demigods. Aren't you quick to catch on these kinds of things? Just tell me what you did. Number 10 impatiently interrupted the boy's clone and asked to get to the point. I was just getting to it. The clone rolled its eyes at number 10 and then revealed, the corpse that I gave to the circle's demigod is fake. What? How is it possible? Wouldn't they have noticed if you did something like that? Number 10 asked in disbelief, wondering how the three semi-demigods could not see through a card soldier's trick. Forgetting that he too did not suspect that Mike's corpse was fake until the boy brought it up. I am quite confident about my disguise skills and I used his original broken ego gem to make it more compelling, the clone explained as if it was just another party trick. Respect. The boy was starting to grow on number 9, hearing his deeds she grew more fond of him. But feeling her junior's stare she said, "What? I don't negotiate, be it with terrorists or kidnappers. I can't believe that worked but I don't understand why would you do that?" Number 10 found it surprising that the boy's trick of using the victim's broken gem was enough to fool the circle's semi-demigods into thinking that they had the real corpse of their comrade. But he could not wrap his mind around why the boy would risk his life by presenting his captors with a fake corpse. Was he an adrenaline junkie? Who loved testing the boundaries with his life on the balance? "Boy, weren't you worried they would kill out of rage?" Number 10 asked. To which the boy and his senior looked at him as if he was asking a stupid question. Yet the boy chooses to answer him, "I am confident about my disguise skills." Done. All the teleportation arrays I could find have been dealt with, Agatha soon reported after destroying the teleportation arrays used by the circle's semi-demigods. Good, now we wait for the rats to come out of their hole, one of the boy's clones responded to Agatha. Nope, we leave now before the semi-demigods from the circle come back knowing they were tricked, Number 10 said, and his worries were indeed worth merit but the boy's clone was adamant, "You can leave if you wanted to, I am not leaving until we have dealt with rats in the city's sewer." 10. What are you afraid of? Those three were not that strong. If they return, I will take care of them since I longer have to hold back my punches since we have the boy in our custody, Number 9 asked Number 10 to stop worrying. Senior 9, let's not underestimate the enemy if we don't want another Bandrock incident on our hands, Number 10 decided to use Number 9's dark past to get his way. And it worked. Hearing the word Bandrock, Number 10 went silent. "You two to you, I am not leaving until I have taken care of the rats in the city's sewer," Agatha said, supporting the boy's decision. Semi-demigod Agatha, that is not your mission. The boy's safety is your mission, it would be best if you did just that, Number 10 reminded Agatha that her mission took priority over the boy's baseless claim of 5 card emperors hiding in an empty beast, conspiring to poison the drainage system of a third-rate city down in the backwaters of the southern region. That's cold, millions of innocent lives are at stake here and all you care about is your mission. The clone looked at Number 9 with disdain. Following the cat-and-mouse chase between the allied and enemy semi-demigods, all the citizens and residents of the Sun Blossom City moved to the shelter, which happens to use the drainage system of the city as secondary ventilation and emergency exit. Meaning if the sewer tunnels of the city were gassed with poison then, the shelters housing the citizens and residents of the Sun Blossom City were not safe. Not to mention concentrated venom of the SS-ranked Dragon Viper was enough to turn this entire city into a dead zone. Meaning any and all creatures in the city or the vicinity of the city would be direct victims of the poison. 1047 Volatile circumstances. Date the 4th of April 2321. Time 2:41. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. Sewers, are you done? Sniper asked the flower thief, who was busy tweaking the Dragon Viper poison canister so that its area of effect covered the entire drainage system of the city at the cost of decreasing the concentration of the poison in the gas. Considering that the poison was SS rank, even a little concentration of it in the air was more than enough to deal with a low-level card apprentice like the boy. 5 more minutes, when I am done with this entire city's drainage system will be filled with poison in seconds, Flower Thief said as if the consequence of his action never crossed his mind. Noise. Sniper was happy that they could get off work soon. He too did not seem to care about the implication of flooding the city's entire drainage system with poisonous gases. That's good, but how long before the poison's gases disperse? Gary Fur asked, knowing no matter how smelly a fart was it would disperse with time. Before the Flower Thief could answer him, their fourth teammate, the Card Emperor in charge of the array formation, suddenly spoke up. How do you guys live with yourself? You speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you of killing an entire city like throwing another barbecue party. Hearing him, the other three did not spare him a glance and continued with their conversation. Since there is barely any air movement in here, the poison is going to last for a while. Even months if the authorities don't interfere, Flower Thief answered, ignoring the fourth member of their team. Turns out Flower Thief was fully aware of the consequences of his idea to poison the city's entire drainage system. It was just that pretending ignorance let him continue with his plan. Quote. Being ignored, the fourth team member shook his head, blaming himself and his greed. He was not afraid of death nor losing his memory, but having his memory altered to do matron's bidding. He could turn to suicide, but he knew he would be forced into a coma even before he could go through it, just like the fifth member of their team. Yet he chooses to commit suicide by self-detonation. Considering his circumstance, he felt being forced into a coma was better than being a spectator to the deaths of millions of innocent souls. But before he could go through that, he suddenly felt the mental strength of the semi-demigods scan through the drainage system of the city. It wasn't just him, the other three felt the semi-demigods inspecting the drainage system. Grey Fur's expression turned ugly and he said, "What's going on up there? We need eyes up there. Flower Thief, order your familiar to take us out there. Can't those semi-demigods do that?" The Flower Thief said, feeling that they should use semi-demigods sent by matron to run such errands. "No, seeing it will give us a clear picture of changes up there." Than the words, Grey Fur was adamant about personally checking on what the semi-demigods were up to while they traced the boy to the city sewers. Fine, Flower Thief did not agree with Grey Fur, but he felt that it would best to know what the semi-demigods were up to. Though the dragon viper poison was deadly, if it were to be contained by the semi-demigods before it could achieve its purpose, then all this would be for nothing, so he instructed his familiar to go above ground. Reaching the surface, they were surprised, unable to find the semi-demigods from the circle. Then, seeing the three clones of the boy next to the allied semi-demigods, they realized that the circle and the boy's bodyguards came to an understanding and reached a compromise. Which was bad news for them, because without the semi-demigods from the circle distracting the allied semi-demigods, they could never successfully poison the city's drainage system. Seeing the circumstance has changed for the worst, Grey Fur immediately reacted, and summoning his grimoire, he updated the semi-demigods sent by matron about the situation and asked them to distract the allied semi-demigods so that they could poison the sewers to kill the boy, completing the mission before the situation gets any more out of hand. Grey Fur chose to double down on their previous plan despite the volatile circumstances because of the previous mental sweep of the allied semi-demigods. As he felt the only reason the semi-demigods would scan the city's drainage system was to search for the boy, Grey Fur was confident of this because the empty beast was untraceable, so the allied force shouldn't even know of their presence. So the former made sense. But suggest when Grey Fur was feeling assured of his decision, he saw one of the boy's clone look right at them as if he could see the empty beast and them within its subspace. Grey Fur wanted to ignore it, thinking he was imagining it, but then the boy's clone's mouth arched into a smirk as he nodded at them. Seeing this, Grey felt a chill run through his body. "Guys, is it just me, or did the boy just smirk at us? Tell me I am not seeing things," Sniper said, as the boy's clone's actions were too obvious to miss. "No, you are not seeing things," the Flower Thief spoke and then yelled, "This proves I was right, the boy can see us. That is how he was able to pull that trick on us at the stadium. Shit, we have more pressing things to worry about." Grey Fur was not interested in the past but present. He started to doubt whether the clone smirking at them was the original body of the boy. That would explain why he was able to see them. But that put his theory of the allied semi-demigods sweeping the city's sewer with their mental strength. If the clone was really the original body of the boy, then things would be a lot easier. With 12 semi-demigods on their side, they could complete the job with ease, but this begged the question: if this clone was the original body of the boy, why risk it by signaling that to them unless there was something else afoot here? 10:48 Mistake date: the 4th of April 2321, time 2:44, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City. "Motherfucker, he was right there," Grey Fur yelled and ordered Flower Thief, "Rookie, go back to the sewer immediately." Hearing Grey Fur yell, the Flower Thief did not need the context, he immediately knew what Grey Fur meant. He rushed his familiar to the sewer where they previously stayed. Reaching the sewers, he heard Grey Fur add, "Immediately detonate the poison." Flower Thief was not done tweaking the poison canister to increase its range to cover the entire city, but considering that the boy was within their close vicinity, the current range would do the job. Just as Flower Thief was about to release the poison in the sewer, the team noticed that the entire sewer was filled with slime monsters. This was surprising considering that a minute ago that was not the case. This immediately made them more confident that they were right. The boy was hiding right under their nose all this time. So without any further delay, Flower Thief released the Dragon Viper poison in the sewer by detonating the canister, which helped the poison spread and reach the deepest tunnels of the sewer. As the poison spread throughout the sewer tunnels, the slimes in the surroundings started to pop one after another like popcorn. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:41, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, sewer. Hearing the conversation among the Card Apprentice in the Empty Beast, I had already learned that my guess about the Empty Beast containing a minimum of 5 Card Apprentices in it with the minimum realm of a Card Emperor was not that far off. But I never guessed that I would get to listen to Matron herself, even though it was through a grimoire call. Despite the Hive AI trying its best to paint a picture of what these cold bastards were speaking by interpreting the soul pathway vibrations, in the end, it still needed a lot of work, but it was enough to get the gist of what these inhumane motherfuckers were planning. And they were up to no good. They seemed to not mind stooping to a new low just to get what they wanted. Considering what they wanted was me dead, my dissatisfaction with these callous assholes had turned into hatred. As for the idiots who got mixed with these monsters out of greed, I did not feel sorry for them. Though they tried to make things right when it mattered, in face of Matron's prowess it made no difference. Well, they dug their graves when they made the deal with Matron. If they were under the impression that Matron would not come for their soul, then they were wrong. Matron always collects her dues. Having seen the Pa clan of the alternate future in Clown Mask's memories, I knew none of the members of the Pa clan or the circle deserved my sympathy, Clown Mask included. But the fact that Matron just forced a being of Card Emperor or higher realm into a coma was what caught my attention the most. From Clone Mask's memories, I knew she was capable of that, but hearing her do it in real time painted a more vivid and dreadful picture. This firmed my decision to stay away from Matron until I am at a realm higher than her, but that seemed less likely, as according to Clone Mask's vision, within a decade or so Sansa would climb the ranks of demigods and come out as Matron to the world in preparation to wage war against the southern and northern royal families. I was confident about my talent, but becoming a demigod within a decade seemed a bit far-fetched even for me. That's beside the point. These fucker were planning to gas the entire sewer system with SS-ranked Dragon Viper poison. As a pebble, should I be worried about poison? Yes, I should be, considering that Dragon Viper's poison does prove deadly to an SS-ranked stone elemental. A pebble with a gigamite physique such as myself was not an exception. Therefore, I decided to intervene before these guys set their inhumane plan into motion. For that, I would need help. And fortunately, my supposed bodyguards were able to negotiate a deal to save all 3 of my clones. But the condition they agreed to was impossible, since what the enemy semi-demigods demanded was no longer possible. So I decided to get creative with my new ability and find a way around it. So I instructed one of the clones to stall for time and the other to use this time to stealthily use its copy grimoire to use a slime fairy card and morph it into Mike's corpse using Myriad Devil's Hex. Then place it in the corpse wood coffin equipped with Mike's broken ego gem and the corpse wood stake stuck in its chest. I was confident that these would be enough to fool the circle's demigods, because Mike's origin card was unmatched when it came to disguising, and also because of his original broken ego gem added authenticity to the slime fairy morphed Mike's corpse. As expected, the circle's semi-demigod did not find anything wrong with Mike's corpse that I handed to them. With the circle's semi-demigods off my back for now, I could get to rats in the sewer. As I expected, the semi-demigod's mental sweep of the city's drainage system spooked the Card Apprentice in the Empty Beast, forcing them to leave the sewer and update about the current circumstance on the surface, giving me the opening I need to escape. But still, I chose to be conscious and summoned Transcendent Blood Slime Demon. Soon a blood-red slime appeared, then split into numerous clones that spread throughout the sewer tunnels. As for the original, it swallowed my pebble body and rushed toward the exit of the sewer. But shit hit the fan when I decided to orchestrate a situation where the Pa clan's members would come to believe that one of my 3 clones was the original body. As this was a mistake, my web of deception began to unwind here, as I ended up making a mistake underestimating the members of the Pa clan. Date the 4th of April 2321, time 2:45, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, sewer. Did I have to use the Transcendent Blood Slime Demon to escape? Would it not be safer to escape as a pebble? My speed in pebble form could be compared to snail speed, which wasn't enough, so I could either transform into my original form or use the Transcendent Blood Slime Demon as a shuttle to make a run for it, hoping that the Pa clan members wouldn't return to catch me in the act. Heeding caution, I went with the Transcendent Blood Slime Demon shuttle. For an A-rank demon, It was strong and all, but it was not fast enough to take me to the exit of the sewers in seconds, making the scenario of the Pa clan members catching me in the act very likely. To ensure that scenario would not happen, I decided to stall the Pa clan members by having them believe one of my 3 clones was my original body, hoping that this would keep the Pa clan members busy for a while, buying me the time I needed to escape. Efficient plan. What could go wrong, right? But my web of deception unwinded here. I had underestimated the Pa clan members. They were smarter than I gave them credit for. And even though the Pa clan members did not show it, they trusted each other and their abilities very much. The moment my clone tried to make contact with the Pa clan members to confuse them into believing it was the original body, the Pa clan members immediately saw through my clone's act and its intention to gain their attention. This was where they showed how much they had faith in their teammates' soul energy signature tracing ability. Because of this, they believed that my original body was in the sewer, making it possible for them to see through my clone's act. Which raised the question, why would a clone try to fool them into believing it was the original? The answer couldn't be obvious. It was trying to stall for time by confusing them into believing that it was the original. From there, it did not take long for the Pa clan members to figure out why their teammate kept saying that the soul energy signature of the boy vanished at that particular part of the sewer tunnel. It was because my original body was hiding right there under their noses. Knowing this, they acted on it immediately, leading to my current situation. Under a second, 2/3 of the city's sewer network was filled with SS-rank Dragon Viper poison. Unfortunately for me, I was in that 2/3 portion of the sewer network. But having already expected something like this, I had prepared for this. Though it was not ideal, it would buy me enough time until my other contingencies kicked in. Space Distortion Array. As the poison was about to hit the Transcendent Blood Slime Demon, I immediately deployed the Space Distortion Array formation, distorting the space surrounding the Slime Demon, making it impossible for the poison to reach the Slime Demon. Considering that the rate of spread of the poison was under a second, how did I perfectly time the deployment of the Space Discretion Array? The timing in the deployment of the Space Distortion Array was key, because if I were to deploy it even a millisecond late, it would be too late, as the poison would have already claimed the Slime Demon and me as its victim, and if I were to deploy it early, it would reveal my location to the Pa clan members. So I needed the timing to be perfect. This was where the clones of Slime Demon came into the picture. Coming into contact with poison, the Slime Demon clones died immediately. As the poison got close to the original Slime Demon, the closest Slime Demon clone would die, informing it of the arrival of the poison. This way I could keep track of the spread of the poison and perfectly time the deployment of the Space Distortion Array. But by propping up the Space Distortion Array, the risk of my location being revealed was always there. However, it still mattered that I did not deploy the Space Distortion Array too soon, because they had to use the poison to get my location, allowing me to get rid of the poison in their possession once and for all. Even though I risked revealing my location for this, it was worth it at the cost of damage to the city. Agatha, now use Heaven's Sanction and Enhanced Space Isolation Barrier to gather the poison and contain it, my clone reminded Agatha as soon as the Pa clan members detonated the poison canister. Got it. Agatha immediately acted and used Anna's trap card and the city's Enhanced Protection Array to gather and contain the poison spreading in the city's sewer system. Within the next few seconds, the poison spreading in the drainage tunnels was cooled and isolated by Agatha. Yet, the damage the SS-rank Dragon Viper poison had left in its few seconds of glory was beyond irreparable. Even though Agatha had managed to isolate the poison as fast as she could, most of the city's land and water resources were contaminated and had lost their vitality. When I say the poison was isolated, I mean all the poison and materials affected by it were moved to an area that was isolated using a space barrier. What this did was stop the poison from spreading and doing more damage, but to get rid of the poison we would need an SS-ranked purification skill or array. Though the hazard looming over the city was taken care of, the disaster following me had just descended. Since the empty beast can hide in the empty space, it was unaffected by the poison, and once the Pa clan members in it noticed the Space Distortion Array within their vicinity, they immediately made their way to it to complete their mission before the target went into hiding once again.